Detroit. Now, New England, Tommy turns around and selects Chris Singleton, who at 6'2".
Select. The crop is rich and plentiful. An influx of super talented junior select. The crop is rich and plentiful. An influx of super talented juniors has made the class of 1990 the most electrifying in quite some time.
Quarterbacks best since 1983.
What, are you kidding?
Computers don't kid.
Sorry. With Golden Boy Jeff George, Heisman winner Andre Ware, and a plethora of depth. Who am I to argue? What about running backs?
Wow.
Wow what?
Wow. Speed, quickness, strength. It's all here.
Right again. Blair Thomas spearheads a spectacular group, bolstered by juniors Emmett Smith and Rodney Hampton. Hey, is there anyone that can stop these guys?
No problem. Enter Keith McCants.
A 6'4", 260-pound linebacker bent on destruction. Yeah, McCants is the new breed. Today, the National Football League begins its quest for the players of the 90s.
Welcome to New York City, as for the 11th straight year, ESPN presents live the NFL Draft. It's the 55th NFL Draft. We're glad you could join us here. We'll be on for 6.5 hours here at the Marriott Marquis Hotel in Manhattan in New York City. Hi, once again, everybody. I'm Chris Berman, and on this Earth Day, it's a day that some young men will be sky high. Others will be brought down to earth. The day they've been waiting for, the day they find out who, if anyone, takes them and where as they head into their new life as professional football players. A lot of guesswork for this draft, and we'll have a lot of trades, a lot of anticipation because of all the juniors, 38 of them, a good dozen who will go before the first 2 rounds are over. Where will they go? We can answer only one thing for certain right now. We know that junior Jeff George, Illinois quarterback, is now a quarterback of the Indianapolis Colts. In a trade worked a few days ago between the Colts and the Atlanta Falcons, who own the #1 pick. Jeff George is now a member of the Colts, signing a 6-year, $15 million contract, a trade that sent Chris Hinton, Pro Bowl tackle, Andre Rison, second-year receiver, former #1 picks themselves, on the way from the Colts to the Falcons, along with a 5th and the #1 selection next year. In return, the Indianapolis Colts get Jeff George and a 4th-round selection, which would be better if, depending on how the Indianapolis Colts do next year. If they have a rough year, they will get a little bit better selection from the Atlanta Falcons. The man who engineered the trade with the Indianapolis Colts is with us now live from Indianapolis, Jimmy Irsay, man who got a hometown boy, Jeff George from Indianapolis, Indiana, into the Colts colors. Jimmy, good morning and thanks for joining us. It seems on paper to some a lot to give up. Obviously, you don't feel that way. Why?
Well, we studied it a lot, and obviously we had a lot of hard thinking to do on this trade. I think it's always more difficult when you give up proven players than it is when you give up draft picks like it was in the Dickerson trade. But we really feel that Jeff is going to be a great quarterback in this league, and franchise quarterbacks just don't come along a lot. So we thought the price was justified.
Jimmy, you've rolled some pretty heavy dice a couple of times with the Dickerson trade. That did get you into the playoffs right away in '87. Since then, hasn't worked the way you had thought. The Freddie Young trade with Seattle maybe hasn't worked the way you would hoped as well. Pretty heavy dice to roll. Can you keep doing this? Obviously, I guess that's what we're in the business for, right?
Well, what we want to do is we're not interested in being praised for good trades or bad trades or whatever. The key thing is to win, and that's every move we make is designed to become the best team we can and to win a Super Bowl. And we really feel, going back in our history, when Burt Jones led us to 3 division titles in a row and came close to a Super Bowl, you know, we really feel the quarterback is going to be a key position for us in the 90s, and we've struggled for a long time to fill Burt's shoes throughout the 80s, and we think Jeff can do that.
Jim, this is Joe Theismann. Do you believe that a quarterback alone can take you into that particular position of being a contender, or does he need help from offensive line? You've lost Utt, you've lost Hinton now. The guy's got to have somebody protecting him, and Andre Rison had 52 catches last year as a rookie. He's got to have somebody catching it. Is Jeff George your quarterback? Is Chris Chandler now your number 2?
Well, I think it's too early, Joe, to determine that. Training camp will determine that, and I really think that we have an excellent football team left in place. There's been some people that have said, well, does this mean the Colts are going to go 4-12 and struggle a couple years? And we don't look at it that way. We think we still have a good offensive line centered by Ray Donaldson with some young players like Randy Dixon and Pat Tomberlin that are going to be able to come in and fill some voids. We also feel with Billy Brooks and Clarence Verdun and James Pruitt and another 13 picks in this draft that we're going to have the opportunity to fill those voids. And again, we have not touched our defense. Our draft next year is going to be solid also. So we don't feel that we've decimated the team by this trade. And I think that you have to remember when we did make the playoffs in '87, Chris Hinton was hurt on and off that year and missed some games. Andre Rison wasn't even here. So we really feel we still have a lot of things in place and we'll be able to be productive a lot quicker than some people may think.
Jimmy, this is Chris again. Eric Dickerson, will he stay a Colt? Will he get traded today? You're in a tough spot. What do you expect to happen, if anything, today with Dickerson?
Well, again, we would entertain any offers, Chris, that we would get. At this point, I don't see it being very likely, but we're willing to listen. If we can make a trade that could help the team and help bring us some people that we did lose in this trade, we consider it. But in the long run, what we'd like is to have Eric come back and be in the backfield with Jeff George. And I think Eric has got at least 5 years or more left and to play on the level he's played. And we feel if we can get him back, that he can be a big part and also take a lot of pressure off Jeff initially.
Jimmy, thank you very much for joining us. We know there's been a lot of excitement in Indianapolis here this weekend, and for good reason. You have your man. Now let's go to the man who was conducting his first draft, Commissioner Paul Tagliabue.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The National Football League's 55th annual selection meeting is now in session. The first selecting position in this draft is held by Dallas, but Dallas exercised that choice last year. Dallas exercised that choice last year in the supplemental draft when it selected quarterback Steve Walsh. Atlanta is in the second selecting position in this draft. Atlanta has traded its choice to Indianapolis, so Indianapolis is now up.
And to make it look good, the commissioner's waiting for the card to see if it is indeed Jeff George. I think we have the envelope, please. And by the way, guys, the crowd is certainly ready. They're in mid-season form. And now, to make it official, let's go back to the podium. Going to make sure the pronunciation's right here.
Well, yeah,
George. Here it is.
With its selects Jeff George, quarterback from Illinois.
And there he is. New quarterback, Indianapolis Colts, Jeff George. And what a proud day it is for him. And Commissioner Paul Tagliabue doing to open up the 55th NFL draft. Mel Kiper Jr. is with us. Tom Jackson, as always. Joe Theismann. This is the third time in 4 years that a quarterback has been selected first in the NFL. Troy Aikman last year with Dallas starting. Vinny Testaverde took about half the year. Then he started toward the end of the year in '87 with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Only the fifth first pick, though, for quarterback in the last 15 years. So maybe that's a new trend. There he is, number 11, Jeff George, Indianapolis Colts. let's start right with you. Mel, you said that he would not be your top-rated quarterback in the draft.
No, he wasn't, Chris. You know, the Colts have a storied history of draft day ineptitude, and it continues here today when you look at the Colts situation. You know, Jimmy Irsay, you know, commented about Jeff George, but when you talk to people in the league, it seems like Jimmy has a tendency, you know, any deal that comes his way, he just can't pass up. It's going like that throughout the 80s. You know, you look at Jeff George, and I projected him as a second-round pick. They gave up the ranch to get him. They protected themselves in this deal. If the pick is 1-4 next year, Atlanta has to give back a second. So what he's basically saying is, and expecting to have one of the first 2 picks, and he doesn't want to look bad like, say, the Cowboys, who lost that first pick because of the Steve Wolf scenario.
I find it fitting the way you're talking about all this Jeff George is appearing over your shoulder. So we have some debate. Joe, that's the position you played and played quite well, won a Super Bowl. We're in a couple of them. Does he have the tools to warrant this top pick?
Yeah, he does have the tools, but I don't think to warrant this top pick. Jeff George is a good quarterback, don't get me wrong, but I don't believe that you give up a proven offensive tackle, an all-pro tackle, and a proven young wide receiver who was your #1 pick last year. I really think that the Colts have put this one out on a limb. I have an idea that the Mayflower trucks may be warming up again because he's here. You see him release the ball. I mean, he's got all the tools, got good size, good poise in the pocket. You know, they've compared him to having the Marino size, the Kelly mobility, and here we see him rolling on the run, and then the Elway arm when he sets and fires the football. There's no doubt he has a little bit of touch on the ball. Like I say, he's a very good football player, but the fact that you give up so many people and really the nucleus of what protects a quarterback makes it a little scary.
All right, so the first selection is Jeff George. Tommy, we'll get to you in a moment, but let's go back to the podium. The second pick belongs to the New York Jets. It still belongs to the New York Jets, and the commissioner's waiting for the card, and I would have to say a 99% shot that it's going to be Blair Thomas, running back from Penn State. We'll know.
The New York Jets select Blair Thomas, running back, Penn State.
And so the Jetniks, and there's Blair right there, running back from Penn State, just as good a football player as he is, he may be an even better person. He's a winner on every, and he has his number 32. So the uniform guys around the league working overtime this weekend to get the unis ready. And Blair Thomas, a guy who was second for Penn State all-time rushing to Kurt Warner, 3,301 yards, averaging 5.7 yards a carry during his career, has excellent hands, 48 career receptions, can return kicks for you if that's what you want. He can return punts for you if that's what you want. And he is a young man who growing up in the Philadelphia area, to show what kind of gumption he has, himself bussed himself to another school to get a better education. Blair Thomas, Tommy, is a back that can pretty much do everything. And before we get to Blair, let's just tell you that the third pick, owned by New England, has been traded to the Seattle Seahawks. We'll get exactly the deal for that in a moment. But Seattle, which owned the 8th and the 10th pick, New England had the 3rd overall pick. They've just made a deal. So the Seahawks now have 15 minutes and want the guy who they're looking for is Cortez Kennedy, defensive lineman from Miami, who is head and shoulders, many people think, above anybody else at that position. They've been looking for a guy like that for 5 years. Real quickly, Tommy, on a Blair Thomas. A winner in the locker room, and it starts there, doesn't it?
Well, a winner in the locker room, anytime you play for Paterno, you're going to come out with a great attitude. And I think he's a back typically out of the Penn State mold, a guy who has very quick feet, a lot of flash and dash ability to be a breakaway runner, break the big play for you, completely recovered from a knee injury that he received. And I think this kid's going to help the Jets a lot. But you don't do a whole lot without an offensive line. And at some point along the line, the Jets will have to address that problem.
Well, Blair Thomas, though, a character in the locker room?
Well, I think that Tommy brings up a very interesting point. Right now, general managers, coaches, player personnel directors, not only looking at the athletic ability of these athletes, but they're looking about, number one, who represents them? Are they going to be able to get them into camp? And number two, what type of people are they? Those factors have really made a very big difference in where teams select their #1 picks.
All right, here's the
result of a
details of the
trade
trade.
with New England, Seattle is now on the clock. The trade is as follows. New England trades its 1st and 2nd round selections in this 1990 draft to Seattle in return for Seattle's first-round selection in this 1990 draft, Indianapolis's first-round selection in 1990, acquired earlier in the Fred Young trade, Seattle's third-round selection in 1990, and Seattle's fourth-round selection in 1991. Seattle is now on the clock. New England will exercise the 8th and 10th spots in this draft round.
And so the trade has been made. Seattle comes out better than perhaps people thought they would. They figured they'd just have to give the 8 and the 10 overall to move up to the number 3 spot. But they at least get New England second out of it, and you heard the other deals involved. But what it means is that the Seattle Seahawks may have a shot to get their man, Cortez Kennedy. Let's go up to Robin Robertson, the inimitable one, Fred Edelstein.
Thanks a lot, Chris. I am with Fred Edelstein, and you thought this would happen. The number 3 pick was going to be pivotal. It doesn't surprise you that New England traded the pick.
No, this trade was basically in effect last night. It was all depending upon Blair Thomas going to the Jets. I think what you're going to see is that New England is going to take with the 8th pick either Ray Agnew from NC State or Chris Singleton, the linebacker from Arizona. And with the other pick that they picked up, we'll probably pick up Harold Green, the running back from South Carolina. As far as other situations coming about, it looks like we could have a trade with San Diego if Junior Seau isn't on the deck. This story with Keith McCants has put a lot of pressure on Ray Perkins today. Ray Perkins is going to have to decide whether he wants to take Keith McCants or Junior Seau. One thing I will tell you is that Junior Seau and his agent are here, and I talked to Steve Feldman, his agent, and they do not want to go to Tampa Bay. So if Tampa Bay takes Junior Seau, they could be in for a long holdout because these guys could force a trade. They wanted to go to New York. They want to go to San Diego. If San Diego gets Seau, I don't think they're going to trade the pick. One trade that I think is about to be executed right now, it looks like the 49ers are finally trading Tim McKyer to Houston for a number 2 pick.
So you're expecting a lot of activity today?
Well, yeah, in a word.
Well, buckle up. We're going to go to Ben Bennett, who is in Seattle, with reaction to the Seattle trade. Ben?
Well, thank you, Robin. I'm here in Seattle, and we've talked to the Seattle organization people all the last couple of days. They have said, we want Cortez Kennedy. Now they've made the deal, and a lot of people speculated that they might be giving up an awful lot by giving 2 picks in the top 10, giving them away to get Cortez Kennedy. Well, Cortez Kennedy is a proven talent from Miami, and he's going to be a big help to a defensive line in Seattle that needs a lot of help. Now, what they've done, though, is to cushion this trade, they've also gotten New England's second-round pick. So in addition to having the number 3 pick with Cortez Kennedy, they still have the 29th pick and the 34th pick in this draft, still giving him 3 picks in the top 34. There's a lot of talent. There's going to be a lot of good linebackers left around when Seattle has that 29th pick. They're probably going to make all 3 of their picks defensive players. Good day in Seattle so far. Back to you, Chris.
All right, Ben, thank you very much. And now let's kind of talk about the Seahawks a little bit, Tommy, because this is a team that a couple years ago won the AFC West finally, but last year slipped quite a bit. Kurt Warner is gone. They're making a lot of changes. First of all, on defense, I know they want to go 4-3. One of the things they wanted, with the uncertainty about the Paz, who may be finished, they'll know that in training camp. Tony Woods, linebacker, they picked very high a couple years ago. They're projecting him as a down lineman. They've got Jacob Green, they've got Jeff Bryant, they've got Joe Nash, who have been there a long, long time. They've done very well, but they've been looking for some help along there. Now, Bryant is really a perfect tackle in there. If they can get Cortez Kennedy and play him in a 4-3 with Tony Woods, another down lineman, get Rufus Porter in all the time, he's a great pass rusher. I mean, is this one of the things that Chuck is doing? People won't believe it.
Well, that certainly is, and Chuck has talked about moving Jacob Green. He wants to move him outside, wants to play the 4-3. I think that a lot of people had speculated on the fact that he might be looking for a running back with Kurt Warner leaving. He said that's not the case. John L. Williams has been a good player for him, also James Jones. But I think one of the surprising things that we talked about when we talked with the Seattle Seahawks is that the fact that Chuck may run a little bit of run and shoot.
No, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Chuck Knox run and shoot? Did I hear you? This is Air Chuck? What?
I don't think that his philosophy totally will change, but he wants to be a coach who has some surprise things in mind on first down and an ability to stretch the field out the way he used to. And the one thing that will do is put them in a single back offense. So maybe you don't need to replace a guy like a Kurt Warner, and he definitely is looking for Cortez Kennedy.
So Chuck Knox may be shaking things up a little bit in the 90s. Seattle is up with the 3rd pick in the draft, and we'll be back here to New York in just a moment. Stay with us.
Now, well, so how many cars does Mercedes test crash every year?
Oh, I say about 100.
Really, that many?
Yeah, well, you can never learn enough. Ever since we had it patented, we have been improving this concept of the energy-absorbing car body.
Obviously, it's all about absorbing energy. Now, wait a minute. You said you had it patented?
Yes, in 1951.
But other companies use the concept.
Yes,
so,
many.
Well, you just said you...
We have never enforced the patent.
Really? So Mercedes just really gave away this advance in car technology for free?
There are some things in life that are too important not to share.
There are those who thirst for something different, an escape from the ordinary. For them, there is a beer that refreshes like no other, Michelob Dry. Once you've experienced its bold taste with no aftertaste, there's no going back.
We go above and beyond just like you, above and beyond what we have to do.
I'm a Prudential representative, and I help people review their life insurance needs because I know how much the right life insurance means to me and my family.
You take pride in your life, so do we. Going above and beyond is our policy. The Rock, the Prudential, above and beyond.
This ESPN NFL special, the 1990 Draft, is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz, engineered like no other car in the world. By Budweiser, the king of beers. Remember, know when to say when. And by the companies of the Prudential. Come to the Prudential and build your future on the Rock.
Welcome back to ESPN's continuing coverage of the NFL Draft. This is the 11th consecutive year that we have been covering the draft. We're here at the Marriott Marquis in New York City. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Robin Roberts. In case you're joining us late, you haven't missed much. As you know, Jeff George, the top pick in that trade with the Falcons, the Colts making him the #1 pick. Then the Jets went with the running back Blair Thomas out of Penn State. And then this is where it gets interesting. New England traded down, traded with Seattle. And so now Seattle is on the clock, and we're waiting for their selection. But in the trade, the Patriots receive 2 first-round selections in this draft, also a 3rd-round selection, and the 4th-round selection in '91. While the Seahawks receive a first-round selection, they will pick in the 8th slot, and then also a 2nd-round selection next year. So now Seattle is still on the clock, and we're awaiting their selection. We'll go back down to Chris Berman and the guys.
All right, Robin, thank you. Good work by Seattle, actually, because we thought that they would just have to give up the 8 and 10 selection, and that's it, to move up to get Cortez Kennedy. Let's start at the top with Jeff George, Joe. He's going to be the starter, I assume.
Well, you know, when we asked Jim Irsay about it, he says, no, there's going to be competition in training camp. And then a little bit later in what he said right here on ESPN, he said, we want to get Eric Dickerson behind Jeff George. I mean, he's making no bones about the fact that Jeff George is going to be his quarterback. If he's not, he's going to have a tough time justifying all that money. So Jeff George probably will be the quarterback. But I wonder about, I think Chris Chandler is a very good quarterback. I think Jack Trudeau is a very good backup. I think they were okay at that position. I mean, you're looking at the Fred Young trade, the Eric Dickerson trade, now this trade for Chris Hinton and Andre Rison. I don't see a lot of help coming unless he plans on signing a ton of people out of Plan B to fill his coffer here in the next couple years.
We will go back to that. About 3.5 minutes left for the Seahawks to make their selection, and here it is. Cortez.
With a choice obtained from New England, the Seattle Seahawks select Cortez Kennedy, defensive tackle, University of Miami. Tampa Bay is now up.
So Cortez Kennedy, now a first-round draft pick of the Seattle Seahawks, and this really enables them to start putting in their thoughts about a 4-3. Really only played this last year, as far as the starter's concerned, with Miami. But my, how did he play? 87 tackles, 42 of them solos. Led the team with 22 tackles for a loss. Finished the year with 16 quarterback pressures. And Tommy, you studied a lot of film of Cortez Kennedy. He's mammoth.
Well, he's a bull in the middle of the football field, but he's extremely quick for a guy his size. There you see him getting the pass rush on. He has the ability to go by people like a guy who only weighs 260 pounds.
Even though he weighs about 300.
When you consider the fact that he's 295, 300, maybe plus at times, I think that he's going to be a tremendous asset for any team. The one thing that I think may be a problem for Cortez, and this is something that he will have to look at, is trying to keep that weight somehow down and keep his quickness and be able, you don't want to become the next Fridge.
No, and I don't know that Seattle is particularly worried about it, but you say
player.
At 300 pounds, Mel, is he head and shoulders above the other pass rushers, down linemen in this draft?
Well, that's the whole key, Chris. Cortez Kennedy was head and shoulders above every other defensive lineman. Seattle needed beef. He's up to 290. Like Tommy said, he has retained that 4.87 speed. Jacob Green's near the end of the trail and is undersized. Nash is undersized. He provides the kind of size Knox is looking for at that defensive tackle position.
All right, so Cortez Kennedy, member of the Seattle, well, he's not a member yet, but he's drafted by the Seattle Seahawks. That means New England will have 2 selections in the first 10 picks here in this draft. Where do you think they're going?
Well, a lot of speculation, Chris, about John Stevens possibly being traded and New England looking to Harold Green. The interesting thing I wanted to point out about this last trade between New England and Seattle, Seattle talked to the Jets on Friday, basically offered them the same package. The Jets refused. We saw footage of Blair Thomas at the Senior Bowl. That was when Dick Steinberg fell in love with Blair Thomas and really made him the second pick in the draft at that point. So it looks like that shows you how high Dick Steinberg was on Blair Thomas, rejecting the deal that was offered by the Seattle Seahawks on Friday.
All right, when this draft began, or not when the draft began, but when people really started thinking about it publicly in the beginning of this calendar year in 1990, the name Keith McCants had to be everybody's top choice. Junior linebacker, Alabama, deciding to come out. And everybody figured that he would go first, that he would indeed become a member of the Falcons or whatever they wanted to do with their pick. If you were with us, weren't with us this morning on game day, before the draft began, we reported the story out of the Atlanta Constitution, citing 2 unnamed physicians that said that Keith McCants may need knee surgery that would shelve him for 6 or 7 months, in all essence, shelve him for the entire 1990 season. Now, this comes on top of some things that have been questioned about McCants, maybe that he doesn't work as hard as he should, maybe that off the field he's enjoying himself too much. A lot of people who may not have been in the know, but nevertheless shaded the perception of Keith McCants. Tampa Bay has the next selection. Ray Perkins is the one that recruited him when he was the coach at Alabama. And so all of this angst that Keith has been feeling may go by the boards in about 10 seconds. We'll see what the Bucks do.
Tampa Bay selects Keith McCants, linebacker, University of Alabama.
Good. That's done.
Yes.
Close the book on that.
Yes.
He's not
Next
the first
up
pick
is,
overall.
San Diego.
But there he is, Keith McCants. And we told you, Keith was with us earlier from his home in Mobile. We told you to relax. It wouldn't take that long. You're drafted by the Buccaneers and a guy you know full. You can smile.
All right.
How do you feel, my friend?
Hey, I feel great. It's a dream come true. It's all over with now.
Ray Perkins talked to you a little while ago. Did you have a conversation with him yet, Keith?
Yes, I talked to him a few minutes ago, and we discussed some things that we're going to have to do. And the conversation went well. I'm looking forward to going to Tampa.
For those who weren't with us before, Knee. Question of your knee. Will you need surgery of any type? What's the status of it?
Well, everybody talking about my knee. I had a simple sculpt done my junior year in high school, and it's been like that ever since. And it's very mind-boggling to me that this thing would come up the day of the draft. 27 doctors of the NFL looked at it, and they said that I got a little swelling. I can have surgery if I want to. Other than that, I just have to deal with the pain and play. I've been doing it for 4 years, and my knee is not a major concern. Because once I step on the field, my performance will take care of itself.
Keith, now you get to inflict some pain on opposing running backs and quarterbacks. Congratulations on your getting selected by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And yes, you can keep that
San
smile.
Diego
Here's
Chargers
San Diego's pick.
select Junior Seau, linebacker, USC. Chicago is now up.
Well, welcome to the Bonneville Salt Flats, because the picks are flying fast and furious here. We had to cut Keith a little bit short there because of the San Diego Chargers. Bobby Beathard, here's an upset of the week, did not trade his first-round pick, the 5th overall, and he selected Junior Seau, linebacker from USC. So backer, and picks 4 and 5. Let's start with Keith McCants, who now goes to Ray Perkins, a man who he knew well in high school, as Ray recruited him out of Mobile, Alabama. And Mel, you think he should still be the top pick? He's the top player. Maybe he and Blair?
He was definitely the #1 defensive player in this draft. Carried the highest grade in my range. You see him at a defensive end position, down defensive end. You see his ability to play in space, make tackles, pursue, closing, speed, range. He can project to an outside linebacker, inside linebacker, may even grow into a down defensive end in the Chris Dolman mold. So a great pick here. When a kid slides, it almost guarantees you Pro Bowl status in the NFL. Just a situation of overreacting to a workout. All the rumors about the knee could have come from other teams thinking about trading up. Just a great move for the Bucs, getting a guy who should have been the #1 pick in the draft.
All right, and so Keith McCants now linebacker, 2 straight years for Tampa Bay. Broderick Thomas last year. Now here's Junior Seau from USC, another junior to come out. I mean, obviously his name is Junior Seau. He's got to come into this draft. His name was Senior Seau. He would have stayed for his 4th year, for another year. The one question on Junior is he hasn't dropped back into pass coverage much, but he played at USC, Mel. It's not as if he hasn't seen the passing game.
Well, we just showed some good hands there, Seau, with the interception. You can see him penetrating into the backfield. This kid has awesome, explosive tackling ability. Best conditioned USC athlete, runs 4.6 at 240. Bobby Beathard gave up a lot to get Wilbur Marshall when he was with the Redskins. You can see how he feels about the outside linebacker. He has a versatile kid in Billy Ray Smith who can maybe move back inside. With Lee Williams and that cast of characters in the front 7, San Diego has a real chance to be one of the top defensive football teams in the front 7 in the National Football League.
So Junior Seau, born in American Samoa, cousin of pro players Pete and Al Noga and the late Sal Anisi of quarterback from Colorado. Everybody knows that story. Let's go McCants, but also Seau, Tommy, because these are the top 2 linebackers. Let's compare Keith McCants and Joe to the Alabama alumni who have come out and been pretty decent the last couple of years. Cornelius Bennett, Derek Thomas. Where's McCants on that scale?
Well, I think he has the ability to be a Cornelius Bennett type player. Now, you know, people talk about in that same mold as LT. You don't know that until time goes by. I think that what Mel pointed out, very important. Keith is so versatile, has the ability to do so many things and do them well. You know, I don't think the knee is going to be a problem for him. I think he'll work hard. I've never heard his work ethic questioned until this last month of the season. Junior Seau, tremendous athlete, bench presses 440 pounds, the best conditioned athlete on the team. And when the question mark comes about dropping into coverage, that is something in the pros that you can teach. You can make a guy catch 100 balls after practice, and that's something that you can get good at.
Joe, San Diego's Bobby Beathard, there was talk that maybe he would trade, but maybe he would go with Richmond Webb, the tackle who was head and shoulders above anybody else at that position. but defense, he gets a guy that can make more of an impact. You surprised?
No, not at all. Bobby had talked about Webb, he talked about Seau, he talked about Williams, the cornerback. So he was looking a little bit more towards defense. Bobby is going right across the program. When I talked to him, he said, this is a little of an unusual situation for me. I haven't drafted this high in so long. That's why I felt like he'd keep it, if for no other reason, sentimental sake. He hadn't really had one. I think he's made a good choice, and really the Chargers want to continue to build on offense. They got some good running backs in the plan B with Sanders, and it's going to help them as far as their overall scheme goes of making that football team better. As far as Junior Seau goes, the most important thing there is he has come out of USC, a good basic program. Now back to Keith McCants, he's going back to a coach who knew him when he was a kid. And I think he's going to have a little bit of that fatherly touch that'll help him adjust to the professional world.
All right, so two linebackers now know where they're going. McCants, Tampa Bay, Seau, San Diego. What will the Bears do? We'll be back with their pick in a moment.
Limited run trucks, we can offer you the best truck bargains I've seen in years. During this sale, you can buy a new 1990 Ranger XLT loaded with equipment including air conditioning for under $9,000, or a new Bronco 2 XLT with air conditioning, power windows and locks, and loads of extra equipment for under $14,000. That's a savings of about $5,000. We cannot duplicate these trucks at these prices. Another way to buy the best for less from Hirsch Ford Lincoln Mercury.
Today, you want to eat right. Right. You want to eat light. Light. You want to eat smoked sausage.
Smoked sausage? Introducing new Eckrich Light Smoked Sausage with 25% less fat and calories than other leading brands. And it has the taste you can sink your teeth into. So try new Eckrich Light Smoked Sausage and all our new light meats.
I feel lighter already.
Eckrich Light at Al's Hometown Supermarkets, Michigan City and LaPorte.
Can't be beat with baseball 4 nights a week. Major League under the lights. ESPN baseball tonight. Tuesday, Friday, doubleheader. Wednesday, nothing better. Catch it Sunday, watch the fun. Sunday night, our home run.
The National League champion Giants face the Padres on Sunday Night Baseball, live at 8 Eastern on ESPN.
Baseball tonight.
Back here at the 55th NFL Draft in New York, the next pick belongs to the Chicago Bears. Here's where the fun begins, because the first 5 we had a good idea. Now, it's one of 3 or 4 players, maybe defense, maybe Webb. But right now, let's go out to San Diego, where Kevin Kiley is with a couple of guys, of former Redskins, who aren't used to picking this high. Kevin?
Thank you, Chris. We are in San Diego. We're not in Washington, with Bobby Beathard, now the general manager of the Chargers, and Dan Henning, the head coach. Bobby, it took you about 30 seconds to pick Junior Seau of Southern Cal. You had talked about offensive line and cornerback yesterday when I spoke with you, but both of you had agreed that you have to win with defense, so it was Junior Seau.
Yes, the way it fell, we were a little surprised. Yesterday we got the feeling that it might end up Junior Seau. We had talked about Richmond Webb all along, and that was our choice. But when Junior fell to us, we couldn't pass him up.
Dan, what does he do for your defense? Already a fine defense, but now he'll really add a lot, won't he?
This is a special type of guy. You know, one of the reasons Bobby decided to take him here is because he was closer. We wouldn't have to spend that much money to fly him in. So, he's a real intelligent guy, plays hard all the time, and we're just fortunate to get him, I think.
Fellas, could you tell me, Keith McCants went just ahead of Junior Seau. Could you compare the two backers?
Well, I think they're both... they can be dominating players in the league. Keith McCants is a special player also. We were a little concerned about Keith's knee. We didn't expect him to fall to us with Tampa picking ahead, but Junior Seau was the guy that we wanted if he did get this far, and fortunately for us, he did.
Your second-round pick went to the Bears for Jim McMahon last year. You do not have a second-round pick. Can we expect any Bobby Beathard stuff to come up here?
Well, we were hoping we'd get a second for Gary Anderson. That didn't work out. Right now, we're kind of at a loss of how we're going to get a second-round pick. We're going to see what falls in the first round. If there's a player there in the second that we feel strongly about, then we'll try to come up with some way to get one, but I'm not too optimistic.
All right, fellas, congratulations, Junior Seau, a great player. Good luck in the rest of the draft. We'll see you a little bit later. Right now, let's go back to New York and Chris Berman.
All All right, Kevin, thank you. It looks strange to see Bobby without a phone attached to his ear. They had to surgically remove it now that he's not one of the insiders anymore. He's inside the San Diego War Room. Next up, the Chicago Bears. The Bears will be the busiest on this 6.5-hour show. They've got this first-round pick. They have a pair of seconds, picking 32 and 33. They have 2 third-round picks, which means they'll have 5 of the top 64. Now, you're talking about a team in the Chicago Bears that since 1983 has had 10 first-round selections. 9 of them are still starting, 7 of them for them, with Galt and Wilbur Marshall and other places. So in the last 6, 7, 8 years, the Bears drafting has been superb. They will have the most picks during the course of this show. Of course, it's a 12-round draft, but 5 of those picks in the first 64. I'm going to hazard a guess, Mel. It's Ray Agnew, defensive lineman, North Carolina State. Any shot for you?
They have a lot of options. The Bears are in a great position. They need help on the defensive line. You mentioned Agnew. We have a swing guy in Turnbull. They need outside linebacking help. You have Lathan, Singleton, Francis. You have offensive tackle Richmond Webb, a guy that they could use. Interesting thing here is Detroit. Everybody knows that Detroit is considering Andre Ware. Does a team like New Orleans, New England try to move up to get ahead of Detroit, with Chicago having a history of maybe moving down if the right deal comes along? Interesting pick here. A lot of options. I think we covered all the bases, hopefully. But this is a very interesting pick, and one will dictate what happens from this point on down.
All right, guys, it's your turn to hazard a guess. Chicago Bears, Tommy, defense. I know you always want to see every.
I think they need to do something in the defensive line, and I think that has to be more of a priority for them right now, especially with the injury to Hampton, who was the guy who, to me, anchored everything. And I think they need that type of player.
Joe, the bottom fell out on them after a 4-0 September. Where are they going?
I think they're going to go offense. I think Richmond Webb gives them a little bit more youth back in the offensive line. Defensively, they may be able to squeeze another year out. They may be able to pick up a Jeff Alm out of Notre Dame to fill in maybe at the tackle position after one of their other picks. So I have a tendency to think they may go to the offensive tackle way.
All right, the Bears are up next, and then their NFC Central mates, the Detroit Lions, are after that. Is it almost Andre Ware time? He's on the horn, and he's with us. We'll be back.
No matter where in the world you find yourself, if you lose your Visa Gold Card, we'll be sure to find you, because Visa will deliver a new card and emergency cash right to you. Whether you're negotiating the powder in Zermatt, exploring the coral off Bermuda, or simply checking out some Puyi Fumé at the Hotel de la Bretèche, where you can't even check in with American Express. Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
The real test of a power mower is starting it easily on the first pull. That's why Sears is putting 100 Craftsman Eager One mowers on the line. Look at that. 99 first pull starts out of 100. No wonder there are more Craftsmen on the job than any other brand.
And now through Saturday during Sears Show and Sale, this 3.5 horsepower Craftsman lawnmower is only $199. So don't miss it.
We're in New York, but you're looking at Heisman Trophy winner Andre Ware at his home in Dickinson, Texas, just outside of Houston. He is on the phone with the Detroit Lions, we understand, and they pick after the Bears. So anyone who might want Andre Ware at quarterback might want to call the Bears. Gee, I don't have the number, but I think it's in the NFL guides. You might want to make that pick. So the Bears have 3 minutes left on their card, and we're going to get into something in a moment. Still, we're talking Bears, but no, they don't have a card yet. They're clapping for Blair Thomas, we understand. See, they've turned us around this year. I can't see anything. You're seeing it at home, but I'm the only guy in America that can't see what's going on here in New York. So I have to take what's being told me in my ear and my producer, Fred Goodelli, and his word for it. At any rate, Andre Ware. The Detroit Lions were very, very quiet, not putting out any signals at all that they're interested in Ware. But, guys, they're committed to the run and shoot. This is the best guy that ever ran the run and shoot. Why not, Joe?
Well, there is no why not. Detroit has got to take Andre Ware. If Detroit doesn't take Andre Ware, it could be the worst selection that has ever been made in the history of football. Mouse Davis was Jack Pardee's offensive coordinator with the Houston Gamblers. Jack Pardee was Andre Ware's coach in college. Andre Ware is actually going to be ahead of anybody he competes in the run and shoot offense in Detroit. He is going to make Detroit.
He could coach it.
He could coach it. He's also going to make Detroit, I believe, an instant contender in the Central Division. Just his presence. Now you get a real solid, good guy there in Rodney Rodney Peete to help out. You got two young quarterbacks who can get the job done. I like Detroit, and I hope, for Andre Ware's sake, they take him. I hope that's a deal that he's talking about on the phone, not just a selection.
Andre Ware, you know what worries me about Andre Ware, Mel? He doesn't throw enough touchdown passes. 75 in his college career. He's got to go there, right?
Well, you see Andre Ware and you see energy, and that's what you need in a leadership role from a quarterback. And I love Andre Ware. I think he should have been the number 1, number 2 pick. He's a franchise quarterback. In Detroit, he'll be unbelievable. This is an up-and-coming playoff Super Bowl team. Heisman Trophy winner last year with Sanders. Heisman Trophy winner this year with Ware. A great choice, and as Joe mentioned, you need 2 quarterbacks. Jimmy Johnson pointed that out. With Rodney Peete and Ware, great situation for the Detroit Lions. So they're on their way up.
Here are your quarterbacks. Now, Jeff George, you rated 5th. We've discussed that, but he's already gone. There may be quite a gap until we hear from another one. But Ware, you had rated at the top. And this, we should note, guys, is a division which is in flux. The Bears always won the thing. Now, of course, Minnesota won the NFC Central last year. But the teams at the bottom, Detroit made a big move. Obviously, the Packers were close to a playoff berth. Tampa Bay beat the Bears a couple times last year, so the division is in flux. We'll continue the discussion in a moment, but the Bears are sending the card to the commissioner. This is the 6th overall pick, as the picks are flying here in the first hour in New York. Chicago Bears, 5 of the top 64 picks. And as the fans sing the Final Jeopardy theme song for the first time and count down the clock, we shall see. The Bears.
The Chicago Bears select Mark Carrier, defensive back, USC. The Detroit Lions are now up.
Back-to-back USC players selected. This is a bit of a surprise, although Mark Carrier, Mel, the top-rated safety for sure, and he, like Junior Seau, coming out a year early, so the Trojans go 5 and 6. Mark Carrier, USC, a bit of a surprise?
Somewhat good football player. I mean, you're talking about a guy who was considered a mid to late first-round pick, maybe a little earlier than projected, but the guy's a fine football player and possibly a future Pro Bowler. Great instincts, outstanding hands for the interception, tremendously productive. That's what the Bears like. Major college guys who are productive. Mark Carrier has both these qualities. You can see the instinctive ability to find the ball, make the catch. Kid makes things happen. You can't argue with this choice. Mark Carrier will be a future Pro Bowl performer.
Well, and if you want to compare him to a couple of former USC defensive backs named Ronnie Lott and Dennis Smith, he'll take that comparison, won't he?
Well, I think that he is. You can compare him in style to those kind of players. I don't think that he has quite the size of a Dennis Smith, and nobody is the kind of hitter that Ronnie Lott is in the league. But I have to question this pick because I think that Chicago had needs that maybe should have taken a little bit more priority than the safety spot.
One thing, Tommy, about this pick, I think you mentioned the need area, and of course, defensive back, you're talking about a situation that's not as deep as linebacker and defensive line. And with that in mind, maybe the Bears figure with those 2 picks, 32-33, they'll be able to acquire a linebacker that slides through, a defensive lineman that slides through, that there's not going to be a Mark Carrier there at that point. So with him being the number 1 safety, above and beyond Pat Terrell and Alton Montgomery, I think Tobin felt like we can get value 32-33 at other positions, not at safety.
Good pick for the Bears, Joe?
Good pick. You know, we're really looking at a football team that's in a great transition, defensively in particular. The Bears have won their division on defense, not necessarily with offensive firepower. They've got to reload in that area. I think it's a fine pick. They could have gone anywhere on that side and done very well.
So they get the Jim Thorpe Award winner. Mark Carrier goes now to the Chicago Bears. The Detroit Lions are next up. And if they do go with Andre Ware, back-to-back Heisman Trophy winners for them. Barry Sanders, Andre Ware, last time that happened, Tampa Bay tried it, 86 and 87. Bull, they don't have. Vinny, they still have. Let's go up now to Fred Edelstein with Robin Roberts.
Well, Chris, I have some interesting thing on this Mark Carrier thing. I was told last night that the agent for Mark Carrier had called the Chicago Bears and told him that if Mark Carrier would agree to accept a $1.2 million bonus with a $300,000 salary escalating in that area, that they would make him their pick in the draft. So I think that maybe one of the big things here, yeah, they did draft for a need, but I think that they wanted to get the financial thing under control. And the reason that Mark Carrier was the Bears pick was because I believe Mark Carrier has agreed to the Bears terms even before he was made the pick. Robin?
How about Andre Ware? Everybody's talking about the Lions. It seems like a perfect marriage. The run and shoot. He's got the arm strength, can get it out to the receivers really quick. What do you hear about Andre Ware and the Lions?
Well, yesterday morning, apparently the Lions had a vote on who their pick would be, and there was real division in their camp between James Francis, the linebacker from Baylor, and Andre Ware. I am told that James Francis took the day. However, late last night I was told that the offensive people of the Lions were so hot on Andre Ware that they did it all over again, and now Andre Ware is the guy, and I would expect that Andre Ware will probably be the Lions pick here.
Well, we should know in a couple of minutes. There's about 2 minutes left to go for the Lions to make their selection. There's Andre Ware at his home in Dixon, Texas, and we'll have more from the draft in just a moment.
You gotta love a place where you get a lot of space for not a lot of money, and the breakfast is free. At Hampton Inn, you got our guarantee. Spend a lot of nights, you gotta feel right. In the morning, it's a place to be. At Hampton Inn, yeah, you got our guarantee.
A comfortable room, free local calls, free continental breakfast, and our guarantee you'll be completely satisfied or you don't pay. You gotta love us.
At Hampton Inn, yeah, you got our guarantee.
I happen to be a serious football fan for some very good reasons. First, there's all those big, strong hunks in those tight uniforms. Whoa! And I love it when they get into those little huddles to talk all about that football talk. I formations, traps, bootleg left, bootleg right, post patterns, butt and hooks. Woohoo, I love that one.
Gladys Knight, not your everyday fan, for Team NFL merchandise. For your catalog, call 1-800-USA for NFL.
Butt and hooks. I wonder if I could teach that to the Pips.
Sunday night, see two of baseball's sweetest swings. Will the Thrill Clark leads the Giants against National League batting champ Tony Gwynn and the Padres. Sunday night baseball live at 8 Eastern on ESPN.
All right, we are back here in New York at the 55th NFL Draft. 6 picks thus far, 4 juniors, 2 seniors, and one of them named Junior Seau, chosen by the San Diego Chargers. Will there be a 5th junior selected with the 7th overall selection? That would be Andre Ware with Detroit. Lee Corso, the coach, is with Andre at his home in Dickinson, Texas. Lee?
Andre, can you believe it? A year ago, you were starting your junior year at Houston. You were just starting your first year quarterback, and now you won a Heisman Trophy, and you're about to become a millionaire. Can you believe it?
No, a lot's happened this past year. You know, it was my first year to finally get the starting job at Houston, and a lot of things have happened. The Heisman Trophy, and now this. You know, we're here today, so I couldn't have ever imagined it.
If you had your choice of anybody to play in the National Football League, who would it be?
Well, you know, I'd be happy to play anywhere. It's just a dream to play in the NFL, so I would be happy just about going anywhere.
But wouldn't it be nice to play with the run and shoot inside?
Well, you know, it's a possibility. And
the phone call, I know it wasn't from the Orlando Renegades, the United States Football League. It had to be from somebody from the National Football League. What did they have to say to you?
Well, it was a team that expressed a lot of interest, so, you know, we'll wait and see.
We're going to have to keep the misery going, huh? But one good thing, though, if you get picked by Detroit, you could play your senior year of football in Detroit.
Well, you know, that's a good way to look at it.
That's right. You can take your playbook and show them some new plays.
Hey, well, that may work out.
Well, Andre, it's been a great year for you. I know it's exciting. Your mother's here with you. And what made you come out early?
Well, you know, basically it was just in my heart to play professional football. I'd had a really good year this past year, and you know, that's just what I wanted to do. I asked the Lord to put the decision in my heart, and He did, and this is what I wanted to do.
That's another call. This one's collect.
Hello? Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir.
This is live television
Okay.
right here.
All right. Hey, Lee, Wayne said hello.
Oh, Wayne Fox. Oh, I guess it's going to be Detroit unless he's changed jobs.
Call who? Uh-huh. He said call someone from the Orlando Renegades.
Yeah, he said he's calling somebody from the Atlanta Renegades. Congratulations, Andre.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Coach.
The Detroit Lions select Andre Ware, quarterback, Houston.
Yes,
New England is up next.
Yes, baby.
Congratulations.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, well, we say we take you as close to the draft as possible. I don't know how much closer you can get to that. The phone rings. It's not the Orlando Renegades. Andre Ware, now it just officially been announced that he's been selected by the Detroit Lions, but you already knew that. Andre Ware, 75 touchdown passes, 27 games, and he's going to a run-and-shoot offense. He would have been, he could play pocket, though, eventually, couldn't he, if he had to?
I had a chance to see him down at the Astrodome this year, and the kid has awesome talent. He's got the arm. He can throw the deep pass extremely well, throw the short-range passes. He's accurate. He's mobile, very confident. I just like his leadership skills in a combination with his physical talent. I like quarterbacks who take charge out there, have a lot of confidence, command respect from their teammates. Andre, you see the tight spiral there. He's reunited with Jason Phillips, one of his wideouts at Houston, and has a chance to put this Detroit Lion team in a position to contend for a Super Bowl possibility maybe 2-3 years down the road.
I tell you what, you've got the run and shoot with the run and shoot quarterback and a guy named Barry Sanders running behind him just in case things get sticky, Joe. Every year since the last few years at Detroit, they've been feeling very good in the offseason. Now they have even more reason to be
I think they have absolutely the greatest reason in the world. I'm so happy for Andre Ware. You could just see the kid. I mean, he's just bubbling with enthusiasm, excited about where he's going to go. Right now, the Detroit Lions have got to be ecstatic over the fact that they have a guy who can right now step in and play. Unlike Indianapolis, it's going to take some training for Jeff George. Hopefully he gets some protection. Hopefully he gets into a system that protects him and allows him to grow up. Here's a kid that's already past that stage. Now he has a chance to go out and just continue to grow as a professional. Look out, the rest of the league, here comes Detroit.
The run and shoot, this is going to be an offense that, well, they are the ones that are going to run it the true style. Houston is going to run it with Pardee. The next selection is owned by New England. They will pick 8th, and the card is coming up there, so we'll continue that in a moment. But the Patriots now selecting 8th and 10th as a result of their trade engineered a short while ago with Seattle.
New England, with its choice obtained from Seattle, selects Chris Singleton, linebacker, Arizona. Miami is now up.
You talk about a quality human being. New England just got one. Linebacker Chris Singleton from Arizona. Now remember, they will pick 10th also. Miami is next. Chris Singleton from New Jersey, two-time All-Pac-10 selection. 95 tackles, led his team with 10 sacks and 21 tackles for 101 yards and losses. Had 5 pass deflections, but that only begins to tell the story of Chris Singleton, Mel.
Tremendously productive player, Chris. You know, he can rush the passer, he can drop back into coverage. A lot of people didn't hear a lot about Chris because he played out at Arizona. Games start late on the East Coast. You don't get the results until maybe Monday, but Chris was out there every day performing, being consistent, and you have to agree that he figured to go in that top 7 to 15 area of the first round.
Another reason why people may not have heard about him, because he didn't play in any of the All-Star games. Why? His twin brother Kevin needed bone marrow transplant from Chris as he was suffering from leukemia. Underwent the operation after this football season. We understand his brother is doing fine. We'll have an interesting visit with Chris Singleton a little bit later on in our draft show. I mean, this is a special, special human being, not to even mention a special football player. And the New England Patriots now have a linebacker that they can count in there for a long, long time. Remember, they had Andre Tippett was hurt all last year, as were the 3 members of their defense, Lepet, Veras, and Andre Tippett. So they missed the entire season. Chris Singleton will be a guy that can step right in with a head coach who's a defensive guy, Rod Rust, a defensive coordinator at several places around the league, including the New England Patriots. He was defensive coordinator there a few years ago. Back to Andre Ware. This is, Joe, you looked at Andre. Supposing he was taken by a team that is not a run and shoot. The scouts felt that he has the arm, he had the ability, wouldn't have the necessary experience so far as a Reed, but that he's not just a product of the system, is he?
No, absolutely not. He is a complete football player. Matter of fact, he's the finest prospect I looked at on film, and I looked at all the top 10. Absolutely the finest prospect at quarterback in this year's draft, and possibly in recent history's draft, other than Aikman last year. Very versatile, throws well to the left, well to the right, set short, can drop back, just so happens. And really, people have a misconception about the run and shoot, Chris. It isn't just a roll out left, roll out right. It's the pocket removed about 2 2-3 yards to the right or the left. In essence, it is a drop-back style of offense. He is a complete football player, and like I said, I really believe that Detroit is serving notice right now. We're going to put some numbers up, and it's a very low-risk offense.
And he's a passer, not a thrower. There's a big difference in that. And we started to say Houston's going to run the run and shoot. Of course, Detroit already does. The Jets will be much up-tempo. Bruce Coslin, Cincinnati already is. Some other teams. This is the trend. We're going this way.
Not only that, but he has the catch-all for him. He has Barry Sanders in the backfield. If you're a rookie quarterback, yes, you want to have a great back behind you, but you want an offensive line that's working together. He's got an advantage over Jeff George just in personnel placement.
All right, so Andre Ware, Detroit. Now, New England, Tommy turns around and selects Chris Singleton, who at 6'2", 252, some people told me, pound for pound, the strongest guy at any position in the draft. He's a linebacker you like.
Another big, outstanding linebacker who has that ability to run, good attitude, going to probably step right in and play. I mean, this is a guy who, like you say, weighs 252 pounds. He runs a 4.7 or just sub 4.7 40. I think that Chris Singleton is another one of the many linebackers that we're going to see going that first round that can't miss.
Yeah, well, we already have had Singleton. We've already had Junior Seau. We've already had Keith McCants. Could be 7 linebackers. Could be 6 or 7 running backs. None of whom we've heard from yet. The top defensive player in the draft, though, went the 3rd pick. That's Cortez Kennedy. He went to Seattle. Ben Bennett visited just a short while ago with Chuck Knox.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Seattle head coach Chuck Knox. Big trade to get up to number 3 in Cortez Kennedy. What does he mean for your football team right now?
Well, he's an impact football player. We had him rated number 1 on the board, and he can come in and start for us right away. We're thinking about going to the 4-man line. We're definitely going to it now with Cortez Kennedy. He can come in and play at that right defensive tackle position, which is where he played at the University of Miami, and I think he'll be a force. He'll be a dominant football player.
What type of talent does he have that made him so valuable to your football team?
Well, he has the size, the speed. He's got great body control, and he's got a motor that runs all the time. He plays and goes all out on every play, and those are the things that you look for and the things that the great football players have.
Well, the word around here the last couple of days is that you're really looking hard for defense. You still have the 29th and the 34th pick. What are you looking for to be around, and what would you like to have?
Well, I think we'll get 2 quality football players with the 29th and the 34th pick. Now, we just have to wait and see what's there. The depth, according to our personnel people and most personnel people in this draft, is in the secondary with abundance of safeties and also with the linebackers. So there's a chance that some of those players could be there that we have rated high. But we're not going to jump around just to satisfy a need. The quality has to be there when we pick in the 29th. We think it will be.
Seattle Seahawks, Cortez Kennedy in the bag, still looking defense. Back to New York.
All right, Ben, here's Miami's selection.
I want to repeat. The Miami Dolphins select Richmond Webb, tackle from Texas A&M.
All right, that is not who they picked right there, not Alexander Wright. They picked Richmond Webb, and you had a feeling that even though Miami has gone 4 of the last 5 years in the first round on defense, that they still look for defensive help. You had a feeling that with 1 top offensive tackle right there, I mean, Don Shula likes to be able to put a guy and have him there for 10 years. You know how well they have protected Dan Marino. And Mel, he is by far and away head and shoulders the best offensive lineman in the draft.
You see him turning out Joel Smengi here in the Senior Bowl. He dominated Smengi at times in that game. Who's going to be a 2nd-round pick. The thing here about Miami, you know, they were considering J.D. Williams, Richmond Webb, and Francis. They opted for the offensive tackle.
All right, here's New England's next pick, and I think it's a running back.
Okay.
I only had 4 seconds.
The New England Patriots select Ray Agnew.
Told you.
Defensive end, North Carolina State. The Los Angeles Raiders are now up.
See, I got cocky. I got Webb while we were away in commercial. And so there's Ray Agnew. Don't call him Spiro. There's Ray Agnew. So, you know, we've got great value with running backs all across the board. And so New England is defense, Singleton and Ray Agnew. Defensive lineman, North Carolina State. The Patriots obviously wondering whether all those injured guys are okay. I think that has to be some of it, Mel.
That's true, Chris. And, of course, Defensive Player of the Year in the ACC, 4th-year senior, very consistent player, had a great year at NC State. He was pushed back a little bit. He sustained a sprained knee at the Senior Bowl practices. He's back from that. He was the hot commodity leading up to the draft. figure to go in the mid-first round area. New Orleans loved him. Houston loved him. Obviously, New England knew that, made the deal, got 2 picks, and were enabled them to get not only Singleton, but come back with Ray Agnew. With Varys's injury, made a lot of sense.
And I guess one thing about Ray Agnew for New England's going to change what they've done with Rod Rest. They may go forth. He can play, as I understand, guys, a nose, a defensive tackle, or a defensive end. They could use him anywhere along there, Joe.
Well, the thing about him is that the kid can bench press close to 500 pounds, has a vertical jump in excess of 30 inches. He's not just a big football player. He's a very good athlete. I think New England is going and saying, look, we play in cold temperatures. We got to build up our defense because we're not certain how many of the people who were injured last year are going to be back. They're stockpiling. I think it's a good move.
Well, really, Joe, the 3 players that you were really hearing a lot about leading up to this point were Agnew, Ben Smith, and Darian Connor. Those are the 3 players you hear about in these weeks leading up to the draft that people really want, that have moved up. So the first one is gone with at this point in time with Ray Agnew. So we'll see where Darian Connor falls. We'll see where Ben Smith falls because they were the late risers in the draft.
So we've gone less than an hour since the commissioner, Paul Tagliabue, kicked it off. We've had 10 first-round picks. It's fast. The Raiders are next. We'll be back to New York in a moment.
After me.
You think I can get on here?
Yeah, give me a minute, man. You've been staring out there all day. What are you doing?
Testing.
Testing what?
Computers. Trying to figure out which computer is the most powerful.
Well, that's easy. The one with the most memory, megahertz, MIPS, you know.
No, I don't think so. I think the most powerful computer is the one that people actually use.
Hi, Ken.
There's a computer with the power to change the way you look at computers. Macintosh. The power to be your best.
That's not really a fair comparison. People like using the Mac.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Go ahead. I want to get a picture here.
But what would I talk to her?
Yeah, I came out. Oh, that's very nice. I look.
You look sort of
that's
catatonic, but that's okay.
Kind of like very nice. Picture.
Grossman, Barry Sanders, Deion Sanders. These guys came in and really made impacts.
Who were they this year?
I don't really think so. I think Andre Ware is a guy who's going to make that kind of an impact. Blair Thomas, it depends on how well they adapt to Bruce Koslick's system there. Junior Seau, again, depends upon the system in San Diego. Keith McCants, Tampa Bay, depends on how they adapt. I don't necessarily see the standout stars in this draft, but the quality is definitely there, 2nd round, 3rd round.
So the Chiefs, the clock has run down on them, and they have made their selection.
The Kansas City Chiefs select Percy Snow, linebacker, Michigan State. The New Orleans Saints are now up.
Well, Zim, at least they don't waste those individual workouts. It's not just for show.
Well, you know, they're paying those cats by the hour. Their time is very expensive, so they got to get their money's worth.
And Percy Snow is he and Lamar Lathan, the head of the class as far as inside backers goes, from Canton, Ohio. So he certainly knows where the Pro Football Hall of Fame is. Winner of the Dick Butkus Award, the nation's top linebacker, a Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year. 94 solo tackles, 163 overall, had 19 the game against Notre Dame. So he's a classic inside backer for George Perlis, who everybody really had touted as a guy who would be in the NFL for a long time.
Yeah, he looks like a 4-3 inside linebacker, middle linebacker. I don't think you really should go too high on 3-4 inside linebackers because it's like a strong side guy. There's a 40% position. You know, he plays the first 2 downs and then sits out, or plays the first down and sits out. Yeah, so you can get those strong side inside pluggers in the 2nd round.
Inside backer to the Chiefs. You like it, Tom?
Well, I wasn't quite as high on Percy as a lot of people. I mean, he's a tremendous inside, strict middle linebacker, but you know, like Z says, a lot of times that means the guy's going to only play first down. He's only going to play 2nd down, and I think a lot of times with people moving, with that trend seeming to move toward that run and shoot and stretching the football field, the guy might not be as effective for you simply because he's not on the field.
Yeah, but Tommy, I really believe that what you have to do in this particular, when you're drafting inside linebackers, you can't project them anymore as inside 3-4 linebackers. These kids have to be projected now as possible middle linebackers. You need the 4-down lineman to put some kind of pressure on the passer. You got to get the ends upfield. If they're going to throw those short passes, the guys have to get up the field, get their hands up. So we're seeing a swing back now to the 4-down linemen, 3 linebackers. I like them. I liked him when we did the Gator Bowl a couple years ago, Michigan State, Georgia. I thought he was an outstanding football player. And again, I think it's a need pick, and Kansas City's going to do very well by it.
Spartans once again with a first-round selection. 7 in the last 7 years. The Michelin Man, Tony Mandarich, Andre Rison, Lorenzo White, Mark Ingram, Anthony Bell, Carl Banks, now Percy Snow. We'll be back.
Another linebacker.
Michelin high-performance radials. Everything you'd expect from a Michelin, only faster. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
You've been spending your lunch hour browsing the computer literacy bookstore?
That's correct.
Then you're obviously familiar with this machine here, the Hewlett-Packard Vectra PC.
Not at all.
You're not familiar with this?
Nope.
And you're a chip designer?
That's what I am.
And you've never even heard of the Hewlett-Packard line of PCs?
Well, I thought HP made other kinds of computers, but not PCs.
Huh. Are you sure you're a real engineer?
Yep.
I only see one pen in your pocket. You're not just impersonating an engineer, are you?
There is a better way. Hewlett-Packard. Buy Hewlett-Packard PCs and get a free HP printer.
One airline has had the best on-time record for as long as records have been kept. American Airlines. And when an airline runs on time, its planes must run with precision. That's why American requires 11 man-hours of maintenance for every hour of flight. Because being dependable in the air means being demanding on the ground. American Airlines, the on-time machine.
Why should I have to wait a week for my dealer to fix my brakes just because I own a foreign car?
For foreign car brakes, Midas gets the job done right, and right away.
I wouldn't settle for anything less than the right parts.
Midas stocks the right brake parts for practically every foreign car.
So I went to Midas.
Midas brake technicians are trained experts. That's why we guarantee every brake shoe and pad for as long as you own your foreign car. Nobody beats Midas. Nobody.
Back at the draft here in New York, the New Orleans Saints, the next selection, they picked 14th. We've gone past the halfway mark of the first round with only 25 picks. Last couple of years, we've had a player on with us, Thurman Thomas a couple of years ago, Robert Massey last year, who ended up being a Saint, oddly enough. Guy who may go in the first round, may go in the second round. It's a heart-wrenching day for guys like this. This year, it's a young man. I do mean a young man. He's only 20 years old. Defensive tackle from Pitt is Mark Spindler, and he's at Spindler's Lounge, owned by his dad in Scranton, PA. The guy on the right is not Mark. He's a little bit slighter. That's Jimmy Roberts. Hi, Jim.
How are you, Chris? Happy Earth Day to you, and welcome to Spindler's Lounge in Scranton, Pennsylvania, which is really actually a shrine to Mark Spindler, number 93, the defensive tackle from the University of Pittsburgh. We join him now in Spindler's Lounge, and you've had a chance to look at half of the first round go by. If you tell me you're nervous, I won't believe you.
Yeah, I think everybody at this point in time is a little nervous, except the guys who got drafted. I'd like to congratulate all those people. They're really happy right now.
You told me yesterday that if 2 or 3 guys went ahead of you, you wouldn't be surprised. A couple of those guys are off the board now. The only one that's remaining that you mentioned was Ronaldo Turnbull. You must be optimistic, a little mixture of fear, anticipation.
Like I said, if I have any problems, they're good problems. And, Ronaldo, I'm sure will go within the next couple picks, and hopefully I'll be able to follow after him. But, I'm just going to sit back and relax. Like I said, Cortez Kennedy, and I figured Ray Agnew would go off, and they did early. And, and I think they deserve to go off as early as they went. And, I'm just going to sit back and try to relax a little here and, and see what happens.
Anybody talked to you in the past week, or actually I'm sure people have talked to you in the past week, Who's talked to you? Who have you had conversations with?
Well, I talked to Seattle. They gave up their pick already. New Orleans, Green Bay, Dallas, Philadelphia. I think they're all show a little interest in me. So, hopefully I'll get off here in the first round. If not, early second. But I'm sure, I'm pretty confident. I hope I have the opportunity to get off in the first round. But if not, like I said, I might have problems, but I have good problems. And I'm, just happy to be drafted, go to the National Football League and do what I do best, play football.
You talked about, and we talked about this earlier, about the prospect of a wage scale next year for rookies in the National Football League. You heard Fred Edelstein say earlier that perhaps that was one of the factors that influenced their first decision in taking Mark Carrier to Chicago. Was that something that influenced your decision in coming out early this year?
Well, I'm sure it influenced a lot of the juniors' decisions, but I don't think that was the biggest key for everybody to come out. I think a lot of juniors felt they had good years, which they did, and they can help their families out financially, and why stick around when you feel you're just as good as just as good as all the other players entering the draft? It just goes to show, for example, that you have a few juniors already in the top 10 picks, and we're just football players like anybody else. They might have a year or two, but that doesn't make any difference.
All right, well, that's going to about wrap it up right now. Here in Scranton, Pennsylvania, we're going to take you across the country to Irving, Texas, and Chris Myers, who's at the Cowboys training facility. Chris?
Thanks, Jimmy. And the Saints, of course, are hesitant at this point about drafting juniors, not only because of age and inexperience, but because of limited playing time, and also the fact that they feel they were somewhat burned by Ironhead Hayward, also out of Pitt 2 years ago. In fact, recently, Saints head coach Jim Morris said that he has to watch his weight and get his act together, and Hayward has been very, very upset by that and has been a major disappointment for the Saints. They are in desperate need of defensive line help. Of course, not desperate enough to make a deal with the Cowboys. Dallas attempted to trade up, offering Danny Noonan with the Saints. They turned that down. So now the Saints will be looking for someone like Ronaldo Turnbull, possibly, or maybe James Williams at the corner. We'll have more on the Saints later on. Right now, let's go to Fred Edelstein in New York.
The Saints have decided to take Ronaldo Turnbull. So I think that we're going to see it pretty soon, but it looks like Ronaldo Turnbull will go to the Saints.
My goodness, a man of few words, Fred Edelstein.
I guess all he said
Our
was
sources
Ronaldo
have told us that
Turnbull, right?
Ronaldo Turnbull, born in the Virgin Islands, is next, and we'll find
New
out.
Orleans Saints select Ronaldo Turnbull, defensive end, West Virginia.
Of course, Joe, I got to give you the nod. You had it
The
too.
Houston Oilers are on next.
Houston is next, and once again, defense 10-4 now, and Ronaldo Turnbull, 6'4.5", 245, the all-time sack leader at West Virginia with 22.
He can't play at 245 in the pros. I think he's either going. This is one of those situations where you're going to have to be able to go up a little bit. And look, you can see the range. You can see his frame. His upper body frame could use about 20 pounds. Make him a little bit stronger. There you see him standing up. Got good leg strength, mobility. The thing about him is that he gets off the ball real well. Plus, he's in a situation where New Orleans needs help at the defensive line. Again, it's a draft pick that really is done by need. They've got to have the help at the defensive line position.
I think it's interesting here, Zim, is that, again, the 14th pick overall, midway through the first round, obviously he's an outstanding player. But there are some semi-question marks. Again, here's a guy that has to bulk up a little bit to play a classic defensive end. And you say that that's kind of what we've seen in the first round.
Well, to me, this draft is fascinating because your top picks aren't really chalk picks. The first guy in the draft, Jeff George, half the scouts don't like him. I'm not talking about liking him as the first pick. They don't like him at all. And our own guy, Mel Kiper, has him the 5th-rated quarterback, and that's the first guy chosen overall. Now you've got Keith McCants, who's projected as an outside linebacker. He didn't play outside linebacker. He was inside. It's a projection. They don't know whether he can do it. It's a recognition position. When he had to do a lot of recognizing in the bowl game, in the Sugar Bowl, he had trouble. Now you've got Junior Seau. He's a pass rusher. He had a bad UCLA game. He had a bad bowl game. He can rush the passer, but can he play regular linebacker well? They think he can, but they're not sure. So you have all these question marks, these projections, these yes-but picks.
Well, part of it is that a lot of them are the juniors, so they miss an entire season, senior year. They miss another spring practice, and until it was apparent that a lot of juniors were coming out, scouts and everybody didn't have a chance to even focus in on these guys. So it's both ways. There's less information about some.
I would say if there's one word to describe this draft so far, it's gamble. A gamble draft. and it's interesting. You know, it's a crapshoot.
I don't agree, Zim. I don't think it's as much of a gamble.
Take off your glasses.
I will. I'll take off. Okay, I'm coming after you now. I don't necessarily see it as that big a gamble. I think there are projects, but you got to remember now, ever since Plan B came in, the lower round draft picks are guys that they really don't concern themselves with much anymore. They're used to, they'll have them for training camp, and maybe they'll use them later on, and if one guy shows up well on the special teams, we'll keep him around. These kids are more than just gambles. They're projects, but not real gambling projects. These guys are 75, 80% able to contribute right now, move them up a little bit more, and they'll be able to play 8, 10 games through the course of the year. Toughest situation they're going to have with these kids is signing them.
Tommy, the fact that maybe some guys coming out a year early and haven't had the chance, they've maybe played their new position just 1 year. How much will that hurt a guy in the pros?
Well, I think it's a bit of a gamble. We talked a little bit about it yesterday, just in private discussion, but maturity is an important part of professional football. Not only physical maturity, which most of these guys have, but emotional maturity. Those guys are missing, in essence, 11 games that they would have had in college, and they are coming in without that, and the people who are drafting them without being able to see them play those extra 11 football games.
And you have to wonder, I mean, physically, they can handle the rigors of the pros, but maybe mentally. That's what's worried a lot of the scouts as well. Will they be as accomplished? You know, they don't have the junior and senior years under their belt. We'll continue this discussion and more in a moment.
Hello, this is Dennis Hirsch from Hirsch Ford Lincoln Mercury. We're having a sale on Rangers and Bronco 2s. Through a special purchase of limited run trucks, we can offer you the best truck bargains I've seen in years. During this sale, you can buy a new 1990 Ranger XLT loaded with equipment including air conditioning for under $9,000, or a new Bronco 2 XLT with air conditioning, power windows and locks, and loads of extra equipment for under $14,000. That's a savings of about $5,000. We cannot duplicate these trucks at these prices. Another way to buy the best for less from Hirsch Ford Lincoln Mercury.
The advantages are yours at Sun Appliance Television and Audio. We make customer satisfaction our #1 priority. We provide the largest selection of name brand items with the guaranteed lowest prices, prompt professional delivery with our own crews, and a selection of credit plans tailored to meet your needs. Low-cost extended service plans, and of course, your complete satisfaction is always guaranteed. That's Sun Appliance, your hometown superstore with locations in LaPorte, Valparaiso, Michigan City, and Goshen.
The high-speed fender-banging battles of a short track make it anyone's race.
And both of them spin! And Jeff Bodine takes the lead.
NASCAR's first Union 400, Monday night, only on ESPN.
Back live here in New York at the NFL Draft. We are awaiting the pick of the Houston Oilers with pick number 15. And we're on until 6:30 tonight. We'll be followed by SportsCenter with Bill Patrick and the one and only Tom Mees. At 7 Eastern time, baseball tonight. The hour version, Dave Marish, Ray Knight, Peter Gammons. Then our live Sunday night baseball game tonight. The San Francisco Giants, the defending champions of the National League, going to San Diego, who they finally beat last night. John Miller, Joe Morgan, all the action. That's at 8 Eastern time tonight. And then SportsCenter at 11 follows with Bob Lee and Dan Patrick, including the conversation with Deion Sanders, one of the big picks last year, and of course, now a member of the New York Yankees as he's in the offseason from the Atlanta Falcons. Joining us now, we're happy to have with us the #1 selection overall in the draft, quarterback Jeff George, new member of the Indianapolis Colts. Now, you're a guy that you started college ball at Purdue, looked at Miami and Florida, end up in Illinois. You're finally going home, and you have a feeling you're going to be there for a while. Did you ever think that was possible?
Well, deep down, I always knew that I had the ability to play and I had the confidence. But you know, it's a dream come true to go back home and play in Indianapolis. And I feel really fortunate to play for a ball club like that.
Tell me about your trips to several different schools. Why, and do you think you did the right thing?
Oh, I know I did the right thing. You know, I wouldn't be here today if I didn't. And things work out for a reason. You know, I was fortunate to play under a great coach at Purdue, Leon Burnett, and decided after he left, decided it was my time to leave. A kid comes out of high school and you pick a college because of the coach, so it wasn't the right place for me. Decided to go to Miami after that because I knew that I wouldn't be on scholarship if I wasn't on if I stayed in the Big Ten. So I didn't want to put my parents through that ordeal, and deep down I always knew that I wanted to play for Illinois, and I told my parents that, and that's the kind of support that I had. They said it's wherever you're going to be happy at, and Illinois is where I wanted to be, and here I am today.
The Colts, when did you have an idea that they were in it for good? Did they contact you maybe a month ago, 2 months ago?
Well, I held 3 workouts prior to this, and I guess I impressed them at that time. But you know, all along I was hearing from New England Patriots quite a bit, and the Indianapolis Colts. So it really didn't matter to me where I ended up. I feel really fortunate now that I'm playing back home in Indianapolis, and it's a dream come true for me.
Joe?
Jeff, do you get some feeling like you're out there alone? Andre Rison's gone, #1 pick last year. Chris Hinton's gone. Eric Dickerson, who knows? Gone's going to stay. We're not sure. And when Jim Irsay said, we would like to have Eric Dickerson behind Jeff George, sounds to me like it's your job. Right now, you've got to lay the responsibility of the success of the Indianapolis Colts on your shoulders. What's it feel like?
Well, I don't put that added pressure on myself. I'm going out playing a game that I really love and enjoy playing. And if I'm fortunate to be the starter for the Indianapolis Colts, that'll be great. But it's a job that I want to earn. They have 2 good quarterbacks right now, and Jack Trudeau and Chris Chandler. And you know, it's their job right now, and I'm gonna have to beat them out. So I don't put the added pressure on me to be in the same backfield as a talent like Eric Dickerson. That'd be great. I'd feel really privileged and honored to play with him. But you know, he has his own reasons for what's going on, and I'm not really familiar with that case.
Has it sunk in yet? I mean, are you still sort of floating around this room? I mean, all the media, all the television exposure. I mean, has it really sunk in? I am the #1 pick of the NFL draft of the '90s.
I don't think so. You know, I don't know when it will sink in. It's really a dream come true. You know, I'm blessed, and the man upstairs is watching out for me. And I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the University of Illinois. I'm surrounded by a great group of guys on the offense and defense as well, and a great coaching staff. So if it weren't for those guys, Jeff George wouldn't be here today.
I'll tell you when it'll sink in. When you go to the bank and cash that first check, and you get that deposit statement, it's going to say, yeah, I guess I was a #1.
That's right.
Jeff, do you sense an immediate change, and if you could talk about it just for a second, in pressure from college to what you've experienced the last, say, 24 hours?
Well, like I said before, I don't put the added pressure on me. I've been under pressure all my life, and there's always going to be critics out there saying whether you're good enough to play or not, and you really can't worry about that. It's made me better as a person on the field and off the field as well. I grew up quite a bit in the years in college, and I know I'll benefit by it in professional ball.
We want to come back to you in a minute, Jeff. We got a couple other things we want to run by you, but right now the Houston Oilers are up in their first selection, and you got to think maybe Jack Pardee takes a guy he knows who he coached in college, Lamar Lathan, inside linebacker.
The Houston Oilers select Lamar Lathan, linebacker, University of Houston. The Buffalo Bills are now on the clock.
And the Bills are next to Lamar Lathan, inside linebacker. That's a great story. He goes to his college coach, Jack Pardee, and the Buffalo Bills can't believe their good fortune because the cornerback they really want, J.D. Williams, is there. So I know the Bills have 14 minutes and 40 seconds, but I'm going to fall out of the chair if they don't pick him with their next one. Lamar Lathan, Wharton High School in Texas, 6'3", 237. Had a car accident in July and missed most of '89 except for one game with a knee injury. But he's fully recovered, just about fully recovered. They expect him to be just there when the training camp opens in July. An 88 had 103 tackles, 60 of them solo, and he's a guy, Tommy, that maybe you had at the inside rated ahead of Percy Snow. You like the way he played?
Well, I thought Lamar Lathan was one of the best inside, obviously, but his lateral pursuit seems to be a little bit quicker to me than a Percy Snow. I think this guy is a little bit more versatile. Another one of the outstanding linebackers, though, in the first-round crop this year.
While Jeff is still with us, let me just ask a couple other things. You know, fighting Illini. Now, literally, you're going to have to be that with Jack Trudeau. Do you know him and Chandler? Did you know them yet? I mean, I guess competition is what makes an athlete in the game great. You know what you're up against.
Oh yeah, like I said, you know, they're good ones in Indianapolis. They're a good talent, and they can step right in and they can play wherever. And I know Jack Trudeau a little bit from being from Illinois, and I've talked to him. He's a great guy. And I haven't met Chris Chandler. I'm looking forward to meeting him. And like I said, they're the quarterbacks of the Colts, and I'm just a third quarterback there, and I'm just ready for the challenge.
Well, we knew that you would be ready because already the pro set cards, I don't know if you can see this, we have you as a Colt. They were ready in case you were an Atlanta Falcon, and they have you ready in case you're a New England Patriot. So I want to present this one to you. Wait a minute, let me get the right one here. This card right here, Colts. Congratulations, it's yours.
Well, thank you. That's I guess it's starting to set in now. When you have a card on yourself on your own, reality's starting to set in.
All right, Jeff George, Indianapolis Colts. Thanks. Good luck in your career in the NFL. We'll be back here in New York in a moment.
Thank you.
I want one of those.
no matter where in the world you find yourself.
All right, back in New York, 11 defensive players, only 4 offensive players drafted thus far. Lamar Lathan, inside linebacker from Houston, now goes to the Houston Oilers. This is a man that's had a dream of a little bit more than just playing pro ball this year. Here's Chris Myers.
Can the NFL draft help a crack-addicted mother of 2? Lamar Lathan thinks so. He's one of the top linebackers coming out of college early this year, a projected first-rounder from the University of Houston. But he's more concerned about his 25-year-old sister, who has an admitted drug problem.
Once a person admits they have a problem, they're probably like 50% on their way to road to recovery. And she has admitted the problem. She's toned down her activities lately, you know, and that's a positive thing, and that signifies that she really wants help.
How would you describe the relationship between you and your sister?
She's always been I guess my big brother and my big sister. You know, she's taught me a lot of things, and you know, we were very close. You know, it was just my mother, her, and myself, and that really makes a family really close knit.
Gloria Ann preferred not to be interviewed or appear on camera, and that's understandable. Life hasn't been easy for the Lathan family here in Wharton, Texas, about 60 miles south of Houston. While Lamar was growing up, his father was rarely around. Now he hopes that his sister will be there for her children. He figures if he can come up with the necessary funding to put her in a reputable rehabilitation center, then at least that's a start.
I really want to help my sister out, you know. I think I owe her that much, and the really big thing about that is that I have 2 little nephews that are darling little boys. They're, you know, great. They're going to be good, you know, good people, and I just really want them to get their mother back.
Lathan is in a hurry to sign a pro contract. He plans to take out a loan to pay for his sister's recovery and then pay it back with his expected NFL bonus. He's so eager he intends to report to the team that drafts him immediately. He'll work out with the club whether he has a signed contract or not.
You have a much stronger negotiating position if the guy is there and showing every day exactly what he can do. Plus the fact that he's learning. See, now he's got a chance to, from the first day of camp, hey, I know the system.
So far, Lathan has tackled adversity head-on. He broke his sternum in an auto accident, but recovered in time for the Cougars' '89 opener. After 1 game, his senior season was over when he blew out a knee in practice.
Adversity truly builds character, and this type of thing in my life, I think has only made me stronger.
When he was healthy in 1988, he made 60 solo tackles, had 43 assists, and blocked 3 punts. He's been described as a bigger Jack Ham. At 6'3.5" and 250 pounds, Lamar Lathan believes there are few his size with his quickness. He has at least one other believer, his sister, hoping for a successful beginning in the NFL and a happy ending in Wharton, Texas. Chris Myers, ESPN. And there is a man that I think everybody is rooting for, and certainly Jack Pardee, drafting him at Houston, knows exactly what they have. And here come the Bills, and you know with Derek Burrows having to retire with the neck injury, you know where they're going. It's corner.
The Buffalo Bills select James Williams, defensive back, Fresno State. Pittsburgh Steelers are now on the clock.
I think the Buffalo Bills are pleasantly surprised that the top-rated corner in the draft, J.D. Williams from Fresno State, is still there, Mel. They had some other people in mind, and they just figured that he would not yet be around. Started his career as a wide receiver, but last year had 58 tackles, 5 of them for losses. So here's a guy at the corner that can do more than just defend passes. 39-inch vertical jump, 11 career block kicks, the best pure corner in the draft, and he can flat out fly.
That's the key, the recovery speed, the ability he has to play man-to-man in the NFL. And of course, you look at the Buffalo Bills, losing Burrows, as you mentioned, Chris, Kirby Jackson filling in a cornerback, wasn't able to cut it with that guy at that position. They want somebody opposite Odoms, to play that position. And of course, J.D. Williams is the man they wanted. Obviously, Agnew was another guy they considered. They didn't expect Williams to still be here. Very fortunate that he was.
Yeah, and he and Alexander Wright, the wide receivers, are they the fastest 2 in the draft?
No doubt about it. They're both under 4.3 consistently. Alexander Wright still on the board. Reggie Rembert still on the board. No wide receiver has gone yet. And running backs, Emmitt Smith, Is it the agent situation that's pushing him down? Rodney Hampton, Harold Green, Darrell Anthony Thompson, Dexter Carter, Steve Broussard, a plethora of great running backs still on the board at this point.
All right, let's maybe talk running back real quickly, because except for Blair, they're all there. Now, we said, and I thought that it would have a chance, and maybe it still does, as many as 7 could go in the first round. Now it doesn't look like it. Coming up, yet to draft in the first round, guys, are Pittsburgh. The Packers have 2 straight selections. Then Atlanta. Now there could be a place. Dallas, Philadelphia, the Rams, the Giants, and the 49ers. Any thoughts on who might go for a running back, guys? Joe, you...
Yeah, I think, in all honesty, I think Atlanta is in a position to take one. Dallas is in a position to take one. New York Giants, I think, really need a running back. Now, we've seen the linebackers go. We've seen the defensive help early in the first round. I think now you're going to start to see teams take some running backs to fill in. Rodney Hampton, Emmitt Smith, Darrell Thompson, Rodney Hampton, Anthony Thompson, Harold Green. These are the names I think you're going to start to see now in the later first, early second.
Mel, let's go to who you had to have rated. Obviously, you had Blair Thomas first. I mean, there was no chink in his armor whatsoever. Then what?
Well, the Emmitt Smith situation, the agent that represented it last year, Lawyer Tillman, was long holdout. A lot of teams are concerned whether Emmitt Smith's going to come in October this year rather than being there in July. Harold Green, best suited for a one-back offense. Rodney Hampton can play in any offense. He's a great player and will be a steal at the point in which he's selected now. Darrell Thompson dropped off a bit, top 10 pick going into the year, now considered a late first-round pick. All these guys will be 1,000-yard rushers in the National Football League.
And a lot of them, Tommy, are very intriguing players. And just about all of them can catch the football.
Well, I think that, of course, you have to be able to catch the football to play in the pros now. You know, I think the Giants may possibly be looking for a running back, but also when I talked with Cleveland, they talked about making a trade to get up into that bottom third of that first round to get a running back, and here they find, 5 guys left that they can pick from, so they can kind of pick and choose who they want.
Of course, if Pittsburgh wants to move geographically without doing so, they can become in Georgia. If they got Worley last year, they could go Hampton. Of course, they're not going to do that. But, I mean, these are all guys. Now, the Packers, with one of their 2 picks, may go with the back to complement Fullwood. I think the Packers in Atlanta may pick up backs here.
Well, I think that's where it makes sense. Anytime you've got back-to-back picks like that, we saw it with Seattle making the deal with New England to go where they want to go to get the people they want. Green Bay is in a very good position to trade down. Right now, there's a lot of running backs out there. If they want to go with that kind of help, they're in a very strong position to do it. Cleveland not having the pick in the first round, wants some help at that position, take a little pressure off of Bernie and go with Metcalf. That's a very likely thing. I think Tommy might be right on in that area.
The thing is, Joe, Steve Broussard, Dexter Carter, Rodney Hampton are all the versatile kind of running back that a lot of teams want right now. Broussard, outstanding receiver, as is Hampton, and Dexter Carter in that Dave Meggett mold. A lot of teams like those situational guys, and Fonnie does. Jerry likes that kind of back that's a home run hitter. And all 3 of these kids, Broussard, Hampton, and Carter, fill that bill, and of course would be role-type players. I'm talking about Carter. Hampton is a sensational talent, and I think at this point, Hampton is the guy I would want.
16 selections have been made thus far in the 1990 draft, 12 of them defense. Here's what's happened to date. We'll be back to New York in a moment.
NFL draft. We're a little over 2 hours into our coverage, and we're waiting on the Pittsburgh Steelers to make the 17th selection in the draft. The first 16, well, 5 were juniors to go in this draft, or I should say 6 were juniors. We got a new one, Lamar Lathan, Jeff George, of course, starting the way, and then Keith McCants, Junior Seau, Mark Carrier, Andre Ware, Bam, 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 4, 5, 6, 7, and then Lamar Lathan to go with the Oilers, going back to his old coach, Jack Pardee, and a true junior, Junior Seau. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Going to San Diego. I saw you Friday in the lobby here at the Marriott Marquis. You were low-key, you look good, comfortable.
Thank you.
Very emotional time for you, I just saw.
Very emotional time. I mean, it just happens simultaneously. I mean, I can't control myself. I mean, I just go out there and have fun, and this is a fun time for me.
The Chargers are hoping you can't contain yourself too when you're out there on.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna look forward to playing there in San Diego country, and I'm very ecstatic that everything went well for us. I mean, it was fine.
Was there one overriding factor in why you decided to bypass your senior year?
The deciding factor was a risk of injury and wage gap, and I felt that those were 2 real big things that I had to consider myself as being a pro athlete and looking forward to the future.
Junior, when you stop and think about it, you only started 1 year, only really played college ball for 2 years. You really feel you're ready for the professional ranks?
Let's put it this way. If they feel that we're beating Superman, if we're the Superman, we're going to put on the cape and we're going to try to fly. Okay? And
Fair enough.
We're going to go out there, we're going to give it the best effort, and we feel that we can compete. And it's just one of those things that, it was a dream for us, and now we paid our dues and we're ready to go on.
Well, you just enjoyed yourself, Junior.
Thank
Congratulations from everybody at ESPN.
It's a pleasure.
I know it is. We'll go now to Jimmy Roberts, who is with another junior, Mark Spindler, who is our bubble man. Jimmy.
Spindler, he's George, he's Mark's father, and we are now joined by Mark Spindler, his son, and he told me earlier that it was his personal goal to be number 1 or at least to be in the first round of the NFL draft. 9 picks left. Tell me where your thoughts are right now.
I'm just sitting back and trying to relax it. Basically, there's nothing much I can do. They're either going to pick me or they're not. I'll make somebody happy sooner or later, and whenever the time comes, I can be happy, my friends, my family will be happy, and then we'll just go and take care of business. But right now, I'm just going to try to sit back, and just relax.
What about the prospect of playing in Pittsburgh? They're coming up. You played your college ball there. You grew up 4.5 hours from Pittsburgh. Would that be something of a thrill for you?
Oh, sure. I wouldn't mind playing for Pittsburgh at all. They have a great organization. I played for 2 of the coaches, John Fox and Coach Valencetti. Joe Green's a great coach, and, I'd love to play for them. I wouldn't have any problem at all.
All right, 9 picks left in the first round. Let's take it back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Jimmy, as you are in Scranton, Pennsylvania, Harry Chapin with the song 30,000 Pounds of Bananas. About Scranton. There may be a trade with Pittsburgh and Dallas. Let's see.
Pittsburgh has been on the clock, but Pittsburgh has traded this choice to Dallas in return for 2 picks in this draft which Dallas holds. Specifically, Dallas gives to Pittsburgh Minnesota's pick in the first round of this draft, which is the 21st pick, which Dallas has held. And also, Dallas gives Pittsburgh San Francisco's choice in the 3rd round, the 28th pick in the 3rd round of this draft. Those 2 picks go to Pittsburgh, and Dallas is now on the board.
All right. So the Dallas Cowboys jumping up, and this could be the back. Now, they did get Terrence Flagler in the trade a few days ago with the San Francisco 49ers. And so in a move that cost them the last pick in the 3rd round, they leapfrog from 21 to 17 to get the player they want. And now maybe, guys, maybe they go with the burner at wide receiver. Could that be? They have their choice of wide receivers.
I don't think so. I think they've got their wide receivers. Both of them hurt last year. I think he's comfortable at wide receiver. Right now, I would say there's a strong possibility. Maybe Dexter Carter, maybe the little back, maybe the guy to come out of the backfield to help Troy Aikman.
This high? Well, we'll know in a minute. I mean, with all the other backs there, that would be a bit of a surprise. I'm sure, Mel, you'd agree. Here it is. So the Cowboys obviously made the trade, and they aren't going to sleep on it. They know exactly what they're going to do. So will you.
Under the trade that I just described, Dallas selects Emmitt Smith, running back from Florida.
So the running back of their choice next to Blair
two
Thomas.
Choices are Green Bay.
Emmitt
the first
Smith.
One from Cleveland, and then Green Bay's home choice.
The Cowboys should be prepared to dig in for a while, because Emmitt's agent, Richard Howell, represented Lawyer Tillman last year, and he really never came over to the Browns until about a third of the regular season was in. So Dallas is obviously prepared to dig in and get just a marvelous back from Escambia, Florida, Emmitt Smith, a true junior, consensus first-team All-American, averages 145 yards rushing a game, led the team in receiving last year as well with 21 catches, a guy who averages 5.6 yards a carry for his career, 36 touchdowns, and Emmitt Smith, if I'm not mistaken, Mel, what, 8,800 yards rushing in high school?
I'll tell you what, a great career. He was highly regarded.
That's obscene.
Unbelievable. And of course, you're talking about a guy that worked against Jimmy Johnson when he was at Florida.
Right.
Jimmy coached at Miami, so he's well aware of what Emmitt Smith can do. What was a very weak position going into the draft, really going into April for Jimmy Johnson and the Cowboys. Now you have Flagler to go with Darryl Johnston. You throw Emmitt Smith in with Keith Jones, a Plan B free agent. They also signed Tommy Agee as a Plan B free agent. So obviously they had that ground game now to go along with Troy Aikman, Martin and Irvin coming off of injuries, an offensive line that at least was competent late in the year. So offensively, Johnson may be starting to put the pieces of the puzzle together.
The one thing, now understand that when we're talking about these running backs, these are all the first round caliber guys we're talking about. So when we say the one thing that he's not great at, take it with a grain of salt. We're not talking about a free agent. But compared to the other backs, maybe he doesn't have the total breakaway speed that some of the others do, but obviously Dallas will go with it.
Makes up for it really, Chris, with quickness, elusiveness, and he has that tackle breaking ability that you look for. So you're talking about a guy that is an all-purpose type player, great receiver, and of course Johnson likes to utilize his backs in that way. And of course with Flagler and with Jones, he now has the depth. So I think it's a good move. I had Emmitt Smith possibly going to Tampa Bay with the 4th pick back in March. I figured that Emmitt Smith was still a top 10 caliber player. I think the agent situation pushed him out of the top 10 and down to where the Cowboys figured they had to trade up to get him.
Now, one little note, Joe, as you talk about Emmitt Smith, Jimmy Johnson, he was on board for about a month, and they still say that they want, Steve Walsh, and we heard him a little bit earlier with Chris Myers. Yeah, whether that was a great move or not, time will tell. But every other move that they've made, Jimmy's proven himself to be pretty shrewd. Making a good trade with Herschel, getting all those picks. I think they have a good feel for what they're doing. I think Jimmy's learned his trade pretty quickly here in the pros.
I really think he has. I mean, for me, he's my early pick for executive of the year. I think he's made some good moves. He's got a ton of draft choices. I mean, we could probably see them wheeling and dealing throughout this entire day. They could be the most active team in this draft. He's the type of a guy who's going to pick and choose his needs. Obviously, he needs help everywhere, so that's not going to be a problem. He starts with running back. Give Troy Aikman a little bit of help. Gets his receivers healthy. Wouldn't be surprised if they swing back over to the defensive side right now. I like what Jimmy Johnson's doing. I think he's making some smart moves. He's moving up where he feels like he can get the people he wants, trading away a position here, but he's got, like I say, enough draft choices just from Minnesota alone to be able to make some good moves.
And that helped to make a move there, although specifically it was the Niners' choice that they got that they had to trade away in order to move up here, involved in the Flagler deal. But let's go out now to Dallas with Jimmy Johnson's boss. Well, not this guy, that's Chris Myers, but he's with Jerry Jones.
I'm not in charge of anything yet, Chris. Actually, Jimmy Johnson just made his 15th trade, a franchise record with the Cowboys. Joe Theismann talking about the Minnesota Viking deal in the Dallas newspapers here over the weekend. Mike Lynn, the general manager of the Vikings, are quoted as saying in regard to the Herschel Walker trade and the draft picks that he wouldn't call it a bad trade, but he did say that he gave up too much for Herschel Walker. So some of those picks helped Jimmy make some other moves, and Jerry Jones is with us, the owner of the Cowboys. The deal for Emmitt Smith, the Cowboys trying to trade up most of the day. You were back there in the war room. What was the importance of getting Emmitt Smith? Was that the guy you were trying to trade up for most of the day, or was there a defensive player you wanted first?
Well, Chris, let me first answer that Mike Lynn's being modest when he says that. He made a fine trade, and we were able to take one of Minnesota's picks and get Emmitt. It's a tribute to the depth of the draft. For Emmitt Smith to be there at this time was a real thrill for us. We wanted to improve our position at running back, and he's a great back.
His agent held his client out last year that was early. Is this a concern? Is this something you looked into when drafting a player like Emmett?
Well, of course, we are very familiar with all the representatives of the players that have them at this time. That is a consideration. We do want reasonableness involved when we're dealing with a player, but Emmett speaks for himself. His performance on the field, consensus All-American as a junior, it's great that he's a Cowboy.
One other quick thought here. What about the defensive player? I mean, Jimmy has said, hey, we need guys up front, and there were some guys early if you could have traded up. Was there someone you wanted that went in a hurry there?
Well, of course, there were several up there that the Cowboys would have loved to have had on our team, but and we were sensitive to that. We did look and maybe look at making some moves, but now that Emmett was there, and we kept looking and kept saying, boy, is this guy going to still be here? And so we're real thrilled to be where we are with this pick.
All right, thank you very much, Jerry. So the Cowboys get running back Emmett Smith. You figure they'll go for defense with their next selection. I'm Chris Myers in Big D. Let's go to Chris Berman in the Big Apple.
All right, Chris, thank you. See, we just gave you a raise here. Now you're the boss. As you stay on this show long enough, all sorts of good things can happen to you. Right, Joe? We'll be back to the NFL selection meeting, the 55th version in New York in just a moment.
Are these the international rules?
For a word he knows.
He's going for a two-syllable word. Ladies and gentlemen, Europe.
426.
It's a continent.
Just stick with one-syllable words. He's fine.
Hold your hand right there. Okay, Mumbly Peg. Mumbly Peg with darts.
Levi's 100% cotton Dockers. If they're not Dockers, they're just pants.
You guys have any food?
Dun, dun,
Killer shark.
dun, dun.
I think you should go back
Do you
to
think
the
the wave needs words?
There's a kind of meditation that a stuntman goes through. Every little bit of experience comes like a voice from the past to help you. I mean, it's got to be perfect. As perfect as I can make it. Every nut and bolt of the vehicle is either an ally or an enemy.
We got our work cut out for us, Jess.
We got a shot to the middle of the green. We can make par.
What do we got for yardage?
187 to the hole.
What do you think?
Uphill, 3-iron.
Kind of fired up. I'm going to take a 4 right over that tree and make a birdie, huh?
You got that shot.
This ESPN NFL special, the 1990 Draft, is brought to you by Visa. It's everywhere you want to be. By Mercedes-Benz, engineered like no other car in the world. And by HBO, the best in movies, comedy, and boxing. HBO, simply the best.
Welcome back to New York City. We're live at the Marriott Marquis Hotel, site of the NFL Draft. We're waiting on Green Bay selection. They are on the clock. The Packers have back-to-back picks, the 18th and 19th selection. A trade just moments ago between Dallas and Pittsburgh. Dallas coming in with the 17th selection, and on with that choice, they select running back Emmitt Smith, a junior out of Florida. In exchange, Pittsburgh will receive the 21st selection, originally Minnesota's pick, and also the 28th selection in round 3. Green Bay, as we say, they are up next. They are on the clock. Andrea Kramer is live in Green Bay with more. Andrea.
And thank you, Robin. Well, in the gallery, or the Packers version of the gallery, they're still yelling defense, defense, but whether or not they actually get the pass rusher that they coveted, it doesn't look like that is going to be possible. One name to keep in mind, Tony Bennett, the linebacker out of Mississippi. The Packers would still love to have a linebacker to ease the pressure on Tim Harris. The defensive backfield, the whole defense is old, but particularly in the defensive backfield, keep in mind the safety from Georgia, Ben Smith. He is a distinct possibility. On offense, you got to look at the wide receiver position. Sterling Sharp, Pro Bowler, tremendous receiver. But after that, it drops off a little bit. And it could be Reggie Rembert, the wide receiver out of West Virginia, a possibility. At the running back, the same thing. You have a great player, Brent Fullwood, Pro Bowler, but he really gained only 800 yards, so you got to look at Rodney Hampton. Last but not least, the center position. Blair Bush, Plan B acquisition from last year, did very well, but he said, I'm not retired, but I can't be a full-time player this year. I can't play 1,100 snaps. So maybe Bern Brostick, the center from Washington. A lot of things up in the air, but with the two selections, they're going to take their time. Let's go back to Robin Roberts in New York.
Thank you, Andrea. The Packers have just under 4 minutes to go, and we will be back with more as we go to break. We'll go back a little bit. A draft memory. Detroit remembers well, and Chris Spillman. We'll be back with more.
Bad ones, as a matter of fact. No, about a week before the draft, I flew down to Houston, and they said, we're going to take you in the first round. We're going to take you in the first round. And Houston came up, and they made a smart move in taking another running back when they already had 100 running backs down there. So that kind of a little disappointed me. And where I went, I was the 29th pick overall, which is the first pick in the second round, which cost me, $300,000 or $400,000. So, but that's over with. I'm happy to be in Detroit. I love it up there. I love the system, and I love the coach we're playing for. And it's a good situation, and we're going to be winners.
Must be dealing days. Financing rebates, the industry's quality standard. Must be a Lennox.
The key to a comfortable home life is your heating and cooling system. And no one knows more about home comfort than T.R. Bulger.
Call us today for quality products and service.
Call us and see what a difference quality can make.
Attaboy, Dave.
Good day, sunshine. On a scale of 10, this day is a 12. Temperatures are mild, hardly a cloud in the sky, balmy breezes, a perfect day to head for the lake. They've just finished resurfacing the City Tennis Center, and the big golf tournament starts today. Yes, sir, if you don't enjoy this day, it's your own fault.
Hello, Neutralon. May I help you?
ESPN is your ringside seat for the IBF Intercontinental Junior Welterweight Championships. Harold Brazier battles Mickey Ward when Budweiser presents Top Rank Boxing. Thursday night at 9 Eastern, live on ESPN.
Back in New York, the pack, back-to-back pack we have in the opening round as the Packers select next with the 18th pick. About minute 40 to go on that selection. They pick next with the 19th selection. So one, you go need. The other, and you reach a little bit. The other, you go best athlete available. Now, need, defensive line. How about Jeff All? Might be a little bit of a reach. That's a guess of mine. Maybe a defensive tackle where they need some help, Mel.
If I'm Tom Bratz right now and Lindy Infante, the guys I'm looking at, talking about defensive linemen, I like Mark Spindler at this point. He's a football player. Forget the workouts. I would take Mark Spindler. Then I would look at either outside linebacker Darian Connor or cornerback Ben Smith. I'd have a debate over those two, but Spindler and then either Connor or Ben Smith would be my picks. Green Bay can do what they want. That was what I would say. So we'll see.
That's very nice of you, Mel.
I think they might, too.
Downright instant. But what about a running back? Isn't that the best value here? I mean, you got Rodney Hampton sitting here. You got Harold Green.
You need some compliments to Tim Harrison. I think if you look at Green Bay's team, you have Mikowski, you have Sharp. You can get that there's running back depth. Spindler's a great football player. Like I said, throw the workouts out. They need a linebacker. Anderson retired. They need somebody opposite Harris. I like Darian Connor as a first-round pick and a blue chipper. He's been running 4.58 at 250 pounds. What more can you ask? Best coverage linebacker to come out in years. You go to defensive back. Ben Smith can play corner, safety. Dave Brown's how old?
He's old.
Okay.
He's the oldest starting quarterback in pro football. I've been saying that for...
Look at cornerback Ben Smith is value. I think those three players are value at this point. If I'm Green Bay, I bypass offense, go defense. Now they'll probably go both offense.
You know,
but
you know what's interesting? It took 2.5 hours, but we wound you up pretty good there. Mel will let the Packers make their selection in 7 seconds. And he's so nice, he's going to let him make another one in about 15 more minutes.
And they're probably going to make 2 in the next 15 minutes because they're not going to make one right now. That one's gone. I agree with you. The thing that you have to talk about, the thing you really have to talk about here. Thanks, Tommy.
Sorry, Joe.
The thing you have to really look at is the term economics. They spent a fortune on Mandrich. They're going to spend 2 fortunes signing McCaskey. He's not in the bank yet, so he's going to get to their bank. He's not in his own pocket. So now you take a defensive lineman and a linebacker. Combined, they're not worth as much as maybe a running back in that particular pick. So the real term here is not only need, but economics. And I think we're going to start to see that as the draft starts to move on down. Economics is going to play a part.
Well, if they don't go from a view of economics, when you talk to Green Bay, they talk as if, you know, we want the defensive lineman to go inside, to go with Timmy Harris to take a little pressure off of him. And the other thing would be the best athlete. And I think the best athlete left out there at the running back is Hampton.
The Packers, they didn't have to make their first choice yet because they have the next one, so they can make them both back and piggyback. So dig in with the Pack. We'll be back. Mark Spindler wonders, is that his team?
In today's higher revving and hotter running engines, wear is a greater problem than ever before. Oil breakdown can shorten the life of vital engine parts. That's why there's Castrol. Castrol provides maximum protection against viscosity and thermal breakdown. So use Castrol, because driving today can be a grind. Castrol, engineered for today's smaller cars.
The real test of a power mower is starting it easily on the first pull. That's why Sears is putting 100 Craftsman Eager One mowers on the line. Look at that. 99 first pull starts out of 100. No wonder there are more Craftsmen on the job than any other brand.
And now through Saturday during Sears Show and Sale, this 3.5 horsepower Craftsman lawnmower is only $199. So don't miss it.
Back in New York, the Green Bay Packers have 2 first-round selections coming up. Will they make a trade? Now, last year, Cleveland dealt with Green Bay to get up and get Lawyer, right? Lawyer Tillman. That's why they have this extra pick right now. That belongs to the Cleveland Browns. Will lightning strike twice in the same place? Because the running backs are certainly there for the Cleveland Browns. That's just one idea. We had a feeling we'd come to a screeching halt here when we reached the Packers because teams are probably calling them and see not only Cleveland will be on the phone. Mel, defensive line. Let's go to what you have on your charts. You talked about that being an area of need. Let's go one by one here.
Well, when you're looking at defensive linemen right now, you have to look at Mark Spindler. And I think that right now he's a value-type pick. You're talking about Joel Smengi, Oliver Barnett are players right now. I moved Spindler back up. He had a problem with a pulled quad muscle. He had that knee injury. I tend to downgrade that a little bit and feel like when training camp rolls around, he will be ready. He's a football player, not a workout guy. Smengi has had trouble getting up to 260 and maintaining it. Barnett slid down a little bit, doesn't have the production that Spindler had. So I have elevated Mark Spindler up to this point. I think that all along he would have been considered a top 5 to 10 pick had it not been for the injuries, the knee and then the pulled quad, which kept him out of workout. So I think right now you're looking at these are defensive tackles. Mark Spindler is my #1 defensive lineman right now. He fills a void for the Packers who need defensive line help in the worst way.
Yeah, the Packers, Mel, the Packers 19th defensively against the rush last year. The opponents averaging 4.4 yards a carry. Last time they went defense in the first round was 84. Alfonso Carricker. Last time they went linebacker, in case you want to know, is George Cumbie, 1980. But we're not talking backer here.
The interesting thing here, is Mark Spindler. I had a tendency back when Chris Spielman, we heard from Chris a little while ago, to downgrade guys who didn't work out. You overreact to workouts. It's 3 months after the season. Well, Chris, he says he pictures me in the helmet of every back that he hits. So I'm not one of his favorites because I downgraded him because of those workouts. I'm not about to make the same mistake with Mark Spindler. That can happen, but I'm not going to let it happen. I think that Mark Spindler will be a Pro Bowl defensive tackle, and you guys will be seeing him in Hawaii early in his pro career. He's that good. He just makes plays. I mean, forget the workouts. The kid makes plays. He creates.
Anybody that wants to go along to Hawaii with us is welcome, by the way.
That's right. You bring up an interesting point. A lot of people place a ton of emphasis on the Indianapolis workouts. This one workout where a guy gets to bench press 225 pounds as many times as he can, gets to do his agility drills just to run his 40-yard dash, and all of a sudden they move up and down in the draft. Can that discount a guy's junior and sophomore and senior year in college? I mean, you get to see him perform as a football player. Out here, you get to see him perform in little agility drills. Is that how you base it when you make your evaluation?
It shouldn't, Joe, but it does. And I think the problem when you look at it is too much time between the end of the regular season and the draft. Mark Spindler, it's tough for a 20, 21, 22-year-old kid to realize how important a workout is. They're in the world of a player. What I do during the season is important. The workouts aren't. And because of that, a guy like Spindler, Spielman don't tend to take him as seriously as maybe they should. Should you downgrade? I say no. NFL clubs tend to disagree. I think when you line Mark Spindler up, he will be a dominant Pro Bowl player. Right now, teams are reluctant because he didn't work out, because of the injuries, which weren't that serious. But I think it's a mistake. I think he is a super steal at this point for anybody. I don't care who gets him. Mark Spindler's a tremendous pick.
I agree, Mel. And the other thing is when you talk about combine workouts, I think that there's a problem with consensus thinking that goes on among scouts. If they see a guy who doesn't necessarily do the number of reps with 225 pounds that they thought he could, or he doesn't run the 40 in quite the time that they think he ought to because of a slow track or whatever else is happening on that particular day for that player. Some of the players come, they have the flu or whatever they're feeling. I think that line begins to be thrown around amongst a lot of scouts, and it causes a player's value to drop.
I'll tell you, Tom, the players I talk to, they're amazed when I mention, well, you're dropping down. Their reaction is, how can I drop down when I haven't played football for 3 months? I haven't done anything. I was an All-American, had a good season, good career. How can I be dropping? They just don't realize. They're not in the world of the analysts, the scouts, the GMs, and the coaches. They're worrying so much on these workouts without pads. So.
All right, well, I tell you what you've done in this last 3 or 4 minutes. You've earned yourself a free beer at Spindler's Lounge in Scranton, Pennsylvania. There's no question about that. The Packers have back-to-back first-round selections coming up. We'll be back in a moment.
Gotta love a place where you get a lot of space for not a lot of money and the breakfast is free.
At Hampton Inn, you got our guarantee.
Spend a lot of nights, you gotta feel right. In the morning, it's a place to be.
At Hampton Inn, you got our guarantee.
A comfortable room, free local calls, free continental breakfast, and our guarantee you'll be completely satisfied or you don't pay. You gotta love us.
At Hampton Inn, you got our guarantee.
In Asheville, North Carolina, a mountain vacation comes with all the comforts of home, including lots of running water. Asheville, North Carolina. It will lift your spirit.
When I played football, I crunched quarterbacks. But now I crunch these, JB's Pigskins. The new pork rind.
Still going. Nothing outlasts the Energizer. They keep going and going.
Back at the NFL draft, it's back-to-back pack in the first round.
And Green Bay's two picks. Green Bay selects Tony Bennett, linebacker from Mississippi, with its choice from Cleveland. And Green Bay selects Darrell Thompson, running back from Minnesota.
Had a feeling we'd go defense in the back.
Atlanta is now on the clock with the choice obtained from Washington.
So Tony Bennett, who left his heart in Mississippi, linebacker, 6'1½", 235, from Alligator, Mississippi. 77 tackles, 53 solos. Last year, bench presses 425, and he's a kid that moved up late, isn't he, Mel?
Played both up and down, Chris. You can see him here, making the tackle. He played a lot of down defensive end. You see him here, coming out of the three-point stance, pursuing, making the play there, causing the fumble. That's what he did, created your first-round area, early second. You can't argue with the pick. I just think there's a better linebacker out there in Darian Conner. And I think Darian Conner is going to be a steal for somebody at this point in the draft. Thompson, good back value type choice. Here's a guy, Chris, we talked about maybe #1 in the draft. 2 years ago at this point. You know, a big kid, can really motor in the open field. Of course, now you put him in there with Fullwood and Woodside, and now Infante has the kind of weapons that he needs. The disadvantage here is Thompson isn't the receiver that Hampton, Broussard, and Carter are, and that's the disadvantage of Darrell Thompson with Infante's style of offense.
Well, he's certainly a guy very familiar to Packers fans, Big Ten fans, Minnesota right up the pike. And you don't think he has some durability? 911 carries in college for 4,518 yards, 5.0 average, 40 touchdowns, can catch the ball. He's a big kid, and that means Atlanta, just like Buffalo, they couldn't believe that Williams is there. They've got Harold Green or Broussard sitting there for him. They want to take a running back with, oddly enough, the pick they got for Gerald Riggs. So it would be a replacement exactly with a running back choice. But, you know, Darrell Thompson, when the draft began, well, not when the draft began, when the college season began back in September, there are many guys that thought that maybe he would be the #1 overall pick. Now, to slip and still get in the first round, so I don't want to use the word slip. Why did he go down just a little bit, Mel?
Well, back when we were projecting, Chris, we didn't expect all these juniors to be involved. You're talking about the start of the season, maybe even in October. All these juniors come in, makes it a stronger draft, allows players like Thompson to slide on through. A lot of these clubs weren't looking necessarily for running backs. Blair Thomas came back from the knee injury. Emmett Smith came out early. Then we had Hampton come into the picture, which kind of muddled the whole running back picture. It became much deeper. And Thompson had some nicks this year at Minnesota, caused some teams to downgrade him to the point where, at this point, he's obviously a value type pick. Dallas loved Darrell Thompson. They made the move for Smith, who they had rated higher, didn't expect to be there. So he went about where he should have. I'm just a little surprised that Infante went away from a Dexter Carter, a Broussard, or a Hampton that is a better receiver coming out of the backfield than Darrell Thompson.
I think that might be the one surprise. Darrell is okay catching the ball, but not a great receiver. And the Packers system is one in which you certainly are going to catch the football. But, I mean, he's a horse, and he's a great kid, and the Packers have themselves Bennett and Thompson. We'll be back with Atlanta in a moment.
We go above and beyond just like you, above and beyond what we have to do.
I'm a Prudential representative, and I help people review their life insurance needs because I know how much the right life insurance means to me and my family.
You take pride in your life, so do we. Going above and beyond is our policy. The Rock, the Prudential, above and beyond.
I told Greg he was crazy to start his own business. He won't have our resources, he won't have our computers.
Morning, Greg.
Morning, Annie.
Hey, you been busy?
Sure, it's a lot of space for one guy. He says he's planning to grow.
This story's bothering you, pal?
No problem, thanks. He won't have our graphics department, he won't have our...
He won't have our bureaucracy.
I heard Greg Clancy went independent.
I wish I had his guts.
I'm having lots of fun. Ain't no hide gun. I'm the boss man.
This proposal is impressive.
Who are these guys, anyway?
Greg's a creative guy. Clancy's just a bean counter.
I'm the CEO.
Macintosh has the power to make you independent. The power to be your best.
How come you got so much space?
I'm an optimist.
Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Wish I may, wish I might, have the wish I wish tonight.
The Starlight Foundation grants hundreds of wishes to seriously ill children. And now you can help Michelob make more wishes come true. Just look for this display.
Have the wish I wish tonight.
All right, back in New York, the Packers have just picked Tony Bennett and Darrell Thompson, linebacker and running back. The next selection belongs to the Atlanta Falcons, the 20th overall pick. Got to think it's a running back. Let's go down to Sewanee, Georgia with Pete Axtell.
Chris, I'm proud to announce the award of the first annual Draft Day Jim Irsay Charitable Giving Trophy to Tom Bratz in Green Bay. The Falcons are delighted Green Bay did not take one of the players they wanted with the last two picks. The players they're going, if they go offense, it is a running back. I think it Harold Green, although just 10 seconds ago, somebody from the scouting staff came in and said they're still thinking about Broussard. If they go defense, they'll take Darian Connor. And that would be very interesting, an interesting challenge to Jerry Glanville to get another linebacker of that stature. And, you know, Andre Bruce may do wonders if he sees that some linebackers actually tackle somebody. Now, speaking of tackles, let's go to Spindler's Lounge with Jimmy Roberts.
All right, well, the first things first, I want to say that Mark Spindler has officially accepted Mel Kiper's invitation to the Pro Bowl. He just wants to know where he can go to pick up his tickets to Hawaii. Mark, one point that's been raised here is the value of a workout. You injured your quadricep at the combine. You weren't able to run. Do you think that's why you dropped, if you have in fact dropped?
Well, I think that has something to do with it, but I wasn't able to work out down in Indy because I had a pulled quad, and you know, I didn't want to risk damaging my quad and risk running slow or you know, my drills on the field. So what I did was waited a week and a half after that, and I worked out for I think about 12 teams, and you know, and I thought I had a great workout. And if they didn't feel that my workout was good enough to be a first-round draft choice, then I couldn't have done any better than that. You know, I laid it on the line that day, and you know, I worked out for about an hour, and you know, and I did my best, and you know, there's still a few picks left, and I'm still confident, and you know, I'm just gonna sit around and wait for the phone there. Hopefully, I'll get a call soon.
All right, two teams left still in the first round that are actually within shouting distance of here. The Giants and the Eagles, both about 2 hours drive from your hometown. I'm sure you wouldn't mind playing there.
Oh, sure, I'd love to play for anybody. You know, it's Eagles, Giants, you know, whoever. You know, I just want the opportunity to get to the next level and play and do what I do best, is play football.
All right, we'll be back to Spindler's Lounge a little bit later. Right now, let's go back to New York City and Chris Berman.
All right, Jimmy, thank you. We'll keep our eye on Mark Spindler and see where he goes. Keep the brew cold for Mel. He'll be by in a short while. And we'll be back here in New York as the Atlanta Falcons own the next selection.
Hello, this is Dennis Hirsch from Hirsch Ford Lincoln Mercury. We're having a sale on Rangers and Bronco 2s. Through a special purchase of limited run trucks, we can offer you the best truck bargains I've seen in years. During this sale, you can buy a new 1990 Ranger XLT loaded with equipment including air conditioning for under $9,000, or a new Bronco 2 XLT with air conditioning, power windows and locks, and loads of extra equipment for under $14,000. That's a savings of about $5,000. We cannot duplicate these trucks at these prices. Another way to buy the best for less from Hirsch Ford Lincoln Mercury.
Today, you want to eat light. You want to eat smoked sausage.
Introducing new Eckrich Light Smoked Sausage with 25% less fat and calories than other leading brands. New Eckrich Light, the taste you can sink your teeth into.
What about hot dogs?
Introducing new Eckrich Light Franks with 25% less fat than other leading brands. New Eckrich Light, the taste you can sink your teeth into.
Eckrich Light at Al's Hometown Supermarkets, Michigan City and LaPorte.
You're saying that's not the helmet of the Atlanta Falcons? Yes, it is. Jerry Glanville is coach. It only kind of happened that way. They were going to go this route anyway. But the black helmets, black jerseys, that's the new look of the Atlanta Falcons as they head into the 90s in the Jerry Glanville era. And the Atlanta Falcons now with a draft pick that they got from Washington when they sent Gerald Riggs up there last year, are going to go running back. They're really kind of surprised that Harold Green, the big kid, 225 pounds from South Carolina, is still there. They looking at Steve Broussard, and of course, they have a guy who played college ball at Georgia, Rodney Hampton, which I don't think will be their selection. They need a bigger kid, but to go along with John Settle. But this is a team that they get Chris Hinton in their offensive line. They've tried to patch up a little bit with Plan B and Ronnie Lee and Ben Utt. That's a great football name, and Mike Reuther. So they've tried to improve their offensive line, and I would think it's got to be running back. And Harold Green seems to be the most intriguing guy there because he's big and he has great hands, Joe.
See, the thing about Jerry Glanville is his main purpose in going down to Atlanta. The one thing he said he wanted to do with his football team is he wanted to create an identity for his football team. He is going to be able to do that on defense. Just by being Jerry Glanville, he's going to create the identity that he wants, the tenacity, the black hats, the black jerseys to go with his black shirt, black pants, and silver buckle. That's going to be Jerry. Offensively, he's got to get some people who can put some points on the board. And I think this is where the moves are coming along. I agree. Right now, with John Settle having the kind of years that he's having, he needs that added running back. And I wouldn't be surprised if it would be Green.
Because now he's got the two receivers with Ryson and Sean Collins.
Right.
And he got a quarterback that can throw. And he's trying to upgrade his offense, and he has that early pick in the second round coming up too. Z, where do you think he's going?
It's all very logical. I have a sneaking suspicion that he just might feel that he's helped this offense enough, and there's an explosive linebacker called Ron Cox from Fresno State. That's a consideration.
Atlanta, were they in another division? Could they really be thinking about making a pretty good leap next year? I mean, the NFC West is the toughest, but were they somewhere else? Could this be a team that would improve by 6-7 games?
I'd say 2 years. I don't think they're 1 year away. I think they're 2 drafts away, not 1.
In that division where they are?
In any division.
In any division.
Yeah.
I'm
not sold on that organization, to tell you the truth. I believe that organizations win it, and so far that organization has never showed me anything that you need to be a winner in the NFL.
Well, Herrock doing the drafts has been a marked improvement. Pittsburgh, they go next. You got a thought on them?
Yeah, I think Pittsburgh, the wide receivers are untapped. We haven't even talked about them. Everybody thought of Spindler for Pittsburgh. I get the feeling they're going to go wide receiver. And when I talked to them, I asked them to line up their preferences for me, and they like Greg McMurtry from Michigan, number 1, Reggie Rembert, number 2, and Alex Wright, number 3.
And that would give them a guy opposite Lips, who I guess has been their last first-round wide receiver choice. The last wide receiver they chose before Lips in the first round, a guy named Lynn Swann. He was okay. Let's go up to Robin Roberts.
Thanks, Chris. About 3 minutes to go until the Falcons make their selection. It would have been their second choice of this draft, and said it's the first because they traded away their first selection. Everybody was very happy on the Falcons organization, getting Pro Bowl tackle Chris Hinton, wide receiver Andre Rison. But could it backfire that they didn't take Keith McCants, a player that they said several weeks ago they would take?
Well, Robin, everybody is talking about what a great deal Atlanta made with George and all this. I could see a couple of ways this thing backfiring. First of all, if Jeff George turns out to be a great quarterback, Atlanta's going to look very bad. But there's another way that Atlanta could look very bad, and that is if Keith McCants turns out to be the next Lawrence Taylor, as some people think he could be. This is going to be a dreadful trade for Atlanta because Chris Hinton will be around for a couple of years, and Andre Rison will be a nice wide receiver. But once those guys have sort of reached their peak, if McCants is great, and especially if Jeff George is great, all this talk about what a wonderful thing that the Atlanta Falcons did today is going to look very, very bad in the future.
All right, Fred. Well, time is running. They're now under 2 minutes, but here we do have a pick. We go to the podium now, and Commissioner Paul Tagliabue with the Falcon selection. They have the 20th selection in this draft, and he has the card. Well, he's about to get the card and make the announcement. Falcons' first choice.
Atlanta, exercising its choice obtained from Washington, selects Steve Broussard, running back, Washington State.
Steve Broussard.
Pittsburgh is now on the clock on a choice, Dallas from Minnesota.
I sound like the commissioner, don't I? Pittsburgh is next. So Steve Broussard, the player that Kenny Herrock thought he would hope to get there, then Harold Green was available, and that's why I think they took all this time, but he kind of fell in love with Broussard, and he's going to stick with him. A young man from Los Angeles, California, second behind Reuben Mays on the all-time Washington State running list, 41 career touchdowns, first team Pac-10, caught 39 passes, 5'7", 210, a very interesting player, Mel.
Low slung runner, tremendously effective in the short yard situations and out of the backfield here against BYU in that shootout back at the start of the season. Caught the ball for a touchdown coming out of the backfield. They'll line him up as a wide receiver in a lot of situations. He's that good coming out of the backfield.
To back you up, in his years there, 119 catches out of the backfield as a receiver.
Only thing that might have pushed him down, you say, well, if this guy's so good with his 4.45 speed, why did he last this long to Atlanta? A lot of teams were concerned with the injury factor. He had injuries to both shoulders during his career at Washington State that may have allowed him to get down to Jerry. Last time I talked to Jerry, he said, you know what I want, a home run hitter. He liked Carter, he liked Broussard. He had a chance to get either one of them.
All right, running backs, kind of a surprise, Mel, that Harold Green, kind of shaky thus far that he has yet to get picked, huh?
Well, you look at Harold Green and Rodney Hampton, two fine backs and outstanding receivers, along with Dexter Carter still there. I think, if you're a team like, say, the New York Giants picking at the end of the first round, you have to be very happy that the backs are sliding towards you. Philadelphia, Buddy Ryan has to be happy that both cornerbacks, Ben Smith and Tony Stargell, still on the board at this point. Here's Pittsburgh, traded down, picked up a third. Great move for them. Dallas got Smith, but Pittsburgh picked up a third and also ends up with any wide receiver they want. Spindler or Fox on the defensive line, which is what they needed. Size on the defensive line or a receiver to complement Lips and Hill. So Pittsburgh, this is a team that should be commended. They've drafted well lately, and they did a good job today.
So after a day which began with defense being the order of business, 3 of the last 4 selections have been running backs. Pittsburgh, the Eagles, the Rams, the Giants, and the Niners. Then we'll be done with the first round. Come on back.
Now, well, so how many cars does Mercedes test crash every year?
Oh, I say about 100.
Really, that many?
Yeah, well, you can never learn enough. Ever since we had it patented, we have been improving this concept of the energy-absorbing car body.
Obviously, it's all about absorbing energy. Now, wait a minute. You said you had it patented?
Yes, in 1951.
But other companies use the concept.
Yes, many.
Well, you just said you...
We have never enforced the patent.
Really? So Mercedes just really gave away this advance in car technology for free?
There are some things in life that are too important not to share.
Nice play. They get one, and they get the double play.
All season long, if it happens in baseball, you'll see it on Baseball Tonight, every night on ESPN.
Back at the draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers have made their choice, and Z, and I think everybody here thinks it's going to be wide receiver. You told me you told us the order that they thought they had. Let's find out.
Pittsburgh Steelers exercising Minnesota's choice obtained through Dallas. Select Eric Green, tight end from Liberty.
Told you it'd be a tight end.
Well, now this is a bit of a surprise. Eric Green, tight end from Liberty.
Eagles are now on the
That's Jerry Falwell School. Sam Rutigliano's head coach. Eric Green, 6'4", 268. The tight end has never really been involved at all in a Pittsburgh Steeler offense, except for outstanding blocking.
I'll tell you.
Eric Green, this is a bit of a surprise.
I'll tell you, I applaud the pick. I think it's a great move. This kid's a 270-pounder, can really rumble in the open field, as you see here. Just drags people for additional yardage. Collect the ball extremely well. 6'4", 270 pounds. Look at the hands. Extends his long arms to drag in the pass. Goes deep on this particular play. Can beat the corner to the post. Just has that pass receiving skills that you very rarely see. This is a wide receiver type move from a 6'4", 270 pounder. Where do you get that? The Steelers, when have they had a tight end? Going back to the Benny Cunningham, Randy Grossman days. Malarkey adequate last year. I guess they felt like, hey, we have Derek Hill we like. Now we throw in Green, give Brister another weapon. We can get back to the way we were with Grossman and with Cunningham. I think Eric Green, in the top 40, if we can ever pull that up, I think I had him 17, 20 in that area.
Does he block well enough?
It's a good blocker. He just lacked the intensity, but that's the low level of competition. And you get this kid challenged, he can block. You saw what he can do as a receiver. 270 pounds. I think it's a fine choice. I think Noel did his homework here and came up with a player nobody really talked about yet. But really, we should have been talking about a guy like this in that 17 to 20 range.
The other thing you have to take into consideration who the new offensive coordinator is for the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's Joe Walton. Joe Walton likes to gear his offense to his backs and to his tight ends. Bubby Brister will become a controlled passing type of quarterback. One of the main cogs in that passing offense is the tight end. So you're absolutely right, Mel. It fits in not only with their needs, but what I think they're going to try to do offensively.
And like you said, just number one tight end on the board. If Walton said, hey, get me a tight end, they were able to get the number one guy available.
And not very often does a tight end go these days in the first round. You had Keith Jackson a couple of years ago, Bernstein a couple of years ago before that with San Diego, but he's head and shoulders just about above anybody else at that position, as Webb was at offensive tackle, as a lot of people thought Cortez Kennedy was at defensive tackle. Z, we kind of get receiver. We missed a little bit. We thought it would be wide receiver. That leaves Philadelphia wide open. You got a thought?
Yeah, Buddy Ryan said Ben Smith, who's a safety man who can play corner. I remember when I talked to him, I said, well, you're going to have a lot of running backs. You're going to have wide receivers. I was trying to make the pick for him, and he said he needs a left cornerback. He's tired of giving up those long touchdowns, and he just named one name, Ben Smith, and that was it, over and out.
Yeah, he played safety last year, but played corner the 3 years before that, and that would make a lot of sense. But sometimes when things make sense, they don't happen, as we found continually on draft day. We'll be back with the Eagles selection in a moment. Tight ends, not a lot of them since the history of the common draft in the first round. we are back here in New York as we've been 3 hours here in the first round. We're almost done. We have the Eagles, Rams, Giants, and the champion San Francisco 49ers. And that will complete the 25 selections in the 55th NFL annual selection meeting, i.e. draft in common English. Let's go out now to the frozen tundra. It's not frozen right now. Andrea Kramer's there as the Packers have made their 2 first-round picks already. She's with Tom Bratz. Andrea.
Thank you, Chris. It's actually a lovely day here in Green Bay. I can imagine, Chris, that you are chafing at the bit to talk about Tony Bennett, but he will now be leaving his heart in Green Bay, Tom Bratz. What were your decisions that you had to go through in making your picks? Best available athlete or need?
We tried to fill a need with Tony Bennett. It's definitely was a #1 priority going into this draft, and thus the pick of Tony Bennett.
And Darrell Thompson? Because running back wasn't necessarily a priority, was it?
No, it was not a priority with this football team. We protected all 5 of them at the end of the year. But a running back is like having an extra Cadillac in your garage, and so you just have to go ahead and go with the running back. You can never have enough good ones.
Will Tony Bennett complement Tim Harris? Will it ease up some of the pressure that Tim Harris has had at his outside linebacker position?
Tony Bennett has got the ability to be the pass rusher, that we're looking for, to take a little heat off of Harris. So, yes, we think that we have another outside rusher in Bennett.
What took you so long? Were there some deals being wielded upstairs that you passed on your first 15 minutes, went to the second?
There were a lot of teams trying to trade up to get that pick, and we had 2 excellent offers, and it just took a decision at the very end that we went ahead and we took the running back with the second pick because of the fact we didn't think the numbers in next year's draft would be as good as the numbers in this year's draft as far as depth goes and quality in the first round.
It's interesting that the 2 picks you have are coming into positions where you have 2 Pro Bowlers from last year. Do you expect Bennett and Thompson to play starting roles soon in the season?
Well, they're both going to have to compete for a job, but if they end up as starters, they're very good players, and they could be future Pro Bowlers.
Last question about Don Mikowski. You're talking about maybe the need to draft a quarterback a little bit later. What is the situation with Mikowski? Is he affecting your draft plans?
No, he himself is not, but we feel like we need depth at quarterback, and if we can come upon a quarterback in the draft, it wouldn't be unlikely that we could step up and take one.
Are you concerned that he might hold out, or concerned about signing him?
Well, we're meeting next week with his agent, and we hope we can have an affable talk and maybe reach an agreement at some time.
Well, we want good news today, the Tony Bennett and Darrell Thompson that you picked, and not think about the possible negatives of Don Mikowski today. Right now, thank you very much, Tom. Let's go to Pete Axthelm in Sewanee, Georgia.
Thanks, Andrea. As Dr. Z just said, Buddy Ryan has been firm in his commitment to Ben Smith. He's very happy to be able to get him with this pick. Stargell he liked, but Smith's the guy he wanted. More interesting, while the Eagles haven't had anything to do all day, you may think, they've been very busy up there. They weren't trying to trade up into the first round. They want to trade up in the second because they obviously desperately need wide receivers. Buddy says he didn't feel a single wide receiver was worth a first-round pick, but he wants to stockpile 4 or 5 of them in the later rounds and see who can stick with the club. So look for some action in the second round with the Eagles, and it'll definitely be with wide receivers. Chris?
All right, Axe, thank you. The Eagles are putting the ink on the card right now, and I think everybody, you agree, Z agrees, that they need a corner. They had pretty good success drafting a kid named Roynell Young. Actually, Carl Peterson did at corner in the late 70s. He played there with success for a long, long time. They can only hope that if it's Ben Smith, that they have a similar success with a player like him.
I'm looking down the line here, and I think the Giants are rubbing their eyes. They can't believe that one of the 2 premier backs that they felt was in the draft is still available. I know Tom Boyster said there are only 2 of the top backs who have real speed, aside from Broussard, who they didn't think was a first rounder. That was Rodney Hampton and Reggie Cobb. Reggie Cobb, of course, personal problems makes him iffy. Hampton, they can't believe, is still there.
And Harold Green is still there. Here's the card, the Eagles' first round selection. Just seconds away.
The Philadelphia Eagles select Ben Smith, defensive back from Georgia. The Los Angeles Rams are on the clock.
All right, so after Eric Green kind of caught us by surprise, a couple other picks, Ben Smith. This one we knew. Quarterback from Georgia going to the Philadelphia Eagles. The Rams are up next. From Warner Robins High School in Georgia. First team All-SEC last year. Third in the country with 10 interceptions, Mel, last season. Had 95 tackles, 59 of them solo. He's a guy that likes to hit.
Tell you, playing quarterback or safety, he played them both very well at Georgia. You can see the ability he has to come away with the interception. That's what you want, the cornerback who has the hands to come away with not just the deflection, but the interception. And, of course, Ben Smith has that. And you see it here. These acrobatic interceptions are what I look for in a corner. I don't want a corner that doesn't have the hands to come away with that interception. Just deflect the pass isn't enough. He makes the big plays, creates opportunities, turnovers, swings the ball back to his club on offense. And that's what pushed Ben Smith into this category. Interestingly enough, Buddy Ryan was considering Tony Stargell. Jim Ryan, his son, is in the agent business. Tony didn't decide to go with Jim. Buddy, I think, looked now at Ben Smith. Said, hey, Stargell, you're not going to keep it in the family. I'll go with Ben Smith. Ben Smith can play corner or safety, which elevated him a little bit over Tony Stargell. Tony Stargell, in my opinion, is a number 2 corner in this draft. Pure corner behind J.D. Williams. Smith's versatility pushed him a little ahead.
So the Eagles go with defensive back, and they project him as a corner. Rams, Giants, and 49ers are next. The Rams, who made a history of collecting offensive linemen and collecting some pretty good ones, may do that right here. Maybe a guy like Brostek, maybe Sims.
I think they like Brostek the best. The only question on him is physical one. He flunked, I know Buffalo's physical, which is normally a very tough physical. He has some problems. The Rams don't think that it's too serious. They like Brostek very much. Their offensive line is very old.
Talking to Coach Robinson last year, John, he simply feels like the one place that they've got to concentrate and start to build their football team back up is in the offensive line. That's their number 1 need position. Brostek would be the ideal choice because there isn't really a guard or a center coming out of college today that just plays that one position. The tackles are the true one singular position on the field. Now you've got guards and centers that can play both. Brostek's a good one to have. Plus, Smith's not exactly a puppy anymore.
No, he's still pretty good, though. But Ben Brostek, Washington, that's our shot for the Rams. We'll see what they do with their first-round selection when we come back to New York in just a yiffy.
Yes, sir, this is ideal. And this is quick. And this is carefree. No matter what the town, Oak Snow Beef's not only delicious, it's fast. 12-minute hamburgers, 8-minute steaks, and that great invention, the 5-minute stir fry. Now, isn't that cool? It certainly is. Beef, real food in Ideal, Georgia, quick West Virginia, carefree Arizona, and cool California.
When rain comes into view, cool air surrounding, call me rain. The air of quality, cools with efficiency. Rain, give me a ring. Call me rain. You can depend on me. Call me rain. Cool air of quality. Call me rain.
No matter where in the world you find yourself, if you lose your Visa Gold Card, we'll be sure to find you, because Visa will deliver a new card and emergency cash right to you. Whether you're negotiating the powder in Zermatt, exploring the coral off Bermuda, or simply checking out some Puyi Fumé at the Hotel de la Bretèche, where you can't even check in with American Express. Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
When the job is tough, you need the best. And when you need the best, you reach for Channel Lock. For the power. The precision. For just plain counting on, there's only one. Channel Lock. Be sure you're getting genuine Channel Lock tools. Look for this trademark.
And welcome back to New York City in the NFL Draft. I'm Robin Roberts along with Fred Edelstein. Only 3 picks left to go in the first round. The Rams, Giants, and the Niners. Rams are on the clock right now. Any idea who to go with?
Well, Paul mentioned Bernd Brostek and the fact that he had flunked the Buffalo physical. I think he's flunked maybe 4 or 5 physicals. He's got a bad back. And I know that a lot of people out on the West Coast have compared Bernd Brostick to the Bob Buskowski infamous pick of the Raiders a few years ago. Buskowski was a guy that Al Davis liked. He picked him. He was a flop. Brostick grades very high, but if his back is a problem, it could be something that the Rams move away from. Another situation with the Rams, I just spoke with Bruce Allen, Oliver Barnett's agent, a little while ago, and I'm told that both the Rams and the 49ers have called about Oliver Barnett in the not so distant few minutes. So if the Rams want to keep Oliver Barnett from the 49ers, they may have to take him right now.
Do you think they will? Think he'll trade?
Well, I don't know. I don't know whether they're going to take him or go with Brostick, but I do think that the 49ers are happy that Oliver Barnett's there. I think they like this. There's a lineman out of LSU that they like. I think that Peter Tom Willis is a possibility for the 49ers, but I don't think anybody thought that Oliver Barnett would be here at this point, and I think that has to pique the 49ers' interest.
It is surprising that he's here so late. Again, the Rams are on the clock. We'll go back downstairs to Chris Berman and the guys.
All right, Robin and Fred, thank you. Rams, Giants, and 49ers. And the first round will be up. Minnesota, Phoenix, Cleveland, Washington, and Denver. None of those teams have first-round selections. Three of those teams using them, or a couple of those teams using them in the supplemental draft last year, a couple others making trades. So now we have the heavy metal of the National Football League. We have the Rams, who are a step away. Their problem is that they play in the same division with the San Francisco 49ers. We have the Giants, who can't believe their good fortune with a running back. And we have the 49ers, who could go pass rusher, could go a surprise back. We shall see. Overall, we have, 14-8? Is that what it is? 22 picks there. 14 defense, 8 on 8 selections on offense. You think a team that does not have a pick want to get up in here, Tommy, like the Browns?
I think they certainly would like to. It depends on what it would cost them. But you know, I'm sure that they've been making those calls trying to get up into that early third round. But it would be for a specific need if you're doing that at this point in the first round.
There could be some trades, but we kind of think the Rams are going line. We will know more when we return to New York.
Having Ernie around since he retired, unless I want to get some work done. So one thing I do is send him to Hook's drugstore. Since he's over 60, he saves 10% on prescriptions and Hook's brand products. I like that. It gets Ernie out of the house, and it saves us money. And I certainly can't do it myself.
She's only 39.
If you're 60 or older, Hook's Plus Senior Discount is just for you, because we'd like to see you smile.
Michigan City is counting on you. Your 1990 census answers will show whether we have enough schools and daycare centers, enough job training programs and elderly services, suitable roads and transportation systems. The census can help improve life for all of us. Your confidential census answers will help us get money for the programs we need. We're counting on you. Answer the census. It counts for more than you think.
Message furnished by the National Football League.
The high-speed, fender-banging battles of a short track make it anyone's race.
And both of them spin! And Jeff Bodine takes the lead.
NASCAR's first Union 400, Monday night, only on ESPN.
The 1990 NFL Draft continues here at the Marriott Marquis Hotel in New York. The Rams have about 4.5 minutes left to make their first-round selection. That'll be the Giants, that'll be the 49ers, and we could put a period at the end of the sentence in the first round. Maybe more on what the Rams may be thinking right now. Let's go out to Chris Myers in Dallas.
Thanks, Chris. I spoke with a Ram offensive coach moments ago who said that the Rams wanted Ben Smith. They're in desperate need of a cornerback with the release of Leroy Irvin and hoping to move Gary Green from corner to safety. But Smith was the guy they wanted. He, of course, is no longer there, so Tony Stargell may be the choice. They have worked out on special occasion, I should say, 2 offensive linemen. You've mentioned Brostek, also Muhammad Ella Wanibi, the guard out of Brigham Young. So they like both of those. They are also shopping Greg Bell. There is little interest, possibly the Phoenix Cardinals are talking about a trade with the Rams in that area. But on this pick, the Ram feeling is they have to go defense, either defensive line or somebody in the corner area, Stargell or possibly Vince Buck. That's it from Irving, Texas. Now let's go out to San Diego and Kevin Kiley.
Thank you, Chris. I think I could back up what you said. I spoke with Fritz Shermer, who is the defensive coordinator for the Rams, and he said they were very much in need of a cornerback. He also told me that they were still basking in the glow of last year's draft when they had all those picks in the first few rounds. He said those players, Bill Hawkins being one, Cleveland Gary, a running back from Miami, Frank Stamps from Notre Dame, all played well last year. They became backups, and the Rams are concentrating on making those players first-line players. So they're thinking about last year and also thinking ahead to this year. Back to New York.
All right, Kevin, thank you very much. And as we wait on the Rams, we'll return to New York and have their decision in just a moment. Back in New York, Commissioner Paul Tagliabue presiding over his first draft, man who presided over, 30 of them before him. Pete Rozelle is in attendance today. It's good to see Pete. Looks great. Commissioner now has the Rams' first-round pick.
The Los Angeles Rams select Bern Brostek, center from Washington.
Hey, we got another one. Not many. We haven't had many, but
the
we
New York
got
Giants are now on the clock.
We got 3.
So Bern Brostek, who could play both center and guard, gives them some flexibility, and he was definitely the second offensive lineman, in your opinion, right,
Definitely.
Mel?
Well, he's number 1 offensive lineman, Chris, overall after of course, Richmond Webb. And the top center in the draft, you can see his explosiveness. He has that power, the great strength. He can move off, get downfield. That's what you want, your pivot man, just clear the way for your back. Strong kid, very determined, the pure football player mentality. And I really like that about Bern Brostek. They talked about him failing physicals or whatever. Not many football players are completely sound after their 4th year at the college level. Bern Brostek's a fine player. Doug Smith getting a little long in the tooth. They're looking to move him into that position down the road. The interesting thing is here now we have the New York Giants coming up, a team that could have been picking 10th and ended up with the same player. This is the rich get richer. Well, the Giants do. Here's a team needs a back. There's Rodney Hampton from Georgia, one of the best all-purpose backs to come out in recent memory. Tim Worley went in the top 10 to Pittsburgh. Hampton's a better back. And here the Giants are picking 24th, and there's Rodney Hampton sitting right there for the New York Giants. Amazing.
Would they do that over Harold Green? He's still there.
I think Hampton is just a better pure runner. Green is equally as good as a receiver, Chris, but you see Green out of the one-back offense. You see Rodney Hampton, more elusiveness, better instincts than virtually any back in this draft outside of, say, Blair Thomas and maybe Emmitt Smith. You talk about a guy, determination, character. Blair Thomas has it. Well, Rodney Hampton has it. Sustained a knee injury, arthroscopic surgery on Monday. The second half of the Mississippi game the following Saturday, he was back, had 80 yards in the second half. just a kid who just wants to play football, do anything as far as work involved to reach his goals, and he's an asset. And I think Parcells, Boyster, George Young are very ecstatic right now to see a guy like Rodney Hampton still on the board at this point.
Now the Giants, I know, Tommy, you did some talking with Coach Bill Parcells recently. A running back, we've talked about that. Maybe outside linebacker. Now I heard perhaps, and they won't now, I don't think, but they were looking at Terry Conklin, quarterback from Washington. But he told you defensive line, right?
Well, he certainly felt that Plan B had eliminated any depth that he had, and his defensive line was getting some age, as is all of his front seven people. But again, as Mel said, the rich getting richer. I don't think that he had a clue that the running backs would be left that are available now. And also, when you think about Hampton maybe not being as good a receiver but a better pure runner, not necessary in New York, because when Parcells brings you in there as a running back, what he wants you to do is run the football.
So could the two New York teams each take a running back in the first round, Joe?
Absolutely, without question. I'll go on record here. They're going to have to take a running back. You cannot expect O.J. Anderson to come back and have back-to-back years like he had this year. He's terrific. He's a wonderful guy. He's been around a long time, but he's just not going to be able to be here that long. There's a look at the halfback position. Make it a specific back. Joe Morris, who knows how healthy he's going to be. Lewis Tillman, not real certain about that. Otis Anderson, like I say, great future, has a great past, but his future is very questionable. You got to take the big running back. He's there, and I think Mel makes the best point. The Giants got to be sitting there with the biggest smiles on their face saying, I can't believe it's happened to us, but Phil Simms has got to be a thrilled guy too. I'm going to get a little bit of help back here.
Of course, they tried a first-round back in George Adams a few years ago. That did not work. This one, if it's one of the guys we've been talking about, that ought to work. But that's what we think. What about the people's church here in the balcony for the Giants? Let's go up to Beano Cook. Bean.
Back here in the gallery, you're on ESPN more than Home Run Derby. This is your fourth year.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, whom should the Giants pick?
I think they should get Darian Connor from Jackson State. He's unbelievable. This guy's chiseled out of granite, 6'2 and a half, 254 pounds. He runs a 4.5, 4.40. He's got 130 tackles, 90 solos. Parcells says you judge a trapper by the amount of pelts you got. And this guy got a lot of pelts.
How do you know all this? I mean, where do you get all this information from somebody in Jackson State?
Well, I seen him. I videotape ESPN. I didn't ask for permission, though. But I videotaped most of the post games.
As long as you don't sell to watch it. Go ahead.
I videotaped most of the post games, and this guy was unbelievable. And all the information that I gathered outside of that, but basically that.
Do you think, okay, now back to Chris Berman.
All right, Bean, thank you very much. And when we return, the Giants will chew on it for a little while, and they'll think about their #1 pick. We'll be back.
Says a child of 6 can do it. What does that mean?
Listen, oh, this is good. As the kite catches the wind. Where's this wind?
Yeah. Was this your idea to buy the kite?
It was my idea to buy the kite, but it's not working because we don't have any wind. Except it's coming out of our mouths.
Has everybody seen Kenny's car? What if I run and throw it over? I think you should jump with it. No, just go with it. Ready?
Levi's 100% cotton Dockers. If they're not Dockers, they're just pants.
It's kind of like life. No breeze, no fly. What can you say?
The real test of a power mower is starting it easily on the first pull. That's why Sears is putting 100 Craftsman Eager One mowers on the line. Look at that. 99 first pull starts out of 100. No wonder there are more Craftsmen on the job than any other brand.
And now through Saturday during Sears Show and Sale, this 3.5 horsepower Craftsman lawnmower is only $199. So don't miss it.
Being a star of my magnitude, you're wondering what more can any man want? To be the place kicker for the Cleveland Browns, to kick one through the uprights with no time remaining. I practice barefoot in 2-degree weather, but the Browns, you see, they haven't called. What do I have to do, fellas? Steal the team mascot?
Martin Mull, not your everyday fan. For Team NFL merchandise, for your catalog, call 1-800-USA for NFL.
And then in 1961, I went off to college and decided that I'd spend some time,
You design the sales with a personal computer.
Right.
But you've got Joanna here doing the bookkeeping and billing with an adding machine. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, sounds like you could use the extra power of the Hewlett-Packard Vectra PC here. You could design the sales faster, and Joanna could do the bookkeeping and billing on there, too. Heck, with a Hewlett-Packard, you'd probably both be out sailing right now.
That's right.
Zing, bang, right in the 20th century. One blast.
There is a better way. Hewlett-Packard. Buy Hewlett-Packard PCs and get a free HP printer.
And we are back here in New York. Chris Berman, Mel Kiper, a cast of thousands. We're licking our lips here at the Giants pick coming up next with the 49ers after that. Top 40 players. Forget the position. You have them ranked just by, and we have to say it, best available athlete. Give us a look. Who's around?
Well, you're talking about some of the players we've been mentioning. You're talking about Rodney Hampton still there. The guy up in the balcony said Darian Connor. Well, Darian Connor, you'll see him on this board as well.
Well, these guys are
all gone.
All right, that's your second 10. Now here's 11th to 15.
There's Reggie Rembert sitting there. Alexander Wright, the two wide receivers.
No receivers have gone yet.
There's Harold Green, Darian Connor, Mark Spindler, Rodney Hampton, Mike Fox, all still on the board. Come down here, Ron Cox, 25, still there. Stargell, the rest of the group's gone. Mitchell's still here, Dexter Carter, Freeze, Conklin, the quarterbacks are still there. Finish it out, Anthony Thompson, George obviously gone number 1. Elwyn Neby still there, and Smenji still there. So you're looking at the Giants, you know, sitting there with Hampton or Darian Connor. They're obviously getting tremendous value at that point with that selection.
Well, I think where Mel has the quarterbacks ranked is the first pick and Andre Ware were the obvious first-round picks. There will be teams in the second and third rounds that I think now will start to pick up and take a look at, okay, possibly the Jets. I mean, they have to look at their quarterback situation. Peter Tom Willis could be a likely choice there. San Francisco at some point maybe taking another quarterback. I think, you know, 6, 7 quarterbacks will go in the next 2 or 3 rounds.
Going to go out on a limb, though. Dallas will not take a quarterback. We don't think.
Geez, I don't know. Maybe. No, I agree with you, Chris. I really don't think they'll go. I'll make that conclusion.
I wanted to know what you're going to agree with me.
Let me think about it a little while.
All right. Well, we got time, Joe.
We got lots of time. I agree with you.
You know, there are with the backs there, and no receiver has been tabbed at all. And here you're telling me, along with J.D. Williams, the quarterback, Mel, who was picked by the Buffalo Bills, that Alexander Wright, I mean, by far, those two are the blazers in this draft. You think mere speed alone once got the Jets Johnny Lamb Jones in the second round, the second pick overall. Of course, he turned out to be Scam Jones. But you got to think with a speed receiver like that, he's got to go soon.
Well, he will. Alexander Wright will be a great pick, 4.27 guy. But a lot of these teams, the Giants expected it to be no debate. Here you have Harold Green and Hampton. Rodney Hampton's the obvious pick, but other teams are debating these choices when they really didn't think they had to.
Well, I think the Giants are making their move. There are the fans up top. Hey, you know, that's part of the fun here at the draft, by the way, the gallery gods. And they move it to Sunday. Here's the Giants pick. Ed Krook, Tom Power, and company at the phone wrote the card down. Here's the commissioner.
Yeah. The New York Giants select Rodney Hampton, running back from Georgia.
It's almost like, and the Giants don't think this way, it's like a Steinbrenner move with the Yankees. Well, the Jets are going to get headlines, drafting big-time running back, Penn State, Blair Thomas. Well, we're going to pick our back, too.
No.
Rodney Hampton driving, and I'm not, they don't operate that way. Obviously, he's the best guy.
It makes sense, though.
Running back from Georgia, 5'11 and a half, 217, a true junior. Have there been some decent backs to come out of that school lately, like Herschel and Worley and Lars Tate? Third all-time rusher at the school with 2,600 yards. Can catch the ball, can play hurt. And how will he be on AstroTurf, Mel?
I'll tell you what, he's a better back than Herschel Walker, and you remember what the
what they gave up. Made a big statement there.
Better back coming out of Georgia than Herschel Walker, in my opinion. I think this kid is superlative, Pro Bowl type player, can do it all, run inside, run outside. He's 207 pounds, tremendous pass receiver, and with all that in mind, unbelievable that the Giants are able to get a kid with this kind of ability at that point. They have to be happy. The 49ers sitting there, any team in the early second round has to be thrilled. Running backs are still there. A kid who I think is better than some guys that go in the top 10 normally at linebacker, Darian Connor from Jackson State. A top 10 to 15 talent still there at the end of round 1. This is probably will go down as the strongest and deepest draft in NFL history, bar none.
Well, and that one mouthful you had, it was better than Herschel coming out of Georgia, and one of the strongest draft in history. Being made history on ESPN, the 1990 draft. We'll be back with the Niners pick in a moment.
A lot of cars reach 60,000 miles.
but only 3 have done it in just 19 days. And every one was a Subaru. The durable, reliable 4-wheel drive Subaru Legacy. At an average speed of 138 miles an hour, the Legacy hasn't just proven itself. It's taken less time to do it than any other car in the world.
Factory to dealer cash incentives on selected models make it a great time to come into your Subaru dealer.
Lately, Showtime's made some overinflated claims. They say they have big movies, but it's HBO that has 7 out of 10 of the year's top films. Hits like Twins, Ghostbusters 2, and HBO exclusives like Rain Man and The Naked Gun. Movies you just won't see on Showtime. And HBO has the fights that made boxing history, along with nearly twice as many original programs. So considering all the facts, HBO is simply the best.
Busch Light presents
All right, ready.
the difference between hard and easy. Drag racing is hard. New Busch Light is easy. Hula dancing is hard. New Busch Light is easy. So after a hard day, reach for the light beer that's cold filtered to make it the easiest drinking around. New Busch Light is easy. Testing office furniture is hard. So make the easy choice.
Still going. Nothing outlasts the Energizer. They keep going and going.
Here in the mountains of Asheville, North Carolina, you can enjoy an evening of world-class dining. And afterwards, you can take in a show. Asheville, North Carolina. It will lift your spirit.
This ESPN NFL special, the 1990 Draft, is brought to you by Apple Computer, the power to be your best. By UPS, fast, efficient service to 175 countries and territories worldwide. And by Mercedes-Benz, engineered like no other car in the world.
Well, with the exception of the fact that they could use a corner to replace...
All right, we're back here in New York, and the San Francisco 49ers end the first-round derby, if you will. They have the 25th and final pick. And with a guy like a Harold Green there...
Darian Connor might be. I mean, you know, they got to start looking a little bit towards that defense side.
Well, it didn't take them long because they already have the card. This is a team, Tommy, that doesn't quite draft for need.
This is
they
not
draft for
need.
fun.
This is icing on the San Francisco cake.
The San Francisco 49ers select Dexter Carter, running back from Florida State.
I knew that. And
Dallas.
with Green there. Oh, darn. All right, let me explain what they're going to do with Dexter Carter here.
You knew that.
Now, wait a
After
minute.
the commissioner announced it, you knew it.
Well, I know
and
it
so
now.
did everybody that's watching knew it, too.
Now, wait a
Go
minute.
ahead.
Let me explain what they're going to do with Dexter Carter. They don't have a back. This is your mega-type back. Now, give me credit. We were talking about this a couple of picks ago. He perhaps, Mel, one of the most interesting players in the draft. 5'8", 172 when he's wet from Baxter, Georgia. Every time he touched the ball, averaged 7.8 yards. He can do return the kicks, return the punts. You bring him in on the third down, and certainly better rated coming out than Meggett was.
I'll tell you what, he can obviously thank Dave Meggett for going in the first round. Dave Meggett is what a lot of guys are being compared to, the smaller guys, the quick guys. Carter can catch the ball, situational guys, what they're looking for in a return man. So he fits the bill of the Meggett role. Only thing is, Meggett went in the fifth, Carter at the end of the first.
Well, Florida State, now Tommy, we laughed about that San Francisco doesn't draft for need. Because they don't, I mean, you know, they got Roger Craig, they got Tom Rathman. But here is, you're talking about situational football, okay. It's like reaching into a golf bag, and Joe and Tommy, they have about 25 clubs. Only 14 are legal, but they need a 26th club, and they need a little change of pace back. That's one thing that they don't necessarily need, but it's nice to be able to put that in your arsenal.
Well, I think it's nice to have, and he will make an immediate impact, maybe not at the running back position, but as a return specialist, and take the pressure off of John Taylor of ever having to return a football again.
Pretty scary when you add that in, because that was one slight aspect the Niners didn't have, Joe.
It was. I think the aspect that even was more of a need was the defensive secondary. But this is where Plan B starts to come in and play for the guys, for the big boys. Plan B starts to give you a little depth. Dave Waymer, pick him up from New Orleans. You got Dixon coming out of Cleveland. Two very good people will probably help and start right away. They got Cox back,
right?
Okay, from New York. So now their defense is set. Now it opens it up and says, all right, let's get that little scat back. We saw what Mega can do with the Giants, how much of an impact player he was. We could add one to our arsenal. Now you've got Rathman, you've got Craig. Now you got this little guy who can run. Plus they unload a happy Flagler. So, you know, got a happy kid coming in, learn a little bit. You know, now Joe can get rid of the ball even quicker to somebody who can get down the field as quick as everybody else.
You know, and this is a team that also got Freddie Smirla, so now an opposing center has beating on him for 60 minutes, a combination of Michael Carter and Fred Smirlas from nose tackles. So this is a team that it looks to be better than they were when they won the Super Bowl, when they eked out their win over the Denver Broncos, Tom. The San Francisco 49ers, they've done a different thing every year in the draft. Move up, move down. They've used every method. Bill Walsh, the man that always pulled that trigger.
One, we had a single source making a decision. Two, that single source, me in this case, utilized every person we had in the organization. They had credibility. We had open lines of communication, and everyone felt that they were completely involved and accepted. So consequently, people were willing to speak out about given athletes. So often, you can get a very judgmental and dictatorial approach to it. There are only one or two smart people in any organization. With us, we had a group of scouts who were outstanding, but I do take great pride in the system that we developed, the participation in everyone in our organization in the draft, an open forum, and our criteria, in a sense, being somewhat different than the very staid approach that maybe the combines would make, with just very specific physical testing that is done, and I guess an intelligence test of sorts, and trying to make judgments off those kind of numbers. We much more so wanted functional numbers, instinctive numbers, potential in size, and an ability to communicate, because we know that's very important. We in a sense, almost disdain the 40-yard sprint. Jerry Rice, we were told by all scouts, wasn't fast enough to be a top receiver, and you can see what we have.
It was that philosophy and that system that helped Bill Walsh put together the team of the 80s. A third-round pick like Joe Montana, a 10th-rounder like Dwight Clark, both in 1979, a first-rounder like Ronnie Lott in 1981. These and 65 others that helped comprise 4 Super Bowl champions. Bill Walsh wasn't just a master on the sidelines. He could work a war room, selecting players other teams wouldn't even think about.
Any number of times we picked players that had serious injuries during their junior or senior year, and yet had great potential. And we had the patience to live with the recovery from those injuries, even added surgery, as with Chet Brooks, and they would become finally great players. Kevin Fagan fits into that. Steve Wallace fits into that category. There are 2 players we picked in the 4th round who had injuries and now have become outstanding players in the league.
While tenacious teamwork lands franchise talent and gutsy foresight gambles on damaged goods, it was draft day maneuvering that set him apart. Case in point, 1985.
I just didn't think Jerry Rice would be available the kind of year we were having. Well, when it came to the draft, there he sat, and we began to work at moving up and seeing if we could have a shot at it. And we had 2 or 3 takers, but in the final analysis, New England traded with us, and we were stunned, and I was excited about acquiring this truly great athlete.
1 year later, Walsh saw no first-round quality talent he was in love with. Come draft day, he dealt with half a dozen teams, turning 7 initial selections into 14 picks, 9 making the team. That solidified the Niners for the back half of that decade and the front half of the next one.
We knew there was real depth in personnel through the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounds. We have identified players, enough of them that we could find ourselves trading further and further back into the draft.
Tom Rathman, Charles Haley, Steve Wallace, just part of that amazing class of '86. All different examples of Walsh's technique. Rathman, his receiving talents rarely utilized at Nebraska. Haley, full of potential but considered by many too light. Wallace, injured wrist? The hurt doesn't last forever. Neither did his players. In a true testament to his ability to annually upgrade the roster, only 5 players have been on all 4 championship teams.
Well, I think we've been the best drafting team. We've utilized everyone, and I feel that we've done the best job, and I think the results are very obvious.
The results, yeah, they're very obvious. Super Bowl champions back-to-back, four-time champs. Can they go back to back to back next year? Looks like they have bolstered their lineup with the draft today and by the Plan B signings. First round is now done with 25 picks. For the first time in many a moon, no wide receivers have been selected in the first round. That never happened in the 80s. In fact, at least 2 wide receivers went in every draft in the 80s. In the first round, no wide receivers picked. We speculated before the start of this draft that maybe half of the first round picks could come from the linebacker and running back positions. That's true. 7 linebackers, 6 running backs among the 25 first round selections. 14 offense, 11 defenses. Offense made a run late in the first round. 8 juniors are gone. When we return, the second round begins. A little less time to make your pick. The Cowboys, followed by the Falcons and the Jets. We'll be back to New York in a moment.
Hello, I'm Mike Nasser of Michaels of LaPorte, and I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you to our beautiful new store in downtown LaPorte. Here you will find a full selection of name brand furniture at unbelievably low prices. As the owner of Michaels of LaPorte, I would like to invite you and your family to come in and meet our friendly, courteous sales staff, who will help you get acquainted with our extremely affordable selection of high-quality furniture like
40% off all our new summer furniture collection with no money down and 6 months same as cash. And check out Michael's store-wide spring clearance sale going on now.
Take it from me, this beautiful new store is one reason to stop in and see how affordable a house full of furniture can be from Michaels of LaPorte. We hope to see you very soon at Michaels of LaPorte. We're located on the corner of Lincoln Way and Monroe. And remember, while in Michigan City, come in and visit us at Michael's Home Furnishings in the Dunes Plaza.
Can't be beat with baseball 4 nights a week. Major League under the lights. ESPN baseball tonight. Tuesday, Friday, doubleheader. Wednesday, ain't nothing better. Catch it Sunday, watch the fun. Sunday night, our home run.
The National League champ happened in the 80s that way. It's never happened in the history, the 55-year history of the draft, which Mel says this might be arguably will go down in history as the deepest or the best one. Well, it's the only one that they've never had wide receivers picked. 10 minutes of selection now in the second round. The Cowboys are up first, followed by Atlanta, the Jets, Seattle, and Tampa Bay. And the Cowboys have made their choice, and in from the bullpen to make the choices now, Don Weiss.
Dallas Cowboys to open the second round select Alexander Wright, wide receiver, Auburn.
Like
Atlanta's
we just
up.
said, no wide receivers win the first round, but the first pick of the second round is a wide receiver. Now, Joe, this surprises you, but he is a flat-out burner, and so Dallas just took a look and said, well, he's there. Troy can throw it that far.
Yeah, Troy can throw it that far. It surprises me a little bit, but when you look at the Cowboys, they're just adding all kinds of players to all kinds of positions. This one can just flat run. I mean, he gets up and down the field really well. With the wide receiver core that they have, both of them coming off of injuries, coming back. Here's a young kid who can get things done. Plays in a big-time football game. Doesn't play in the small college aspect, has played big-time college football. And I think that it's a good choice. Like I say, I haven't had any problem with any choice that's been made so far in the draft.
Mel, this choice?
Well, the thing is, Chris, with Alexander Wright, you're talking about a guy who has that speed. I don't think Jimmy Johnson wanted to go into this season with Dixon or Shepard starting opposite Kelvin Martin. They don't think Irvin will be back until maybe mid-season at best. Alexander Wright is the kind of flyer that can run under those 75-yard aerials by Aikman. So, he is bolstering the offense. Defensively, he added Stubbs. You're talking about a linebacker core. It's not that bad. He'll look at the secondary in the rounds to come. But offensively, this team's really starting to come together.
All right, so the Cowboys have made their pick. Atlanta's up next. I throw out Alton Montgomery, safety, as a possible shot. Draft memories, Gil Brandt has a couple of them.
I remember the Joe Montana 79 draft very well. For as many years as we've been with the Cowboys prior to 1979, we always took the top-rated player off our board, regardless of what position he played. And Joe Montana was the top-rated player on our board when we drafted in the 3rd round. The feeling was that we had Roger Staubach, we had Danny White, we had Glenn Carano. We were going to jump Joe Montana, and we took a young man named Doug Cosby instead because we needed a tight end. And, of course, Doug Cosby played very well for us. Unfortunately, if we would have drafted Joe Montana at that spot where we had him rated, we'd probably be all with the Cowboys today, and the Cowboys might have been a team of the 80s instead of the 49ers.
This is how a racetrack looks when you're on a Yamaha.
Back in New York.
Atlanta's second-round selection is Darian Connor, linebacker, Jackson State. New York Jets are up.
Well, I think Atlanta was surprised that Darian Connor was left this far in the draft, and that definitely was about the best player left. An outstanding player suffered a big tragedy when his brother was one of 3 football players from Jackson State killed last week in an automobile accident, and our heartfelt condolences out to the Connor family, but we're overjoyed for Darian because he's going to a situation in Atlanta where his coach loves guys that run around and lay the lumber.
Tell you what, one big thing that he has, one edge he has over other linebackers is he's 250 pounds and can run a 4.58, can play inside, outside. Look at him in here in coverage, all the way down the field. He has been asked, or he was asked in Jackson State's defense, to cover backs, wide receivers, constantly in man-to-man situations, and he held up pretty well. So with that kind of coverage ability, the reckless style, although he is disciplined, he's tough but disciplined. That's what you're looking for, and Darian Connor has that. You're getting mid-first round value in the early 2nd round. So Herrock, Glanville really had their board set up well. Darian Connor, we talked about him early in the draft, maybe to the Raiders. You get him in the early 2nd round. Like Joe had said earlier, it was an astute comment. We haven't really argued. The only pick we argued with, the #1 pick in the draft. Yeah. Everybody else, no problem.
With Atlanta, I mean, they definitely they have Andre Bruce, Marcus Cotton on the outside, but here's a guy that also comes from a school that sent a few decent players onto the pros from Jackson State. I think we can remember a running back that wasn't too bad, and I think we can remember Coy Bacon, Lem Barney, and Robert Brazil. That's all right. There's some pedigree there, and he would play for Atlanta. They're going to just, this team's going to be interesting to watch.
Well, it's the one thing that Jerry talked about. He said identity. This gives him the identity. He gets himself a young guy. First of all, he wears the number 56. That tells you something about him. Anybody who can wear that number anywhere has got to earn it. Secondly, he's already got a black helmet. So now he's just going to change the logo a little bit. So he fits right in. All he doesn't even have to change jerseys. He'll just move right down, change the logo a little bit, and he's ready to go. But he's the kind of guy who runs all over the football field. Definitely a Jerry Glanville type player.
Tommy, you like the choice for Atlanta, even though they had some players?
Yeah, very excited. I like defense. I thought that they would go maybe defensive line, but this is a good choice for him, inside linebacker, because your front 7 all has to tie together. If he's out of the Robert Brazil mold, as Mel has said, a tremendous hitter, and I think you see that on film. The reason why is that he runs completely through people. He does not duck his head. He runs through people. He's going to be a big hitter.
The running back that I was so coyly, we mentioned Coy Bacon, so just kind of sheepishly mentioning, a guy named Peyton. Remember him?
Walter
Chicago?
was his first name.
Yeah, Walter
was
that was the guy.
I remember.
He wasn't bad from Jackson State either. Let's go up to Robin Roberts.
Better believe I remember Sweetness at Jackson State, Mississippi. Talk about Deion Sanders with the Falcons. I spent time with him on Thursday in Atlanta. That's right, he wasn't with the Yankees. He was at home. He brought his new baby girl home, Deandra. And I talked to Deion about what is he going to do once it becomes August. Is he going to report to the Falcons, or is he going to continue to play baseball? He's up with the team right now. He knows that the expansion, or rather the lockout, helped his chances of being up with the team with the expanded roster. He hasn't seen that much playing time. He saw a lot in spring training, but he's not playing a lot now. And he said that he went in, talked to the Smith family, and said it would be interesting. That's his word. Interesting to see what's going to happen when August rolls around and it's time to report to camp. Last year, he held out until the final week. He only had a couple of days to practice, went out to Fulton County Stadium, returned to punt for a kickoff, so he doesn't need much time. He is very excited about Andre Rison coming over in the trade from the Colts. He played against him for many years when Rison was at Michigan State and Deion was at Florida State, has high praise for him and likes the Glanville being there in Atlanta now. So he very much wants to play, but he's keeping his options open. The Jets are on the clock. We're in the second round here at the NFL Draft. We'll be back with more right after this.
All right, we're back in New York. The New York Jets, the third team up in the second round. They, of course, surprised nobody by picking Blair Thomas, the second overall pick. That pretty much began the day. Jeff George, who was just a formality, him being here, already being signed, sealed, and delivered, "I'm yours," by the Indianapolis Colts. Motown hit before that. The New York Jets, wide receiver. Now they have Al Toon, one of the very, very best. They would have loved, I think, Alexander Wright, the speed merchant that Dallas just got. But Mel, there's Reggie Rembert sitting there. The Jets can use a lot of things, but Bruce Coslett, new coach, upfield, fast offense, throw the ball. Maybe Reggie Rembert?
Rembert makes sense, as does, Greg McMurtry's still there at this point. My boy Mark Spindler's still there. They need defensive line help. These teams are having an opportunity because of this draft to just get first-round talent on down the line. So the Jets have to be happy. Remember Steinberg last year at New England? Took Hartley Dykes in round one. Rembert's comparable to Dykes, only a little faster. So, if you go by what Steinberg's done in the past, obviously Rembert with that size, you have Al Toon on the other, you have 5'9" corners. How are you going to match up against a Toon-Rembert combination? Be tough.
This is the first draft for Dick Steinberg now, running the Jets show. Mike Hickey, who was in attendance here today, ran it in the 80s. Pro Bowlers out of their first-round picks. Not a great percentage, 3 of 11. Freeman, of course, will be back, but certainly a shadow of his former self. Kenny O'Brien will still be there. I got to think he's going to beat out Tony to start it, to Eason. And Al Toon, who was one of the very, very best wide receivers, period, and will be there for quite a while. The second round they've had trouble with, but maybe here's where they bust through here. Wide receiver makes sense. Of course, Joe, you're saying maybe they should go for a quarterback. Huh?
Well, I think right now I don't really believe that they felt like Rembert would still be there. I think this is the situation a lot of teams are faced with. They were faced with in the late round, first round selections, and now early in the second round. Players that they had high on the board, they're still there. Now they've got to rethink their thinking. Obviously, you want to put a bookend opposite Al Toon. Al Toon gets beat up an awful lot because he's a premier receiver. Now you put Reggie Rembert on the other side. They've got the speed. Plus, remember, Goslett's an offensive kind of guy. Likes to put the ball down the field.
Here's the pick coming up, and after 10 years of Wesley Walker, or even more, at the one wide spot, Wesley is gone. Would this be the heir apparent? Commissioner Paul Tagliabue made the first-round selections. Now Don Weiss, who the vice president, right? He's going to make the second round. Trish, the call went to Don, the lefty out of the bullpen. Here's the Jets pick.
The New York Jets on the second round have selected Reggie Rembert, wide receiver, West Virginia.
Wesley Walker Jr., maybe. Certainly not the speed that Wesley had, but in just a moment on Wesley Walker.
Choice from New England.
It doesn't look like he will play anywhere because there's still a medical question about Wesley. But let's give Tommy, you made a comment to me about Wesley Walker. He's one of those guys, well, we'll talk about him in a moment. Here's Reggie Rembert, one of those guys that's just as fast as he was when he came in the league. Rembert is not a burner, Mel, but then again, he's not slow either.
Smooth gliding runner, very deceptive. Here you see him whipping Alonzo Hampton, a cornerback from Pitt, figures to be a fifth. Fade route, forget it with his size and his hands. Very tough to stop there. He beat Louis Riddick. Here he comes back, look at his moves in the open field, pulling away, has that size and strength to break away from an arm tackle. Very important when you're talking about ability after the catch, which Rembert has. Here he goes all the way down there for a touchdown against Pitt. Great night there against a pretty good Pitt secondary with Hampton, Riddick, and that crew. So at this point, you're talking about early in the year, Rembert was considered maybe a top 5 pick in the first round. Combine workout really killed his draft position. He really never recovered. Ran the 4.68, ended up leaving before the combine workout was completed, or his workout was completed. Regrouped a little during individual workouts, but not enough to save a spot in the first round. Here, Steinberg steals a top 5-10 player. Great choice.
From Okeechobee High School, and now you have Al Toon. What's he about? What, 6'6", 6'5"? Reggie Rembert, 6'4". That's a basketball team.
Well, all you want to do is you want Blair Thomas to get you down around the goal line so you can throw fades. You got corners in the league now, 5'7", 5'8". You got guys 6'4", 6'5", 6'6" out there. All you do is get close, and then you just play basketball, and you want to walk off the field.
We talked about this last year, Joe, with Hartley Dykes.
Yep.
Possibly going to the Jets when Lagerman went. We were thinking along the same lines. Dykes and you put Toon, same
Dick
size.
drafted.
Only difference here is, Chris, here's Rembert with more speed than Dykes had.
Right.
So, a better choice only a year later.
Of course, we don't want to close the book on Wesley Walker yet, but Tommy, I mean, this is one of the comments we were talking about him during the winter. very few people you could say what?
Well, there's not many guys that come into this league running fast and leave the league running just as fast, and that's something that you can say about Wesley Walker. He's one of the few. But I couldn't help but, as you watch the film on Rembert, big, fluid, nice stride, strong, not supposedly as fast as some would want, but fast enough to get you to the end zone. And I can't help but be reminded of a guy that plays out in San Francisco that kind of has those same physical tools.
Guy named Rice, maybe?
Rice,
Is that the one you had in mind?
Yeah.
I've heard of him. Who left just as fast as they came into the league? Cliff Branch, Isaac Curtis, Wesley Walker. That's a short list. Kevin Kiley's pretty fast. He's out in San Diego with some comments on Reggie Rembert.
All right. Thanks, Chris. I saw Reggie Rembert quite a bit over the last few years. I saw him this year. I think Reggie Rembert suffered from playing in kind of a freelance offense. One of the players we have not spoken about in today's draft is Major Harris, and he's the guy that controlled the West Virginia offense. They did not run a lot of pattern offenses for wide receivers. Reggie had a big game against Pittsburgh because Pittsburgh plays pressure defense with the corners, a lot of man-to-man coverage. He was able to beat him downfield. He has not been able to read defenses in his college career, and that could be a problem playing in that new Jet offense. And we'll go back to you now, Chris, in New York.
All right, Kevin, that's interesting. Of course, the Jet offense is going to be different than anything we've seen before, certainly out of them, with Bruce Coslin coming in there. Hurry up, a speed offense. A lot of guys may not have to get all the way quite down the field. Seattle is next in the second round. We'll be back in a moment.
With Jerry Glanville, a man who looks as happy as he was since Elvis Presley came in his office last week. Jerry, let's start with the immediate matter. Darian Conner, it looks like your kind of guy.
Really, a guy that weighs 255 pounds but runs like a guy about 215. Has fluid hips, runs. He's a good hitter, comes after you, can play inside or outside linebacker. We're real happy getting a guy that big that can do all those things.
Let's go back to the big story of the day. It's one thing to create a franchise player. It's another thing to get another franchise to take him. Are you still basking in the happiness of that trade?
Well, for the quarterback, we thought that he was a very good player, and we thought that we needed help. We needed an offensive lineman. We needed a receiver. Plus, we got a one next year. I think both clubs really did well with the trade, and I think the Colts got an excellent quarterback.
You know, Eric Dickerson and I are very close mutual admirers. In the course of setting up that trade, was Ken Hirock ever offered Dickerson?
I was told, that his name came up, and they asked me, and I said, if they wanted to throw him in, we'd be glad to have him too.
As an extra.
As an extra.
Jerry, sitting in the draft room, assessing the whole day, any impressions on other teams that made particularly good moves?
Well, the way we do it, we really don't, we pull off so many names that we think are going to fall before we come up, and there's so many names left, and Kenny Hirock does a great job for us, so we really don't have time to sit down and see what other teams are picking and what they're pulling out. We thought, there was a great corner on the board for a long time, and a real good safety in Ben Smith. So we really watched the corner, and we really watched the safety to see Philadelphia took the safety. I can't think who took the corner right now, but we thought he hung on the board longer than he should, so from Fresno State. So that's really about the only thoughts I have of other teams' drafts.
Because of the trade being made earlier, it's been kind of a quiet day around here. There's a chance you might liven up maybe in one of the late rounds, maybe draft James Dean or somebody?
Well, really, after your ride last night, these people don't know you went for a race in a 1932 Ford, so maybe we'll take you for another race later on.
Thanks very much, Jerry, and let's take another break.
For their first. All right, welcome back to the NFL Draft. I'm Chris Berman and Mel Kiper, Tom Jackson, Joe Theismann, many, many more all over the country and here on in New York. While we were away, we missed a couple of second-round picks, and they're going to come a lot faster now. So with the 4th overall pick in the second round, the Seattle Seahawks went with linebacker Terry Wooden from Syracuse, an excellent player as they look to change their defensive scheme, make it 4-3, and he's a classic outside guy from Farmington, Connecticut. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, in a very, very interesting selection, have just taken junior-eligible running back from Tennessee, Reggie Cobb. Now, Reggie Cobb was a bona fide top 10 selection, Mel. Of course, had to leave school, drug problems, went to the John Lucas Institute there, said he has been clean for 9, 10, 11 months, has worked out very hard, had a great workout. So Ray Perkins making maybe what some teams a pick that they would not have made, Ray Gambling.
Ray did gamble. You know, running back, he just picked up Gary Anderson. He has Lars Tate. You still have some quality backs still there. You're talking about Harold Green, Anthony Thompson. It's a gamble. You know, when you have that history, I don't care how much talent you have, even though Reggie Cobb looks good now, it's a gamble. You know, he was suspended twice at Tennessee, dismissed from the team completely midway through. He straightened himself out, evidently, but it's still a gamble, especially when you have quality backs like Harold Green and Anthony Thompson still there. In addition to that, you already have Anderson coming in to go along with Lars Tate. And you still have quality football players at other positions that the Bucs maybe need more help. So this is a pick that is definitely a gamble for Perkins. There's no doubt about that.
Well, Ray is going with the league that he knows. McCants and Cobb, right? Southeastern Conference.
They usually do.
He knows these guys full well.
They usually do. They go back, and of course you have situations throughout the history. When McKay was at Tampa, he brought in his players from USC. Frank Kush did it when he came to the Colts and with Arizona State players. Johnson did it with Miami players. You go with the guys you're familiar with. Back when the Perkins first draft, I think 7 players were from the SEC that year. William Howard's done a pretty good job. He will be in the same backfield now with his old teammate, Reggie Cobb.
Well, what's interesting, I mean, Ray isn't going with his guys. He's going with the guys that beat him probably at Alabama. He knows them full well. So that's one junior that, well, not one. We've had many of them. There's another junior eligible that is now gone, Reggie Cobb to Tampa Bay. Next up, for the first time today, the Phoenix Cardinals. Remember, they lost their first-round pick. They used it for Tim Rosenball last year in the supplemental draft. Phoenix, and then 2 from Chicago. Now, with 2 from Chicago, might they be looking at our man on the bubble at Spindler's Lounge in Scranton, Pennsylvania, Mark Spindler? He went to Pitt, so did Mike Ditka. You got to think it's time. There they are at Spindler's Lounge as they're revving up on a Sunday afternoon in Scranton, PA. Let's join now Jimmy Roberts.
Well, thanks, Boomer. You are, in fact, looking at the War Room, or at least the War Room here in Scranton, Pennsylvania, Spindler's Lounge, and we're joined again by Mark. As I speak to you, the phone is ringing. That's what's been happening all day. You're going to have to answer that, and we'll wait and watch exactly what happens.
Hello. Hello? Yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, so who was it?
I'd rather not say.
What do you mean you'd rather not say? You're on national television. We've been waiting here with you all day. Was it a...
Chicago Bears, they're considering me in their second pick around, and, you know, I'd like to, you know, I wouldn't mind playing there.
All right, that brings up exactly the question that we were after here. Chicago sitting with 2 picks. They need defensive line help. There they go. It's ringing off the hook right now. Let's get back.
Hello. Hello. No.
That was somebody selling encyclopedias. That's what's been happening all day. The phone has rung off the hook about 50 times. But they need help on the defensive line in Chicago. What thoughts about playing there?
Oh, you know, it's they got a great team, everything, you know, they're winners. They got great tradition there. Dan Hampton, you know, McMichael, you know, I'd love just to go there and fit right in with the guys. Trace Armstrong, you know, I wouldn't have any problem at all, you know, adjusting with them. And oh, man, man, is this the call or no?
All right, we'll stick around and listen to this.
Okay, buddy, I can't tie up the line.
All right, well, that's about, we're gonna stick around. Wait, one more time, another phone call.
Hello. Hello. Are they calling and hanging out?
All right. Well, Phoenix is next, then Chicago with 2 picks. We're going to come back to Spindler's Lounge in Scranton, Pennsylvania a little bit later, see exactly what happens to Mark Spindler. But let's go to break right now. Back in a few minutes.
All right, we're back at the NFL draft here in New York. The Phoenix Cardinals, their first pick of the day. They didn't own a first-round selection. You had to feel they were going running back, and they did. The big kid from Indiana, Anthony Thompson. And now the Chicago Bears are up with the next 2 picks, and we shall see if Mark Spindler was one of them. But Anthony Thompson, another guy we thought would be a top 5 pick back in September and October, Mel, when some of us began to at least start to think about this draft. You, of course, have been living it, you know, for years. But Anthony Thompson, Terre Haute High School, broke Tony Dorsett's NCAA record with 68 touchdowns. I mean, just point him in the direction of the goal line. He knows where it is.
Great body lean. quickness through the hole, vision. The only thing you actually see is a vertical jump there, leaping over the top, tough to stop in short yard situations. Only thing that kept him probably out of the middle of the first round was game-breaking speed. You talk about home run hitters. Anthony Thompson isn't a home run hitter like a Dexter Carter, Steve Broussard, Rodney Hampton. Ran a 4.74 at the combine. Because of those computer numbers, a very productive, durable back. Lasts until the early second round. The first pick overall for a Phoenix Cardinal team that, Chris, averaged 3.3 yards per carry last year.
Yeah,
running back problems.
But stick this number into your nearest computer. 67 touchdowns in his career in Indiana. Joe Bugle needed a big back.
Joe Bugle told me the other day, he said, we want a running back, and he's got one, I think, a real quality running back. When you say, you know, Mel, when you say could have been a mid-first round, I really think that we have to take into consideration. You look at the middle first round, it's all defense. So, yeah, I mean, if the need was there, probably would have been there. The need was on the defensive side because these teams needed the help. Anthony Thompson's going to help the Phoenix Cardinal. Stump Mitchell was injured a bit last year. Earl Farrell was injured a little bit. Tony Jordan, don't know whether he's going to be as productive as they thought. Definitely an input for that entire new coaching staff and a place to start to build a running game.
The thing is, too, Joe, when you talk about the board, you know, the way it's set up, teams usually adjust their boards accordingly, determined by their needs. And obviously the Phoenix Cardinals, I bet you if you asked Joe Bugle, Joe, where he had Anthony Thompson on his board, bet you it was in the 10 to 15 range, maybe higher.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, because they needed a running back. Their board was adjusted accordingly. They probably had Thompson 1, 2, 3 behind Thomas, maybe second behind Thomas. He could have been that high. So picking with 31 overall, they may have gotten a guy on their board they could tell you is 8th. So here's another example of just pure value.
8 running backs now selected, with Cobb and Thompson going back-to-back here in the second round. Speaking of back-to-back, the Bears now own back-to-back picks here in the second round. We told you the Bears would be the busiest team on our program here. Of course, the draft goes tomorrow as well. It's 12 rounds in all, 300-plus selections. But the Bears have 2 seconds and 2/3 to go along with their first-round selection, Mark Carrier. So that's 5 of the top 64. And they went safety with their first selection. So you got to think that they're looking defensive line and maybe into Scranton, Pennsylvania. We'll be back.
I want to review today's scores very briefly.
No. 86, 94, 92, and 1 hieroglyph. That's before we got to the back 9.
I didn't think anybody was keeping score today.
Colin, right? It says here that on the 3rd hole you hit, I don't know, you
a 90-yard putt.
I do. It wasn't a flash.
Levi's 100% cotton Dockers. If they're not Dockers, they're just pants.
Oh, there you go! Toss me the towel, please, Darnell.
All right, we're back here to New York with the Chicago Bears back-to-back selection. So you add the 2 10 minutes they're allowed for each pick together, and they have about 13 minutes to go until they have to give us both the 32nd and 33rd pick. That's the way it works here. So we may have a little time here to look back and see that there have been 31 picks. 9 of them have been juniors, 8 of those in the first round, plus Reggie Cobb. Jeff George, Keith McCants, Junior Seau, Mark Carrier, Andre Ware. 5 of the first 7 were juniors. Then Lamar Lathan went to the Oilers, Emmitt Smith, Rodney Hampton, and Reggie Cobb. So 9 juniors. Now, the commissioner, Paul Tagliabue, had to make a tough call on allowing on deciding whether or not to allow juniors to be able to go into this draft. As soon as they petitioned the NFL to go into the draft, they renounced their eligibility. So it's great. There's no question that Andre Ware knows he's going to be picked. But there are some others that may give up a year of eligibility and may not be picked and then wonder why they did it. Joe, you think what message do you think is going out today? That, hey, you can be a junior and make a lot of money early, or maybe not?
I think the message that's going out today is I better take a long, hard look at my academic program before I make a decision to turn pro. Maybe another year of college isn't such a bad idea. I'm not blaming this all on the agents, but I think some of these kids have been sold a snow job because they're not going to go very high. You got 38 juniors that have entered this draft. 9 have gone in the first round and part of the second round now. How many more will go at this point, I don't know. But the economics continue to go down. If you stay in school that other year, maybe now, next year, you're projected rejected 1 or 2 and your economic situation goes better. I hope that every junior is sitting out there right now that has a chance to play ball and possibly a chance to come into the draft saying, maybe that's not a bad idea to finish my education, then go into the draft, at least with my academics behind me. A year more mature emotionally, a year more mature physically, and more importantly, my degree in my pocket. I hope they're looking at it real hard.
I'm sure they are. Juniors, almost 40 of them in this draft. Of course, that's helped make it a deeper draft on the top. But now as the rounds go on, will scouts be a little bit more afraid to pick a guy that they've only had a chance to look at for a half a year or a year? As you say, Joe, that may come into play after we go off the air and tomorrow when they have the back half of this draft. For more on juniors in the 1990 draft, let's go upstairs to Robin Roberts.
Thanks, Chris, and we'll start at the top. Jeff George began the invasion hours ago when the Colts made him the #1 pick. Then there were picks like Keith McCants, Junior Seau. We're talking about juniors that have invaded this year's draft. There's a new revolution afoot.
The Redcoats are coming. The Redcoats are coming.
In Boston, you can still follow the Freedom Trail, the route of Paul Revere's Midnight Ride. Since the 18th of April in '75, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness has never been denied. Now there's a new revolution, a group of guys who won't be denied life, liberty, and pursuit of the pros. Listen, my children, and you shall hear.
The juniors are coming. The juniors are coming.
38 underclassmen, including as many as 7 projected first-rounders, appealed to the NFL and Paul Tagliabue's new policy for eligibility in the draft. The commissioner required each underclassman to renounce his remaining college eligibility and thus eliminate supplemental drafts for players who may bypass this draft simply to seek eligibility at a later date. Chris Berman asked if he was comfortable with his edict.
Not really. You know, it's a compromise. I think I'm comfortable with the idea that great players should have the opportunity to show their wares in the NFL. But a sport career is relatively short compared to your entire life. And I think that over the years, most players have had the benefit of things both ways. They get to play in the NFL, but they get the opportunity to spend time in college and hopefully get a degree. I'd like to see that continue.
Why come out early in the first place? The answer, mostly money.
In college, they feel somewhat abused by the system. You know, these universities are making millions of dollars from which their talent and their ability are contributing to those dollars that the universities are making. And I think they feel abused and that they're not receiving any part of that pie.
The juniors have heard a lot of talk about a wage scale for first-year players proposed by owners that would slash rookie signing bonuses by $34 million.
I think the salary cap is very much a possibility because it is the right thing to do.
No, there'll never be a wage scale. They could threaten a wage scale all they want and frighten the youngsters and frighten everybody else. But, I mean, if they even tried a wage scale, that is so antitrust. I mean, we would be going to court immediately and challenging that, and there's no question in my mind that we would win.
The NFL and the NCAA say they want the juniors to stay in school.
I personally decry this whole thing. I would rather players come out a year later in school than a year early. I'm really not very happy with the situation.
If we could say, okay, now you pay us for our guys that went out, and you pay for the scholarship, or we're going to keep you off campus. You know, I know there are 1 or 2 coaches right now in schools that are keeping the NFL teams off their campus, but if say, Division I-A would get together as a group and unilaterally say, you take our juniors, they make your team, you pay us the scholarship back, or you don't get on campus. Well, you know, there might be some more adjusting to this.
A successful career depends on rewarding seniority, not in this year's draft. The juniors have replaced the seniors at the top of the list, and that will be costly.
It's possible that the senior will be pushed further down in the draft and could possibly be losing $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year, and of a 6-year contract, he could lose as much as $3 million by what's happening here.
The juniors may have made this the best draft ever, but the old guard isn't so sure.
They're not a sure thing. None of them are, including McCants. We saw what happened to the guy from Auburn 2 years ago, Bruce, who was Atlanta's #1 pick, and he was on the bench. And I don't think anybody feels any guy in the draft's a sure thing.
I agree with what Joe Theismann was saying earlier. Hopefully the juniors are in front of the sets, watching ESPN, watching this draft, and thinking, you know, maybe I'll go back, finish out that last year and get that degree, and then think about pro football. Well, one junior that is still waiting is Mark Spindler. He's our bubble man, and he's hoping to join the other 9 juniors. We'll be back with more in a minute.
In the second round, they've gone with Fred Washington, defensive lineman from TCU, and Ron Cox, linebacker, Fresno State. They did not opt for Mark Spindler. So in those 2 players, they go again, defense. They've gone a backer. They've gone defensive line. And they have gone safety. And Seattle has just selected Robert Blackman, a defensive back from Baylor, with their second round selection. So that leaves Detroit and then Indianapolis up next. Z, the Bears, they've gone with 1 at each rung defensively, a safety, a linebacker, a defensive line.
Yeah, I like their second round better than the first round. Carrier is a good player. I don't know how much impact he'll make in what they need, and they need somebody to get after the passer. Cox can do that, but they have a fellow that can rush from a linebacker position, Roper, who did it last year. Fred Washington is good. He looked very good in the blue-gray game. Rather short, kind of a short, squatty-type defensive lineman. He's good. But the strange pick in the draft so far in the first round, and the one that put air in the draft, was their pick of Carrier. Because then everybody figured they're going to get somebody they didn't think they were going to get. So the Bears overall have probably helped themselves, but I don't understand their first-round pick.
Well, they speak very highly of you.
No, I just said I didn't understand it. That's all. I mean, that's not, no. I don't understand a lot of things.
Well, we're all rocket scientists. No, Mel, your thought on the Bears?
I thought they did a nice job. I kind of disagree with Paul slightly. I can see what you're saying, Paul, about the value and all that, but Carrier is a heck of a player, and he has a chance to be a Pro Bowl type. Fred Washington, I'm not going to keep saying Mark Spindler. I think I've said enough about that situation. But Fred Washington was worked out by the Dallas Cowboys. They were evidently considering him in the first round, opted away from that. So Fred Washington figured in this area, solves a position of need, and of course he can swing from tackle to end. As far as their other pick is concerned, Ron Cox, sure they have Roper, but he's inconsistent. Cox, late first, early to mid-second rounder, good value at that point. They haven't had outside linebackers who can really dominate since the days of Wilbur Marshall and Otis Wilson. They can't live with what they have. Roper was inconsistent. You need 2. Now with Roper and Cox, maybe they have the bookends with Singletary in the middle. So you have to look at the Bears, in my mind. They're getting productive players from major colleges, and that's what they always look for. I'm talking about Tobin.
Mel, just as the Bears have taken a defensive player with their 3 picks so far on all 3 rungs, so have the Seattle Seahawks, going with Robert Blackman, now defensive back, to go along with Cortez Kennedy, defensive lineman, and Terry Wooden from Syracuse at linebacker. So these are 2 teams that obviously knew they needed some defensive help. Tell me a little bit about Blackman.
Good football player, steady, outstanding hands, tremendous instincts and range in coverage. The guy was a 4-year starter, considered one of the best freshmen in the country back when he initially was at Baylor, had a consistent career all the way through, never really dropped off at any point. Good pick at this particular point in the draft for Seattle, a team in desperate need of some help at that center field position. A roamer, a guy like Blackman, who can really step in right away and help you. He has that experience at the major college level to come right in next year and have an impact, as does Kennedy and as does Wooden. So I think Knox has to be happy with this draft so far for the Seahawks.
Detroit, Indianapolis, and the Raiders are the next 3 on tap here in the second round, and maybe Indianapolis can get a top blocker for Jeff George. While we mull over those and other salient points, let's go upstairs now to Robin Roberts.
Thank you, Chris. Between picks, we have time to think. You choose to send out for pizza. We tend to think and look back on the first round. And we noticed that the first 33 picks, 7 players are from 6 different SEC schools. You have McCants from Alabama, Smith from Florida, Bennett from Ole Miss, then 2 Georgia Dogs, Ben Smith and Rodney Hampton, Alexander Wright from Auburn, and Tennessee's Reggie Cobbs. Just thought you'd like to know that. We'll be back with more of the second round of the NFL Draft live from New York in just a moment.
Hello, this is Dennis Hirsch from Hirsch Ford Lincoln Mercury. We're having a sale on Rangers and Bronco 2s. Through a special purchase of limited run trucks, we can offer you the best truck bargains I've seen in years. During this sale, you can buy a new 1990 Ranger XLT loaded with equipment including air conditioning for under $9,000, or a new Bronco 2 XLT with air conditioning, power windows and locks, and loads of extra equipment for under $14,000. That's a savings of about $5,000. We cannot duplicate these trucks at these prices. Another way to buy the best for less from Hirsch Ford Lincoln Mercury.
Good day, sunshine. On a scale of 10, this day is a 12. Temperatures are mild, hardly a cloud in the sky, balmy breezes, a perfect day to head for the lake. They've just finished resurfacing the City Tennis Center, and the big golf tournament starts today. Yes, sir. If you don't enjoy this day, it's your own fault.
Hello, Nutrilon. May I help you?
Back in New York at the NFL Draft, as we get towards the middle of the second round now, it gets us thinking a little bit, which is always dangerous with this crew. What will the football player be like in the 1990s? And the man who thinks the most about these weighty subjects, Joe.
Performance depends upon proportion. Since the 15th century, it's the way we've measured human potential. The Vitruvian man never dreamed of combining all-pro speed with Hall of Fame hands. Proportion, performance, the perfect player. How far have we come in 500 years?
To find out how far the player will go, we must first consider how far he has come. Here at the George Washington University School of Medicine, our quest for the player of the future begins by examining some of the relics of the game. Hey, nice to meet you. Didn't I run into you? Or did you run into me? Where will he come from? What will he look like? The player or player type of the 90s. Maybe a product of the past. A result of an offensive or defensive style of other players who dominated their decade.
Basically, the football position is the position of the running back. That's what football is all about. And if you ever eliminate that, it becomes basketball.
In the 60s, Brown dominated the game. In an 8-year career, he rolled up over 12,000 yards. He was big and fast for his time. The 70s saw O.J. Simpson gain over 10,000 yards, including over 2,073. He had fewer yards in the same number of seasons as Brown, but remember, defenses were getting bigger and stronger. Walter Payton owned the 80s with a career that concluded with 10 NFL records, including the league's leading rusher, a smaller man than Brown or Simpson, but maybe more durable. And now in the 90s, with such an increase in the average size of defensive personnel, it's going to take a back with sprinter speed and a lineman's strength to gain ground. It's going to take a back like Christian Okoye, 6'1", 253 pounds. Then there are those who think the player or position of the 90s will evolve on the other side of the ball, and they speak from experience.
He will probably have to be a linebacker that can play the run as well. Meaning he's got to have size. Got to have size and strength and good technique similar to a defensive lineman.
And what about the potential players of the 90s themselves? Their prototype player is going to be...
Hopefully a lot like myself. Big, quick, and intelligent.
I think the outside linebacker is still going to be an important player, even into the 90s.
Guys seem awesome today. The main thing in the 90s is going to be speed.
I think it's the time for the specialty type player to emerge.
It isn't a matter of anything that's going to be different, that's going to be pure and true.
They might be a little bigger, might be a little stronger, might be a little faster or something like that, but they don't change greatly. They can either play or they can't play.
Oh, thank you, yes. Well, the reports are in. Most of the men who played the game expect the player of the 90s to be bigger, stronger, and faster. Now, if we mix these physical elements, speed, size, and strength, then take a generous portion of psychological toughness, that's real chemistry. Can we construct him, or does he already exist? When our quest continues, the dominant player, the dominant position, will unveil the player of the 90s. Well, you've seen what we might think the player of the 90s might be. Personally, I feel like it's going to be that big, dominant defensive player. The guys are going to be 6'4", possibly 6'6", about 290. But we're just going to have to wait to see, because this is only the beginning of the 90s.
And we'll have an update on that. You look good with the beaker and the
I'm a
white
scientist.
jacket.
I like the scientist.
I thought you were going to drink that.
Mel, we've just had a selection. Detroit has just made their pick in the second round. Dan Owens, defensive end, USC. Defensive line, it's not Spindler.
Well, they talk about Tim Ryan at USC. Dan Owens was always the better pro prospect, especially when he went up from 255 to 268 in the months leading up to the draft. Even so, projected, as far as my ratings are concerned, as a sixth rounder, sixth rounder. Obviously, in the second round, ahead of Spindler, no sense. Here's the Indianapolis pick.
I'll see if we can pick that up, but
Indianapolis
Don White.
selects Anthony Johnson, running back, Notre Dame.
Well, they get a big running back.
Raiders are on the clock.
Fullback, Notre Dame, Anthony Johnson, the second round selection from the Indianapolis Colts. The selection of Dan Owens makes it 3 players from USC now, which ties USC with the Smiths. Because Anthony, Emmett, and Ben, there have been 3 Smiths selected and 3 Trojan football players from USC selected. We'll be back with more from the draft, including part 2 of Joe's quest for the players of the 90s.
Lately, Showtime's made some overinflated claims. They say they have big movies, but it's HP.
Speed, size, strength, agility, tenacity. All elements a team is looking for when they draft an athlete. In the 80s, perhaps no one player combined these better than Lawrence Taylor. The outside linebacker position has been around since the game began. But in becoming the league's best quarterback sacker, LT refined the role. 27 other teams started searching for a 6'3", 245-pound player with 4.6 40 speed who was bent on getting to the ball. That's some of what they want from the player of the 90s. He's bigger, he's stronger, he's faster. He's Ronaldo Turnbull, outside linebacker from West Virginia. 6'5", 251.6 pounds. He runs a 4.5 40, and he's intelligent. We know how far the players have come. Now we'll find out how far he can go. To do that, we visit the University of Massachusetts Department of Exercise Science and Dr. Frank Catch, who was first to develop the average NFL body profile. He has tested player potential of the Jets, Cowboys, Dolphins, Saints, and the Redskins. He takes us through the battery of tests, from weighing individual body parts.
We determined the weight of his arm by suspending it from a sling and recorded to the nearest 10 grams actually how much his arm weighed. And then we know that mass divided by volume gives density, so we're able to calculate the density of his arm and actually make an estimate of the cross-sectional area of the muscles of the upper arm.
To the water tank.
For Ronaldo, we were trying to determine what his total fat content was and how much muscle mass he had. And so by dunking him in a vat of water, we're able to estimate his density, that is his mass per unit volume.
To the vertical jump.
We're seeing how much force he can apply to the plate before he takes off. And we're getting a pattern of how his muscles are contracting and how they're working. And we actually get a picture of this on the computer screen.
And finally, to the treadmill.
He achieved a score of 52 milliliters of oxygen per kilogram of body weight on a maximal oxygen uptake test, which is quite a bit better than most of the people in the United States would do. And his max test was awfully good. He's a very well-trained athlete, and the fact that he could get such a high score, run for over 10 minutes at a high grade for his body weight is really remarkable.
Now, what do we determine from all these tests?
He's, I would say, a modern-day, almost a Greek god in terms of his ability. He's terrific in the lower body, a little bit weak in the upper arms, but that'll come with training. Great physique and body profile, very good endurance. He's got all the makings of a real superstar.
Ronaldo Turnbull has never had a major football injury. But what happens if he gets hurt the first week of practice? I mean, how quickly can he come back? Well, in the 90s, the road to recovery will not be such a steep climb.
It's impossible to totally restore absolute normal function, but we can come so close these days because of our detailed understanding of mechanics, anatomy, and function that for all intents and purposes, athletes can get back and perform at a very high level.
And during a decade of increased equal opportunity, what about a woman in the NFL? Anything in the 90s is possible. Just imagine how far we've come and how far football could go in the next 500 years.
You walked a little far there on that treadmill, maybe. Well, you never know. That woman was a junior eligible, by the way.
That was. Yeah, she's a junior eligible. We're looking at next year, possibly. You know, you never know. Maybe a Russian from somewhere. I mean, who knows? I mean, we've got him in the NBA right now, so you never quite know where it's going to come from. I personally think that the player of the 90s is going to be more of a specialist. I think we're even going to start to see it down to one down for each of the guys or gals.
Well, that means they would have to have a roster of in the 50s. Your player of the 90s, Zim, you don't want to dunk him in water, do you?
No. The player of the 90s will be able to defeat any steroid test ever devised. He'll be that sophisticated. It'll be total drugstore football.
Oh, Dr. Z.
I don't know. You've been watching with the white coat with Joe. That's why.
I just see the direction the game's going.
Well, the NFL has certainly instituted the random steroid testing. I think it's a much more effective policy. We shall see what happens when that comes up. What comes up now is that the Raiders have a second-round pick. Midway here through round number 2, they've got about 3 minutes to make their selection. Maybe it's time for a trade. We haven't had one of those yet, really, not involving existing players. Fred Edelstein, is something brewing?
Well, there is, Chris. Early in the first round, I told you that the 49ers were close to consummating a deal with the Oilers, Tim McKyer, for their second-round pick. Apparently, Al Davis has jumped into the situation, and he is talking to the 49ers, I guess, as we speak. McKyer will either go to the Raiders or he will go to Houston. We should find out in the next minute or so if he's going to go to the Raiders. I'm told that whichever pick it comes to for the 49ers, they will probably take Kenny Davidson, the LSU defensive end. So back to you, Chris.
All right, Freddie, thank you. And, you know, maybe a guy like Marcus could be dealt today. Marcus Allen, obviously not happy with Bo sitting there in the backfield. What the Raiders will do, what the other teams will do. We'll be back to the arc in a moment. Been involved in a trade. They have selected Aaron Wallace, linebacker, Texas A&M, a guy who last fall was probably projected as a first-round pick. Mel, you thought that maybe he had fallen even to the third round. The Raiders taking a shot. Why would he have fallen in his final year there?
Well, mainly because you didn't see him really maintain the speed that he had. You see him going around the offensive tackle here in for the sack. You know, this is the type of ability he showed up until really his senior year, latter portions of his senior year. You know, when he was intense and at the top of his game, nobody could stop him. No offensive tackle. There you go right there. No offensive tackle even get a handle on Aaron Wallace coming around that corner. He was responsible for the fact that A&M was able to defeat Andre Ware's Houston Cougar Club this year. One of the few times the Cougars were shut down, held to 13 points in that particular game. So Aaron Wallace's stock dropped late. Combine workout, 4.66. People thought he'd run the 4.45. Gets down to numbers again. The fact that they were talking about at the Senior Bowl some problems where they thought he should have played with a minor injury. He opted not to and stayed on the sidelines. Things like this. Getting back to the Raiders, you know, first round Anthony Smith. You know, they could have gone Spindler at that point, or they could have gone Lathan, okay? Come back in round 2 and get Spindler. I think the Raiders, in my opinion, would have been better off to go Lathan Spindler rather than Smith Wallace. Even though I think Wallace has some potential, I think they could have gotten 2 better choices and more impact getting those 2 players. I'm talking about Spindler and Lathan.
Well, the Raiders do things their way. They don't belong to any of the scouting combines. Are you surprised by this one, Z?
No, he had 3 sacks on the Hula Bowl. And I think he distinguished himself in postseason in that one. And that's all you need. If you have that pass rush, people always take a chance.
But here was a guy, Paul. Here was a guy at the beginning of the year was talked about as a top 10 pick in the first round. So, you know, you're talking about him after that maybe being a third-round pick. He reverted back to a mid-first-round pick, but still a definite drop from a guy who was considered a premier player and a high-round pick maybe back in September.
You know, they're looking at building and working on their defense, but I really think that the problem and the key to the success of the Los Angeles Raiders or Oakland Raiders or wherever Raiders are, the key is going to be the play of their quarterback position. Steve Berline is going to now be in his second full year. Jay Schrader almost relegated to the second position. But there's a guy out there that I believe that can be a very integral part of that football team, a guy by the name of Doug Williams. He's the big, strong-arm guy, great individual, terrific character, has a few years left and can provide stability in a backup position and get the ball down the field to the big players. So I wouldn't be surprised if not only we see the long in the tooth but very strong Lyle Alzado back, but also Doug Williams winding up in the black and silver.
Can Alzado really make it back?
He can make it back. I really believe that Lyle can make it back. He's kept himself in fantastic shape. After all, see, the other thing is, too...
Well, he's hosting the lighter side of sports.
Yeah, but not only that, but he got in the restaurant business, and you make no money there.
Right.
Trust me, I know that. So he had to go back to football. But he's a spot player. He's going to be on that football team because Art Shell was taken there because it brought back Raider tradition as the head coach. Lyle Alzado comes back because it brings back Raider tradition and leadership on the field. He's only going to have to play one, maybe two downs. He's in and out. But just his presence alone is going to bring back a sense of pride.
Any thought on Bo Jackson? The guys, after this year, he makes his decision, baseball with the Royals full-time, or does he keep playing two sports? Where do you think he is with football?
I don't know. I think he's working out with Jim Otto now because they're into comebacks.
Well, we know that they still have Bo, they still have Marcus on. The next pick is Cincinnati, and here it is.
Has selected Harold Green, running back, South Carolina.
Well, they can't believe that Harold Green has stayed here that long. Neither can we, really. The big running back from South Carolina. And this is a Cincinnati team that likes to keep pounding, pounding, and pounding. There's still a question about Ickey Woods and how his knee is, whether he'll be ready to rumble at the start of the regular season. I mean, they have a little back that plays like a big guy in James Brooks, but
he's old.
With Harold, who?
James Brooks.
Yeah, but he's great. But Harold Green is young, and he's big. And I'm kind of surprised that he went as low as 38. That's a real shocker. Bengals get a great value.
I thought he could be a top 10 pick. He's that good. He can run inside out, 6'1", 225 pounds. You see his quickness, his tackle-breaking ability. Key here is one of the best receiving backs in the draft. And, of course, with Cincinnati, that's very important. You know, James Brooks can't go one forever. They need some depth there. They have it now with Harold Green.
Well, the other thing, too, is I think you have to take a look at a guy's history. Here's a guy who's played in 4 different kinds of offenses, run and shoot, triple option, semi-pro. So he really hasn't had a chance to settle down. What they're looking at is purely an athlete, a guy who can run with the football. Ickey Woods did not make the Cincinnati Bengal offense. The Cincinnati Bengal offense helped make Ickey Woods. Now, if Ickey can come back healthy with the addition of Green, I still think Cincinnati's the best team in the AFC. This even makes them a little bit stronger on offense.
One thing about Harold Green, even though he's a big kid, 225 pounds in that range, some scouts tell me that he has that shake and that moving outside. You put his shake and Ickey's shake and Brooks's power, watch out. We'll be back.
It's an Acura, the most satisfying automobile in America 3 years in a row. By TaylorMade, makers of tour-preferred irons and metal woods. Budweiser, Beechwood aged for that clean, crisp taste. This Bud's for you.
Back in New York, nice day to take a cruise on the Circle Line. Nice day to join us for the NFL Draft. We're on till 6:30 Eastern Time, 3:30 on the West Coast. And the Miami Dolphins, a pattern, we said they need some help on the offensive line. Do you think John Sandusky wasn't happy enough when they drafted Richmond Webb in the first round, the tackle from Texas A&M? They've just picked big kid, about 300 pounds, Keith Sims, guard, could play all along the line from Iowa State. Going back, since we're in the state of Florida, just this little note. Emmitt Smith's selection by the Dallas Cowboys, the running back from Florida in the first round, makes it a record 8 straight years that Florida has had at least one player selected in the first round. Began with the Lions and James Jones in '83, Wilbur Marshall in '84, Lomas Browns, Lorenzo Hampton in '85, John L. Williams, Neil Anderson in '86, Ricky Nattiel in '87, then Clifford Charlton in '88. Last year they had Trace Armstrong, David Williams, and Louis Oliver. And now with Emmitt Smith going to Dallas, just thought you'd want to know that's 8 straight years. The streak of 7 that Pitt had running comes to a close today with no Panther player chosen in the first round. And so we've told you that Miami has gone lineman and lineman. Now, one name that you definitely would have heard had he decided to come out, Rob Moore, wide receiver, Syracuse. He's in a unique situation. We'll talk about him as a player first, but he's in a unique situation. The NFL said that with the juniors eligible, that there would be no supplemental draft. Well, they had to amend that because Moore has stayed in school. He will finish his degree next month, at which point, since he has college eligibility left, he then has the option, having finished his degree, to come out and go in a special supplemental draft. Supplemental draft that saw 3 players selected last year. A supplemental draft that Mel Kiper would have to think he would go rather high, because had he come out, did you rate him ahead of Wright and Rembert as wide receivers?
No question. He was probably the 3rd or 4th best player overall in the entire draft. Definitely the #1 receiver. Talking about a guy that's a premier player. Even though he's a premier player and a highly rated player going in, he probably still would have been maybe a mid-first round pick. I doubt Kansas City would have taken Percy Snow if a guy like Rob Moore was in this draft. But by going into the supplemental draft, he will probably and most definitely be the #1 pick overall. Whoever gets that first pick in the supplemental draft can't pass up a guy like Rob Moore. He's a rare talent, future Pro Bowler, and with that in mind, like I said, he should be the first pick overall in the supplemental draft, a guy that Gary Richard, his agent, really utilized the supplemental draft well. He did it with Bosworth, did it last year with Rosenball, and now with Rob Moore. So 3 in a row for Gary Richard.
Well, Gary's not dumb. Gary is the supplemental draft, the agent of the supplemental draft. And here's the thing, Joe, you were talking about stay in, get your degree, then come out. Well, he's doing both, and if you're that good a player, then you'll probably make even more if you want to look at it from just the dollars and cents worth.
Well, I think not only dollars and cents, you have to sort of take a look at who's coming out with you. I mean, in this particular draft, if I looked around and I was a running back, and I looked around at all those other guys that are out there, I had to say to myself, geez, can I get drafted in the 1st or 2nd round, make $6 1/4 or $300,000, or will I fall down into a position? See, what the problem these guys are going to run into when you get to the later rounds, all of a sudden you're in competition with the Plan B people. And now a team's not going to waste their time trying to develop a junior who's picked in the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th round when they can pick up a Plan B guy who can fill in right now for you that has NFL
and they know
experience.
His track record.
So the guy's really caught in the middle at this point. You know, to me, it's stay in, get your degree, come out, take a shot, and do the best you can with it.
This is unique. There may be up to 3 players. I don't think the other 2 will be in Rob Moore's class at all. But what it is you use next year's pick. If you want Rob Moore, which is what the Cardinals did, which is what Dallas did, which is what the Denver Broncos did. That's why they don't have first-round picks today. We'll be back in New York. The Chiefs, Oilers, and Bills up next after that. Thus far, only 4 teams have gone offense in the draft. One of those, the Jets, Miami, Indianapolis, and the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys have taken Emmitt Smith and Alexander Wright. Chris Myers talked with Jimmy Johnson.
Very much the Cowboys going with offense on their first 2 picks, and we're with the, I guess we can call you the Jack McKeon of pro football with all the trades you've been making. You attempted to trade up for defense. You'd ended up trading up and getting Emmitt Smith.
Well, we felt like there were some defensive players early in the draft that we would have liked to have had with our club, and we did make some efforts to trade up to get them. It did not work out, and so we were all set on the 21st pick. But Emmitt Smith stayed up there, and we felt like that he was as good a player as there was in the draft, and we just could not let him stay there. So we made our efforts to trade up a couple of times, and we finally got to the point that we pulled off a deal, and we got the player that we wanted.
I know that you wanted Emmitt Smith. You attempted first James Francis, Lamar Lathan in terms of the defense, but you wanted to minimize the risk with your first 2 picks.
Well, I think with our situation here with the Cowboys at this stage of our development, it would have been a disaster for us to have a bust with our first picks, with either the first-round pick or that second-round pick on 26. For that reason, we wanted to take bona fide players. Now, if we'd have taken some defensive players at that stage, there would have been some risk. For that reason, we went with the offensive players.
Okay, busy offseason, the 16 Plan B free agents. How did that help you in the draft in terms of going more for the best player as opposed to a need filling?
Well, there's no question that we helped ourselves with Plan B. Now, Plan B is not necessarily the answer for us to get back on the winning track, but I think that we solidified a lot of positions, and by doing that, we were able to sit there and not have to reach for defensive players, for instance. We were able to take the best player available.
Okay, and briefly, from here on out, you're still looking for defense?
Well, you know, of course, we'd like to have some defensive players. And at this stage in the draft, we can take risks now. If we have a bust at this level, it's not going to be as disastrous as what it would have been a bust in the first and second pick.
Okay, thank you very much.
The San Antonio Spurs, who've already made the biggest turnaround in one season in NBA history, tried for their 55th win of the season today. That win would give the Spurs the Midwest Division title and home court advantage against Denver in the first round of the upcoming NBA playoffs. To obtain all that, the Spurs would have to beat the Phoenix Suns at the Hemisphere Arena this afternoon. Midwest Division title at stake.
The NFL Draft, the Marriott Marquis in New York. A couple more second-round selections have been made. A pair of Golden Domers. Joe Theismann beaming over here because Tim Grunart, center guard from Notre Dame, went to the Kansas City Chiefs. And just a couple of moments ago, Jeff Alm, defensive tackle, goes to the Houston Oilers from Notre Dame. So Buffalo, Pittsburgh, New Orleans are your next on tap here as we've gotten to the back half of the second round as ESPN's coverage of the draft continues here in New York City for the 11th straight year. It's say that 5 times. It's the 55th time the NFL has had a draft, but the first time it's been presided over by Paul Tagliabue, the new commissioner, and this year first that you get to work the microphone. Did the suspense very well, by the way. You held off some suspense up there, New York drafts. You paused. You got that down pretty quickly.
It took me a long time to rehearse, at least 5 minutes.
That's what we say in our business, too. The draft was always one of Pete's favorite times because it's kind of the unofficial start of the next year. This draft, a lot different. The juniors, you had a tough call to make. Are you happy with the way it worked out, allowing the juniors in as long as they renounce their eligibility?
I think so. As I've said many times, it's not easy to change a rule that's been as long-standing as this one, but I think it's worked, and we didn't open up the floodgates as people thought might happen. 38 players were eligible as underclassmen, and I think that's a reasonable number.
It's been suggested that maybe if a guy doesn't go in the first or second rounds, that maybe he might be allowed to go back into college. Is it almost a deterrent? You're telling kids, hey, think about this 5 times before you come out because you're renouncing your college eligibility, and if you don't go in the first 2 rounds, you're the loser?
I think that's part of what we're trying to do, is to encourage players to stay in school and to get their education and to get the experience of being in college. So I don't think we're going to change our rules in midstream this year.
How far might you have to go? Supposing sophomores want to come out. I mean, how far, and I hate to start getting legalese with you, but you know that's coming. How far does the NFL go if 15 sophomores say they'd like to come out next year?
Well, I hope we can work together with the Players Association and others and demonstrate to the players that it's in their interest to stay in school. And I think over the years this has worked well. You get the maturity, the experience, the skill at skill positions, and then you come into the league and your value is maximized as a football player, and you have something else for life after that. So hopefully we can draw the line where it's been drawn now.
Commissioner, the part of the reason that so many juniors came out, or at least it's thought so, is the thought of a wage scale next year, at least for rookies coming in. Is that a reality?
Well, I think the wage scale is a possibility. I think that there's some feeling throughout the league now, including among the players, that there should be more pay that goes with performance and a little less pay that goes with speculation. And a wage scale properly designed could do that. It could reward the players who actually make the teams, who do the playing, who get the clubs to the playoffs, and I think that would be good. It's a complicated question. It depends on a lot of things, but it could happen down the road.
Is that something that must be negotiated in the new collective bargaining agreement? I mean, in the new one, there hasn't been a new one for 2.5 years now. I mean, might that be one of the sticking points, or you can't institute that on your own?
No, a wage scale could not be instituted by the teams on their own. It would have to be bargained with the Players Association. I'm sure it'll be one of the subjects that comes up. And as you know, there hasn't been a collective bargaining agreement, a new one, since the one that was executed in 1982. That's a long time to go without a new agreement. So here we are with an agreement that was executed in the beginning of the 80s, and we're into the 90s. So I'm hopeful people can go back to the table and get an agreement for the 90s.
You've had a special management council not a workshop, but something you got in motion at the March meetings. All of a sudden you see a lot of impetus going. You think you have a shot to put in a new collective bargaining agreement before the start of maybe training camps?
Well, the 6 members of the Management Council have been working together for 3 years now, and now we've supplemented that with 4 members of a working group. So we have those 9 or 10 clubs actively involved, looking for ideas, and I think they'll come up with some proposals that can be put to the union that would be fair and hopefully get some negotiations going.
Commissioner, the suit brought forth by the 8 players, including Don Majkowski, quarterback of the Packers. Does that have to go by the boards for any new collective bargaining agreement to go in? Where does that stand?
Well, I think the suit is probably a pressure tactic, if you will, prepared by the Players Association. I think it'll be an impediment to collective bargaining. As you know, we had litigation for 3 years. It hasn't produced anything, and I'd rather get us into the collective bargaining room and out of the courtroom.
Plan B, how long does that live?
Well, I think Plan B has worked as it was designed to work. I think people have experience now. I think it might be modified next year. There's some concern around the league that it's hurting competitive balance, that some of the strong teams are taking advantage of the system in a way that wasn't envisioned, and I think that may have to be corrected.
Expansion and realignment, Commissioner. Any timetable specifically? How many cities? They've been wooing the NFL for a long time. Now it looks close? Closer.
Well, it looks closer.
R on there.
It looks closer. Expansion looks closer. I think we'll have expansion within the term of these television contracts that were just negotiated and concluded, which means that we'll have expansion by the 1993 season. Realignment, I think, can be agreed upon before then, but it would take effect after the next round of television contracts are negotiated.
And of course, depending on where the Raiders end up or don't end up, might affect expansion or realignment. What can you do with that situation? I mean, it's.
I'll kick that one back to you.
There. Okay, what can you do with that?
Well, I've been staying in touch with Al Davis, and he's in a difficult situation. His stadium in Los Angeles is wanting, and I believe they thought they had something worked out in Oakland that would sail, but it doesn't look like it will. So I'm sure he's going to have to reassess his position after this draft and see where he goes from there. I'll stay in touch with him. If there's anything we can do constructively, we'll do it.
A year ago at this time, everybody in the National Football League has certainly been quite familiar with all that you had done involved in football, but the average football fan may not have known, or not only were familiar with you, how to spell your name, etc. Combined with that, Pete Rozelle told me that when he took over as commissioner, it took him about 5 or 6 years to feel comfortable. Doesn't look like it's taken you as long to A, be known, B, feel comfortable. Is that a correct assessment?
Well, I think it is, probably. You can make that assessment better than I can, but I've been around the league for 20 years, and I know the issues, I know the people, and I think I'm comfortable now. And a lot of the reason maybe is that I had the chance to work with Pete, learn a lot from him, and get the benefit of his experience, and for that I'm very thankful.
Next 12 months before we see you next year at this time, collective bargaining agreement, importance number one, would that be your
That would be the
goal?
#1 priority, would be a collective bargaining agreement, which I think can pave the way for the league to do a lot of things internationally. As you know, we're playing more and more games in Europe. We have the World League that the owners have created, which looks to having teams in Europe on a permanent basis. If we can get an agreement with the players, I think it'll be good for them, be good for the league, be good for the fans, expand the sport internationally as well as in the United States.
It's always a pleasure to see you. I hope you enjoy running your first draft. You went the complete first round, showed no signs of tiring. I think the manager was just a little scared that you might throw your arm out up there at the podium.
Well, as you said, when you start with a right-hander, you have to come in with a left-hander and keep you people off balance a little bit so you don't get lackadaisical here.
Yeah, we would never get lackadaisical here. Commissioner Tagliabue, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
All right, the commissioner is here with us as the draft continues in New York. We'll be back in a moment.
It's D-Day for 28 teams in the National Football League. The evaluations are over. It's time to stand and select. The crop is rich and plentiful. An influx of super talented juniors has made the class of 1990 the most electrifying in quite some time.
Quarterbacks best since 1983.
What, are you kidding?
Computers don't kid.
Sorry. With Golden Boy Jeff George, Heisman winner Andre Ware, and a plethora of depth. Who am I to argue? What about running backs?
Wow.
Wow what?
Wow. Speed, quickness, strength. It's all here.
Right again. Blair Thomas spearheads a spectacular group, bolstered by juniors Emmett Smith and Rodney Hampton. Hey, is there anyone that can stop these guys?
No problem. Enter Keith McCants.
From Pittsburgh, a junior, he's waiting to hear his name called from the podium. He's a plummeting pick, which can be a sinking feeling.
Louis Oliver has plummeted. Andre Rison, not nearly as much, but Oliver had been talked about as one of the 7 samurai at the top of this draft.
We'll be talking about Andre Rison and Louis Oliver, and these two players will be Pro Bowlers, and I doubt seriously if Wayne Martin has that kind of ability.
And here's the Colts pick, please. Isn't it Andre Rison by now?
Andre Rison, wide receiver, Michigan State. First round selection to Atlanta. In exchange, Atlanta gives their Louis Oliver, defensive back, Florida.
I'm pretty glad that they picked me and chosen me in the first round. I think I would have gone crazy if I would have slipped into the second round.
I just can't believe that Hugh Green has not been taken ahead of E.J. Jr.
I can't see Eddie Brown getting by the Chargers. I really can't.
San Diego selects the 12th pick on the first round, Jim Luche.
You know, it's amazing the way these guys plummet. All of a sudden, bad things come up on draft day.
The selection, wide receiver, Eddie Brown.
To me, that's the shocker so far of this draft.
The surprise we've all been talking about for 3 hours plus now. No quarterback, no Boomer Esiason. Whither the Boomer.
Where do you project Esiason in this second round?
I can't project him.
They talk about attitude. I don't understand that because Boomer has a great attitude. He's a leader. And if you look back over the history, the great quarterbacks were your cocky, confident leaders, and Boomer is a leader.
New Orleans Saints select Craig Hayward, running back, Pittsburgh.
I'm disappointed right now, but I know this incentive of me not going the first round is just going to make me work a lot harder.
The phone has finally rung in Stillwater, Oklahoma for running back Thurman Thomas of Oklahoma State. It's the first selection made by the Buffalo Bills. It came in the second round.
Every time I play a game, I look back at that moment and say, hey, this is one of the teams that passed me up. So I want to go out and do something that will try to hurt their spirits. And, you know, so far, I've been in the league 2 years and everything's going fine for me.
Thurman Thomas may have fallen asleep a couple of years ago waiting to be drafted, but he's proven that many NFL clubs were the ones asleep at the wheel by bypassing him. Mark Spindler is hoping to prove some other NFL clubs wrong. He is our bubble man, and Jimmy Roberts has been in Scranton, Pennsylvania at Spindler's Lounge with Mark Spindler, and we'll go now to Jimmy Roberts.
Cleveland is up.
Robin, continuing the 5th hour of our vigil here at Spindler's Lounge, and it looks like Mark Spindler will be this year's enigma. I know that you said to me earlier that what this does is provides you with some motivation once you do get into the pros to get out and prove something.
Yeah, I don't have to prove anything. I just say, you know, somebody's going to take me and they'll be happy with me. Like I said right from the beginning on, you know, I'm just going to go and get the job done, and I'm just looking forward, you know, just to getting to the next level. You know, somebody's going to give me an opportunity to go play professional level, and, you know, and I'm just going to look forward to that.
Is there any reason that you can think of that you might have slipped past where you thought you were going to go?
Yeah, they might have taken consideration my knee. It might have been a little worse than what everybody said, but you know, basically, I'm just somebody's gonna draft me, you know, and I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Well, we hope that'll come soon for your sake and also for the phone companies. A lot of phone calls here, but right now we're going to go out to Kirkland, Washington. We're going to talk to Ben Bennett, the former quarterback of the Blue Devils, who has some memories of his own from his draft day.
Well, thank you, and I can definitely empathize with Mark Spindler. It's a very special experience to be drafted in the NFL, but it can be either a great day or it can be a terrible day. I had a very close friend named Jim Kelly, got drafted in the first round, the 16th pick by the Buffalo Bills, and he cried. Well, I'd like to have had that opportunity to cry those tears with him. My senior year in 1984, the year that Boomer Esiason wasn't drafted until middle of the second round, a lot of the prognosticators had picked Esiason and myself and Steve Young to be the first 3 quarterbacks chosen, with the possibility of Jeff Hostetler moving up or down. And as we went into draft day, Steve Young was eliminated, and I thought immediately elevated everybody's draft stock at the quarterback position. Well, as it worked out, number 1 didn't happen, neither did number 2. By this time, 1984, I was out playing basketball with Steve Diassi and Martin Bayless. We were all pretty disappointed. And it's a tough situation because you have such high aspirations, and you know that you can be a player, and you know that you can contribute, and then you don't get drafted to where you want to go. And it's really a tough thing. I was lucky. I had the USFL to fall back on. There's not a lot of USFLs out there left. With the new World League, some guys may have a shot to do something next year. But today's a tough day for the guys that have been drafted a lot later than they were thinking about. Back to Robin Roberts in New York.
Thank you very much, Ben. We've had a couple of more selections while we were away. Cleveland, the Browns finally heard from them. They took Leroy Horde, a running back out of Michigan, and before that we heard from the Saints, and they went with a defensive back, Vince Buck out of tiny Central State. As Washington, they're on the clock now. We'll hear from them for the first time when we come back. Stay tuned.
Back in New York with considerably more interesting hairdos, Chris Berman, Mel Kiper, and Joe Theismann, Tom Jackson and company. A reminder that tonight the draft ends its coverage, about an hour from now. So it's 6:30 Eastern Time, Sports Center with Tom Mees and Bill Patrick. Then baseball tonight with our crew for an hour, and we'll bring you up to date on everything that's going on in Major League Baseball. Dave Marish, Peter Gammons, Ray I Dub the Night. At 8 o'clock Eastern Time, the Giants at the Padres. It should be Atlee If I Had a Hammocker against Eric Winplace and Shao tonight from San Diego. And then the Sports Center coming up your way after the game, about 11 o'clock Eastern Time, give or take. And our conversation tonight with Deion Sanders, first-round pick a year ago, Atlanta Falcons, now playing baseball with the Yankees and looking to be a second-year player with the Atlanta Falcons. And what might he do? All right, the Washington Redskins are next up here in the second round. We've had a few picks go by. One, we've finally heard from the Cleveland Browns. They, as the Skins did not, have a first-round selection. Cleveland goes with Leroy Horde, and there is a big back that they've been looking for. A guy can play fullback or a tail. Tommy, Cleveland Browns looking for another big back, go along with Mack, either with or without him. And they got a guy that's a need for them.
Well, they said they were looking for a guy in between Metcalf and Mack,
well,
and also eventually a guy to replace Mack as he gets some age on him. They got what they wanted. I just thought it was an excellent choice for him.
Backtrack a few to a Louisville player who made you smile a little bit.
The first one.
The first one from Louisville, Carwell Gardner, fullback, who one of Howard Schnellenberger's conversions. He's really a defensive player, and now he's a fullback 1 year at Louisville. He's a load, and that gives someone else behind Killebrew to the Buffalo Bills.
Well, he's a load who's going to have an attitude, but I think the other thing that'll be added, he'll take some pressure off Thurman. You can put him back there with Thurman Thomas. Gives Kelly another receiver to throw to, has the receiving skills necessary to play in this league. And
most
you have to know,
from Louisville.
Yeah, from Louisville, but you have to know that a guy who's played defensive end, who you move to a running back, he's gonna make people make an adjustment attitude when he's bringing the ball downfield.
I think that's true. Pittsburgh, Mel went Ken Davidson, defensive end, LSU. I know that's a guy San Francisco was interested in. He could be, well, no pick in the second round like this is a sleeper, but he kind of a riser, wasn't he, late?
Well, San Francisco was interested, Chris. Some other clubs were interested in a guy that isn't a major underachiever. You know, he came to LSU, highly regarded out of high school. They tried him at tight end, defensive end, offensive tackle. Didn't play well at any of the positions. He's strictly a workout guy, not necessarily a top football player. So it's just a case of the football player sliding through and the workout stars going higher. So definite reach, a guy that was projected as no better in my ratings as a 7th, 8th, 9th rounder.
And the New Orleans Saints, forget the Big Ten, forget the Pac-10, forget Notre Dame, forget all these big schools. They go from Central State. There's one of your small college guys.
There you go. And the team needed a cornerback. We're talking about New Orleans. Vince Buck, considered the second best cornerback going into the draft behind J.D. Williams, has the size, didn't run well at the combine, but he had the flu. Ran 4.83 there, came back, has been running in the mid-4.5s. So it was a good pick at this point, good value pick for the Saints, a team desperate for cornerbacks. And Buck would project at that position to make up for the loss of Dave Waymer to the 49ers in Plan B.
About 2.5 minutes to go until the Washington Redskins make their first selection of this draft. Their first-round pick was gone from last year because of the Gerald Riggs trade, and Atlanta turned that into Steve Broussard. Next year, they do have a number one. Does the Redskins? Charlie Casserly says, we are not trading that thing away today. We're going to have one next year. This is the first time we'll hear from them, Joe. Where are they looking?
Well, they're looking all over. Their football team's basically getting old everywhere. You got 4 offensive linemen over 30, 2 tight ends over 30. Darrell Green has turned 30, 3 running backs over 30. They're not young any place. I happen to think the first area they're going to look at will be the offensive line. Possibly Mohamed El-Awanabi. He's the guy that's hanging around. He's a big 300-pounder. Joe Jacoby's coming off a knee surgery. Mark May's coming off a knee surgery. Could be an offensive lineman, could well be him.
Now, they have 2 young quarterbacks, Mark Rippon and Stan Humphries. Yet I understand that Joe Gibbs this past week worked out, what was it, Kerry Conklin? Worked him out for a long time. A, could the Skins actually be looking at yet another young quarterback? And B, is this the time that we might see Conklin, John Freeze from Idaho, Scott Mitchell, left-hander, Utah? Is this the time we might see them start to come out, Joe?
No, we're going to see them come out the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round, which is great for these young quarterbacks. George and Ware are coming out with a tremendous amount of pressure on them. As far as the players being able to adjust, to be able to get themselves comfortable without a lot of expectations, it works out excellent for those quarterbacks to be drafted later. The young guys are going to be under a lot of heat.
Of the draft is
all right, the Redskins.
Andre Collins, linebacker from Penn State.
Another linebacker from Penn State. That's all they produced there, except some decent running backs like Blair Thomas, who went to the Jets. So the Redskins go linebacker from Penn State. Let's just continue quickly, Mel, on the quarterbacks. The first 2 are gone. We've debated Jeff George already, but he is, of course, long gone. What about your quarterbacks? Who's next for you?
Well, looking at it right now, Scott Mitchell, left-hander from Utah, productive career out at Utah in the WAC conference, figures in that late 2nd, early to mid-3rd round range. John Deep Freeze figures in that 3rd round area as well, Chris. Kerry Conklin,
around with me, you never know what'll happen.
Same way as well. So these 3 quarterbacks, long-term, I think, could be better than Jeff George and more productive than George.
And Hodson, a guy who people like his heart, they like him as a backup.
Up, down, and then back up again is what he did during his career. Now back into that 3rd round area. Mike Buck, the knee problem has pushed him down. Baumgartner, great Senior Bowl move from maybe a 6th, 7th round pick, maybe into the 3rd, 4th round area. 8 to 10 quarterbacks out of this draft will be starting in the NFL by their 3rd or 4th years. 15 quarterbacks will be in the NFL as either starters or backups. So tremendously deep year. Strongest, obviously, since '83 when we had the 6, but we had no depth. So obviously a super strong year for teams looking for developmental young quarterbacks.
And a guy who you had pretty low there, but a guy who we know that some teams are very interested in, Peter Tom Willis from Florida State. So quarterback went at the beginning of the draft, Jeff George. Then Andre Ware went pretty early after that to Detroit. No one since. Who will go? We'll be back.
Welcome back to New York City in the NFL draft. We're waiting on the 49ers to make their 2nd round selection, the 47th selection in this draft. Going back to the 1st round, the New England Patriots made Arizona linebacker Chris Singleton the number 8 pick in this draft. For Chris Singleton, today's draft has a different meaning because of his twin brother Kevin. Football has been put into perspective. Dr. Jerry Punch explains.
It's one of nature's true miracles.
Dolphins select quarterback Dan Marino of Pittsburgh.
Selection of Danny Marino.
I don't understand it. Number one, I don't know who is going to work with him down there. Where is the great quarterback coaching genius on the offense? I know Arnsparger was a great defensive coach. I don't see where he's going to get this great coaching that's going to overcome the problems he's had.
Defensive back Ronnie Lott, USC.
Ronnie Lott is good, but I don't think he's going to make an amazing difference where they won't need any more help. They've got to get a couple more people.
Detroit Lions select Barry Sanders.
A lot different than Worley, the other top back in this draft. Worley has more power and more raw speed, but Barry is much more instinctive and much quicker. And if you watch him, he evades tacklers and makes people miss. He's going to be a 1,500-yard rusher in the NFL next season, and he has a great future, and he will generate excitement with the Detroit Lion organization, which is something they desperately need right now.
Yeah, that was the most ridiculous comment ever made. The guy earned 1,498 yards last year, Mel. You said he gained 1,500 yards. Come on. What's the matter with you?
Just like Spindler. He's still there, but you talk about Barry Sanders. That's the things that happen in the draft. You try to just present your views and opinions, and at times there are good football players like a Barry Sanders who slide through the cracks while others go earlier. And this year's plummeting pick is Mark Spindler, who will be in the Pro Bowl before his career is over.
Wow, we've all made a couple of errors in handicapping the draft, as of teams making some errors. Last year at this time, every one of us talked to scouts. Every one of us talked about the man that we came to know as the Michelin Man, Tony Mandarich. the immense tackle from Michigan State, chosen the second pick by the Green Bay Packers. Last year, to paraphrase Beano Cook, we had him going into the Hall of Fame. This year, what, he has bad feet? How can that happen?
Well, I think that when you take a look at a player, or when scouts take a look at a player, it has a lot to do with a lot of things. The competition he's playing against, the system that he's playing in. And Tony Mandrich physically looks like should be the most dominant player in the NFL on the line. But when I went to take a look at him, all of a sudden you see at training camp, you see that he has a problem moving his feet, and I'm talking about agility with a combination of agility and quickness, and all of a sudden he becomes a $10 million project.
Joe, last year on the air, a quarterback that you are, and you love the quarterbacks getting drafted first. You said Troy Aikman's a great player. But I think Dallas should go with Mandarich.
That's right. I said that, and I qualified it, too. You got to remember that. You're not going to stick me with this one and make me live with it.
Well, you're not alone.
I did not agree that it should have been the first choice of the draft. I felt like they could have done what Atlanta did this year. Trade that choice away, get some help in other areas, then pick up a quarterback. Obviously, they wound up with Steve Walsh anyway. I think it turned out to be a very good deal for him. I like Troy Aikman. I think he's going to be a great quarterback. I just think he had greater value than one place and one pick. As far as Mandrich goes, I disagree with you, TJ. I think he's going to be able to play. What we're going to start, well, what we're going to start to see now is these guys have been taken in the first and second round. Okay, the easy part's done. They've become, quote unquote, the property of teams. Now the difficult parts come. How do you sign them? The agents now get involved. This is where you wind up with a Tony Mandrich not playing for an entire season because an agent and a man's willingness to say, I'm worth a lot of money, I'm going to sit out and wait. This is where your value starts to decrease, and while we sit here and look back in hindsight and be 20/20 or 20/80 in some cases like mine.
Whatever it is. Well, the Packers are hoping that Tony Mandrich comes around next year. They have just made their selection in the second round. Leroy Butler, defensive back from Florida State. The Packers have just chosen him. Before that, San Francisco, with one of their 2 second-round selections, went with Dennis Brown, defensive tackle from Washington. So the 49ers, Mel, definitely think they still need some extra players along the defensive line. Davidson was gone. Dennis Brown from Washington, a Pac-10 guy. How do you rate him?
Well, one of the bad body players you see in the draft every year, and a guy who has the quickness.
The announcers here.
300-pounder, inconsistent at times, has to be really pushed and driven. And, of course, with the 49ers, with all the examples that are being set out there of quality play, an underachiever all of a sudden has to achieve or he's gone. And he knows in order to fit in, he's got to put out. So if Dennis Brown's going to succeed, it has to be with a team like the 49ers. So I think he's fortunate to go with a quality organization. If he would have went with one of the lesser echelon clubs, he could have very easily been a major bust in this draft.
Leroy Butler, defensive back, Green Bay Packers.
A good pick, a middle-round pick, a guy who can play safety or corner. They need secondary help. We talked about them, at the first-round point, a little Stargell possibility, needing cornerback help with Dave Brown aging. So a good value pick as well as a positional need for the Packers, something they had to fill going into this draft.
This is a guy that maybe, Tommy, that the Denver Broncos, who we are going to make an effort to get them on TV this year. They are going to pick in about, let's see, we
I don't know if they want to be on TV this year.
That's true. They've been on TV once. That didn't work. Rams, Philadelphia, Giants, and Denver coming up next year. Denver was maybe thinking he was one of the guys that
Denver certainly looking for a cornerback. They felt like they want a guy who can really motor. I would still look for a cornerback if there's one left. Next look would be for linebacker, and I don't think a lot of people realize that John Elway is now approaching his 30th birthday, so they start thinking about grooming a guy a few years down the road to replace John.
Boy, how time flies when you're having a good time. It's unbelievable. So the Broncos we've yet to hear from, and the Vikings, who don't pick until the third round. Those are the 2 teams that we haven't heard from yet. Next up, the Rams. We'll be back to New York in a moment. As the draft continues, going towards 6 hours of continuous coverage here on ESPN. Another Golden Domer from Notre Dame, Pat Terrell, defensive back, safety type, goes to the Los Angeles Rams. And so, let's see, Notre Dame now has 4 guys have all gone in the second round, right? Anthony Johnson to the Colts, Alm going to Houston, Grunard going to Kansas City, and Pat Terrell going to the Rams, which would mean Notre Dame with a homer here in the bottom of the second takes the lead,
with 4-3. It's an ongoing battle between Notre Dame and USC. It's just one of those things that continues, and now it's 4-3 Notre Dame. So we're moving right along here.
Mel, top 40, who's left? Well, here's the Eagles. Let's pick this up.
Bellamy, wide receiver.
Mike Bellamy,
Illinois.
wide receiver, who caught many a pass from Jeff George in his days in Illinois.
Giants are up, followed by
Mike
Denver
Bellamy
and San
goes to
Francisco.
Philadelphia. So let's review your top 40 here as we start the first 5. Of course, they have been long gone. It's 6 through 10. They, of course, have been long gone. But let's see who starts to open up here. 11 through 15. I mean, this is a draft where, boy, you get some good value, even early second. You're still getting some excellent value at this part of the draft.
Through 25, we're all gone right now. Everybody there is off the board. We roll through 25 to 30. 26 to 30. There we go. Stargell.
There's your guy.
Still there. Smith's gone. Snow.
Denver.
Okay, so Tony Stargell, one quality player, still on the board. Mitchell.
That's quarterbacks.
Freeze. Conklin, the 3 quarterbacks.
Could the Giants do Conklin?
They could. At some point, they have to think about a developmental quarterback. There's Elwyn Eby and Joel Smengi still there as well. So what's it, about 7 of the 40 still there?
Actually, we've only had 50 picks, so I mean it hasn't been that wild.
No, it's been very much a vanilla type draft. The only pick that we really criticized so far was the Jeff George pick to the Colts. I thought the 2 major reaches of the second round were Dan Owens of USC, who's going to be a decent player, but just a little too high, and of course the big reach of Kenny Davidson, the major underachiever in this draft. He looks great in a workout, not on the football field. Here's the Giants pick.
We'll pick that up in a minute, but then we want to talk about some guys who are not on the top 40. Here it is. Here's Don Weiss.
New York Giants select Mike Fox, defensive tackle, West Virginia.
Defensive tackle, West Virginia. Mike Fox, and there's Mark Spindler wondering why has he not been yet selected here late in round number 2. I mean, it's a question about what? Knees? What's the question here?
Well, Fox was considered a mid-first rounder as well, a guy that dropped. Good pick for the Giants. The Giants having this pick, here's a guy who was projected as maybe a top 20 to 25 pick overall. Another good choice for a team looking for defensive line help. We speculated about the Giants maybe taking a defensive lineman at the end of round 1 before we knew Hampton would be there. So a good pick for the Giants. Mark Spindler's just sitting there, as a lot of other Pro Bowlers did. We're talking about Ricky Jackson went at the end of the second round. Where did Montana go? Where did Joe Theismann go? Tim Harris, what's he get, 20 sacks a year? 4th round pick. Kevin Green, one of the best outside linebackers in the league. Not the 1st, not the 2nd, not the 3rd, the 5th round, okay? So Mark Spindler, I said that's a Boomer Esiason in '84. Don't be discouraged, doesn't matter. You'll be a Pro Bowler. No problem. And, of course, whoever gets you at this point, super steal.
And you know who else went in the 4th round that was a Pro Bowl selection? Kid from Louisville. Oh, yeah, Jackson. Tom Jackson, linebacker.
That's right, linebacker.
Said you were too small. That's why you didn't go in the 1st round, right?
Too small.
It really hurt you in the Pro.
Too small to play. I thought that I would probably go in the 1st round or no later than the 2nd round. I was told by a couple of clubs, don't worry about it. We've come in and we've tested you, and if you're available, you'll be there. And about the 3rd round, I went to play basketball. I got a call from the Broncos about an hour later, and they said, you know, you're our pick. And about a week into the camp period, 2 weeks in, I was starting. So it can go just the way Mel said. You know, don't worry if you don't get picked early. Just go out and play your game.
Basketball.
Yeah, that's my game, too.
I think the big thing about what we're seeing here is we're talking purely economics. We're not talking about quality football players. I mean, you've cited a number of guys. Tommy and I were both 4th round picks. I mean, both of us have enjoyed a lot of success. But the important thing is that you're talking purely economics, 1st and 2nd and 3rd round. I mean, you'll make your dollars up as it goes on, as you prove yourself. So wherever as long as a guy gets a chance to put on a uniform and play, that's where the opportunity is presented.
And let's keep in perspective here. We're on only the 6.5 hours. At times we've gone up to 10 hours. So we've maybe gone into the 4th or 5th round before. When a team picks you in the 3rd, 4th, or 5th round, they're really counting on you to make the football team and to make a big contribution. Denver has picked not Stargell at defensive back, but another DB, Alton Montgomery from Houston, who among all the defensive backs may be the hardest hitter of the whole bunch, or at least as hard a hitter as anybody else. So only San Francisco is next in the 2nd round with their final pick, their 2nd pick. They've already gone Dennis Brown in the 2nd round. They have a pick left in the 2nd round. And then, as they say, north of the border in Montreal, the 2nd round will be Histoire. We'll be back in a moment. 49ers, then we'll try and put a cap around it, add up some positions for you, etc. 3 names you will not hear, except in this following discussion. Big-name college players who, will they go late? We'll start with a couple quarterbacks, Major Harris and Tony Rice, and get on to Bernard Clark. Mel, Major Harris, Tony Rice, are they CFL players only?
I think they definitely are right now. Now, as Joe pointed out in the meeting yesterday, both these guys can go into the CFL, produce there, prove that they're not necessarily just CFL players, and come back into the NFL. Joe Theismann did it, Warren Moon did it, other players have done it along the way. That's something they have to improve, obviously. They're not ready for it to start or even make a team necessarily as an NFL quarterback. They're developmental guys, have a lot of flaws as far as mechanics, things like this. You just see too much just strictly athletic ability and not enough pure drop-back, pro-style quarterback ability to project these two players as NFL caliber quarterbacks.
Will they be drafted, Joe?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think a football team at this stage is going to take a chance on drafting them. Like I said before, you've got too much movement in the Plan B program to take on quarterbacks that you want to develop and keep on a developmental squad. You can help your team in other areas. I think Tony Rice is probably a little bit ahead of Major Harris when it comes to purely being a technical passer. The Major, I think, has to revamp his throwing style a little bit. And watching him play at West Virginia, great athletic ability. You just can't take a kid like that and make him a cornerback or make him a defensive back. There are too many specialists that are coming out that are cornerbacks and defensive backs. Great opportunity. Go up north. You may like it and may want to stay. You never know. I know guy Tommy Clemens from Notre Dame played 13 years in the CFL. I had a chance to spend 3 up there and would have stayed longer had the numbers been right. So it's a great opportunity for young men to do it. I think these are a couple guys who can prove the scouts wrong here and then come back, a la Warren Moon, and hit a payday.
British Columbia, I know they worked up Major Harris this week. Now, with the Major, should he have perhaps stated? Now, there's a guy that's coming out, right?
Wouldn't have mattered.
And that wouldn't change.
Wouldn't have mattered. I don't think it would have mattered very much for Major Harris. Major would have been without Rembert. So he'd have been really out there running around himself. And when you look at him, he's a scrambler. He is truly a scrambling quarterback. I think this is a young man who made the right decision. I hope after he finds out what goes on, goes back, finishes his college education, and then moves on. I've said it many times before, and I'll say it again now. I know a lot of guys that are worth a lot of money that have never, ever touched a basketball, a football, or a baseball. We always hear and read about the select few that have that opportunity to make a lot of bucks. If you got your education, there's a whole wealth of opportunity out there.
Third player, big-time college player, Bernard Clark, and what a huge game he had against Notre Dame, among others, last year. But yet a guy that in size and everything else doesn't project to be, well, maybe a low-level pick. Tommy, should he go to Canada? I mean, what... I mean, it's quite a college, but it's tough to be such a big star in college and then
I don't know.
reality.
But Bernard Clark was a guy who was an outstanding hitter for the University of Miami. And when you look at the report that Mel puts out on all the draft choices, I mean, the one problem that he has, in my estimation, the pros, you want a guy who can run. And I think Bernard has a problem with his speed.
All right, we have one pick left here in the second round. In case you're keeping score at home, so far there have been 52 selections thus far. Defense 30, offense 22. 13 linebackers, 12 running backs. Those have been the big positions. We'll be back with the 49ers pick in a moment.
This ESPN NFL special, the 1990 Draft, has been brought to you by Pontiac and your local Pontiac dealer. We build excitement.
Back in New York, the second round has been completed. Eric Davis, quarterback, Jacksonville State, has been selected by the defending world champion San Francisco 49ers. And then up for the first time today, and the last team that we've heard from, the Minnesota Vikings, with the first selection in the third round, have gone with Mike Jones, young man from Bridgeport, Connecticut, tight end from Texas A&M. So that's the first of 2 selections by the Vikings here in the second round. Now, in case you missed the last 8 months, the Minnesota picked up Herschel Walker from the Dallas Cowboys, and this is what they got as a result of all of the move with draft selections. Here's what the Cowboys get, I should say. All right, Cowboys get Jesse Solomon, Isaac Holt, and David Howard. These are all the draft selections, so that's why we haven't heard from the Vikings until right now. There may be another reason why we haven't heard from the Vikings until now, and this is what the Vikings received from the Cowboy in a deal that will take minutes and minutes and minutes to totally name all the picks. The Minnesota Vikings, the first time we've heard from them in the third round, and that isn't going to hurt their pocketbook. Paul Zimmerman has been transformed from Mel Kiper here sitting next to me. You say the Vikings had a plan here, kind of in the back when they picked up Herschel Walker, a second plan?
Well, when they first made the trade, and since then, I've read it as a money saver. I don't think people have really looked into this carefully enough. What they did was they picked up one salary, one paycheck, one running back, and they got rid of 3 years of top 2 drafts and dealing with agents and guys that don't report and paying these big bonuses. He saved the club about $20 million. So, you know, if Herschel does anything at all, then he's a big hero. Great trade. If he doesn't, we still saved him all that money. I think it was a financial thing.
But for the fans, they're not worried about the money. They're saying if Herschel doesn't bring him the Super Bowl, he's made a big mistake. I mean, there's 2 levels here.
Well, fans have short memories. You know, you give them a couple of wins and then tell them how you're helping the organization, and they'll go along with it. What else do they have to do in Minnesota?
Well, I don't know, Joe. They have things to do in Minnesota. What, do you agree with the Vikings money saver here?
No, well, first of all, I do agree to a degree with Paul as far as it is
dangerous.
Yeah, well, it is an economic move. I think it's a money saver. I think Mike Lynn, he's got to be looking at Dolman coming up. He's got to be looking at Joey Browner. He may save some money on first rounders, but then he's going to have to turn around and pay the guys that are going to keep the fans happy. I disagree with you when you say the fans have a short memory. Mike Lynn has said if we don't go to the Super Bowl, you know, I've gotten Herschel Walker because history has proven that the teams with the big backs have been the ones that have been able to get to and win the Super Bowl. I think you need a quarterback. I think you need good defensive linemen. I think you need a good football team, not one individual, particularly one that is somewhat singularly dimensioned as Herschel Walker is. Trying to fit Herschel Walker into that Minnesota Viking offense last year was trying to put a square peg into a round hole. He had too many things to learn, had to change his system, plus the offense too much. I just really believe that that was a bad deal and has some economic overtones, but the problem is they're going to have to give up a lot of money for the guys that have really gotten them to the playoffs and to a division title the last year or so.
Yeah, but you'd have to, the whipsaw is going to kill you no matter what you do. If you give up a lot of money on draft choice, you're still going to have to pay your veterans. And if you look at Minnesota, the thing that's bothered the most is paying on the come, paying guys before they performed. And he's always said, I want to pay my veterans. Of course, he doesn't pay them either, but that's okay.
Yeah.
But, you know,
he said it. That's true.
Right,
He's on
but
the
the
record.
quote he said, if we don't go to the Super Bowl, then it's a bad trade. Well, okay, they didn't go, so it's a bad trade. Next case, what are they going to do? Hang him?
Vikings got to make their move here in the next year or two, or they've missed it with this team, haven't they, Tom?
Well, I think to a point, too, what they've done is created a monster in a sense of, with those veterans that Z says they haven't paid over the years. You can add Anthony Carter's name also to that list. It's a twofold problem. One, you've got to get these guys not only paid, but you've got to get them happy. And I agree that if they don't get to the Super Bowl, I think it's a bad deal.
We shall see. The fans, do they have a long or a short memory? Hopefully a short with some of the things said in the drafts through the years on this program. Atlanta and the Jets coming up next in the third round.
But the dream doesn't always turn out as everyone would hope it would. This then is the story of one man for whom the dream just turned into a nightmare. The story of Charlie Wysocki. This is Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. A town of 55,000 people nestled in a valley gouged through the Pocono Mountains and hard by the Susquehanna River. It is a place where the old men will deal a hand or two on a sunny day, where the farmers still peddle their bounty in the town square. A place where a person like Charlie Wysocki can become a legend.
He was an all-state football player and won the state championship in wrestling and won the broad jump, and I think he won the long jump in track, so he had 2 state medals. So that's quite an athletic career. You don't see that duplicated very often.
But it wasn't sports alone that made Charlie's story so compelling. He was one of 14 children, troubled, poor, and black in this predominantly white area. So when Charlie de Graffenried was adopted by the Wysocki family, the phenom became a curiosity. His football talents landed him at the University of Maryland, where as a junior, he was one of the top running backs in the country.
He was a leader. I mean, out in practice, every time he got the ball, he would try to run for a touchdown, whether it's dummy scrimmage or what. He would run across the goal line. He liked to get used to, he said he liked to get used to crossing the goal line. And so he set an example with his work habits.
So then it wasn't surprising that despite injuries,
On a less than spectacular senior year, come draft day, some 300 friends gathered in anticipation to witness the local legend's ascendancy to the pros. Only his name was never called.
I think Charlie just went upstairs and laid on his bed up there, and I went up there, tried to comfort him and try to, you know, tell him, well, something might better will happen, and you just have to take things in life as it comes. Sometimes your dreams aren't fulfilled. And
there was a tryout with the Dallas Cowboys as a free agent, but it lasted just 1 week. Something was wrong.
I knew that I was sick. I knew that there was, I was thinking, maybe someone, slipped me something or something like that, but I was just not myself.
And then just a few months later, things got really bad.
I went out and I got myself a case of beer, drank a case of beer, and I slit my wrist. I was in so much agony. I just didn't want to live anymore.
This is the State Hospital in Clark Summit, Pennsylvania. Over the course of the next 7 years, Charlie would spend more than half of his days and nights in institutions like this one, including this one. Matter of fact, during that time period, Charlie thinks he was admitted to hospitals between 10 and 15 different occasions, although he's not exactly sure how many times it was. He was diagnosed as being a manic depressive. Now, that's a disease that's characterized by wild mood swings, everything from the highest highs to the deepest depressions, and everything in between.
I think that the last 7 years has been hell for me.
I've seen Charlie at times when he was hospitalized where you couldn't talk to him, where he couldn't talk to you, he couldn't understand what you were saying. He just made absolutely no sense at all. He was very psychotic.
The end of Charlie's football career and the beginning of his erratic behavior seemed to coincide. Could there possibly have been a connection?
No, I don't think anybody thought he had a mental problem at the time, and I don't think Charlie had a mental problem at the time. I think it was the period of adjustment of going from a star in college, which he was, to somebody that his life all of a sudden changed to just a common person.
What do you attribute the onset of his manic depression to?
It probably was the trauma of not achieving his life goal at that time, which was to play pro football.
So 7 years later, Charlie carries on his life in Wilkes-Barre, half a world away from the riches and fame of pro football. He has his own family now, the disease and the volatile behavior it caused having driven him away from the Wysockies. He hasn't been in the hospital for 4 months. He is back on his medication, and now the goal lines he works to cross are different.
I learned so much about not just people who were manic depressives, but I learned so much about other illnesses, people who were just in the mental hospitals, per se. And, in the future, I know that somewhere in the future I'm going to be able to help the mental health system.
The same tenacity that helped Charlie to such distinction on the football field, we hope will aid him in this latest goal. But it's perhaps useful to remember on this day of such joy for so many that dreams don't always come true. Chris?
All right, Jimmy, thank you. That's something for everybody to think about. It is Earth Day, but at times, on a day like today, you are brought down to earth. We'll be back with more of the NFL Draft. Back here in New York, let's update you very quickly on some third round picks. We gave you Minnesota began the round with Mike Jones, tight end, Texas A&M. Then Atlanta, well, they got another good defensive player, defensive end Oliver Barnett from Kentucky. The Jets went with Tony Stargell, good-looking defensive back from Tennessee State. Played for Buddy Ryan's son, right, as defensive coordinator there. San Diego just selected Jeff Mills, linebacker, Nebraska. And about 10 seconds ago, Phoenix, Ricky Prohl, the wide receiver from Wake Forest. Coming up shortly, SportsCenter from 6:30 to 7 Eastern Time. Then baseball tonight from 7 to 8. At 8 o'clock Eastern Time from Jack Murphy Stadium. It's the San Diego Padres hosting the San Francisco Giants. We'll be out there next Tuesday for the Cubs-Padre game. And then following that, of course, the hour edition of the SportsCenter. So that's what's coming up here this evening on ESPN. We'll be coming back to New York for more coverage of the 55th NFL Draft. in just a moment.
Draft, we're live from New York City. Someone else says that. I think it's Saturday Night Live. We're going to take a look at the draft, look back. A team that jumps out at me, the Atlanta Falcons. They really helped themselves in this draft. They got a big 200-pound running back in Steve Broussard coming out of Washington State. He's going to help John Settle in the backfield. Darian Connor, a good-looking linebacker out of Jackson State. And what I think is a real steal is Oliver Barnett, a big defensive lineman out of Kentucky. Now, he was never let loose when Jerry Claiborne was a coach there at Kentucky, so he never really got a chance to show his stuff. He squats 850. He's a strong guy. Just like Andre Bruce was not allowed under Marion Campbell to show his stuff with the Falcons, but Jerry Glanville will simplify matters and let those two just get after it. Andre Bruce will look like the Andre Bruce from Auburn that made him the #1 selection. But unfortunately, the Falcons are in the NFC West, so it's going to be tougher than the move up. We'll go down now to Chris Berman and the guys.
Moving down, of course, to me. We should say that a quarterback has just gone. New England took a quarterback, Tommy Hodson, quarterback LSU. So maybe we see some quarterbacks going in the 3rd round. We're running out of time here. I thought I would never say that here on our coverage of the draft. But Mel, Robin said Atlanta, and of course I would have to agree that with Kenny Herrock drafting those people, it totally changed. They pick one rung at a time. They're after New Orleans next, then the Rams, then San Francisco. In that division, you can only do one thing at a time. Who do you like? Who do you not like?
I like the Jets. I like what they did. You know, out of the gate with Blair Thomas, the obvious pick, then get the steal with Reggie Rembert to go opposite Tune, and then Tony Stargell, a guy I thought could have been a late 1st-round pick, the 3rd best corner really in the draft. You know, will compete for that position with Humphrey, who was a former wide receiver, a positional need area for the Jets, and a great value pick. So I really like what they did, bouncing back from some disasters along the way. Steinberg really came in, had the board set up properly, and filled needs along the way. I think we've all focused on the Colts as far as what they did along the way as well. The Raiders, I might have gone a different route. We talked about that. I would have gone Lathan or Francis, then come back with Spindler, whereas they went to defensive lineman Smith, then came back with a guy who underachieved this year in Aaron Wallace.
Joe, I know, let's start with the Colts. Mel mentioned them. You're not really sold on what they did.
I'm not really sold on that. It has nothing to do with Jeff George's ability. I just don't think you give up proven people. I don't care if, you know, if they had a good year a couple of years ago without Hinton. I think what they've done is by taking a running back, taking some offensive people, they're going to be okay. I just don't see this one as a real good, sound move for the #1 pick. Detroit, I love. For one reason, Andre Ware. I think that is absolutely the pick of this particular draft. He is going to be the impact player of the 90s to go along with Barry Sanders. Back-to-back Heisman Trophy winners. I really think it's going to make a difference for him.
Silver Stretch will be stretching into some more wins. Tommy?
Well, I certainly like what the Giants did today. When you talked with them, what they were looking for was the running back, although they did not think that a guy like a Rodney Hampton would be available. When they picked in the 1st round, they got him. They come back and get the defensive lineman to replace the guys they lost in Plan B, Mike Fox. I think it's been a good draft for the Giants because, as Joe mentioned before, this is one of those teams that was not looking to just be competitive. This is a team looking for the last piece to the puzzle.
I think that Seattle made an interesting move to move up to get a player that they think is going to be this much of an impact player at that position, Cortez Kennedy, but yet to surrender 2 high ones but keep a 2nd so they can get Terry Woodson and and Robert Blackman. They've got all 3 levels of their defense. That was a good move. And with the 1 pick, I mean, I'm just enthralled by these little players. San Francisco with Dexter Carter, yet another dimension that they didn't have. But the draft goes on here from New York. It also will go on tomorrow. It's 12 rounds.